I don't know what I'm doing. If I don't have Fringy here to appreciate Simpsons references, then I'm just floating in the abyss. Put you over there. Alrighty. Let's go.
Let's go.
Fringy's dead now too. Yes. You got us four for the moment. Hopefully a little green bird might fly in, or a frog could hop in. Who could
Some woman
say?
somewhere is busy feeding him lotus flowers, and he's just constantly high.
Wasn't I on a podcast? And they're like, no. Calypso's just like, bro, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that at all. Slip right into I wonder how good the lotus flowers actually taste. What the texture would be on them, you know?
I'm guessing kind of fluffy and faintly flowery in taste.
Floral, one might
Floral,
even say.
yes.
Floral, that makes sense. How many flowers you guys eating?
Not enough.
Probably about 6.
6. Was it like 6 of the same one, or did you 6 different ones?
Over the course of my life, probably about 6 edible flowers, because sometimes, dishes or cocktails will have them in them.
Oh, yeah. Did any of them send you on any trips?
No. Unfortunately not.
Well, that sucks. Your story was lame.
Yeah.
You should write an Odyssey.
Doesn't seem like the trips that they sent Odysseus on were very good either.
No. In fact, you could argue it's like the opposite of a trip. It kind of untripped him. But at least he had some nice sleeping, which again, we're kind of theorizing that's what's happened to Fringy, but we can't know for sure.
May have been killed.
Remember, guys, before making a criticism, make sure you consider every single counter-argument, or else you have to drop it. I don't know if that's a sincere comment or not. We'll have to pretend as though we do it no matter what. That'll work somehow. I wish this movie was a trip. Well, it does seem like a lot of people are talking about this movie. Have you guys noticed?
Yeah.
Just about, yes.
A lot of conversations.
It's like even dethroned Supergirl is the thing that the internet is most interested in. Who could have foreseen that happening so soon?
That's a shame. I was hoping we would get 10 episodes of EFAP out of Supergirl. But oh well.
Would have been good.
It did so well at the box office, considering.
Now it's not even the most remarkable flop of the year, because we have the live-action Moana movie.
Oh, is that?
Oh, yeah.
Has it been dethroned, really, on the floppening?
Well, I heard it was flopping pretty hard. I haven't checked in a couple days or anything. But,
I just would have thought that Supergirl would surely do worse. But you might... Oh, my goodness. Moana's not doing good, guys.
No, it's still...
Moana is doing really bad. How does it... How did it cost $250 million to make the fucking Moana movie? What the hell?
That's a good question.
That's the same as the Odyssey.
It certainly is.
Well, I've seen people making fun of all the horrible ways they adapted it. It's like, like they do everything. I see. Crazy. Because a lot of people are like, well, this is good news, right? Because it'll back them off from adapting more. And it's like, nope. Lilo and Stitch probably got like 3 more in production at least. So as long as one of them hits. And Lilo and Stitch 2 is getting made as well.
It is. It's going to be out. That's not next year, right? Is that 2028? I think?
Something like that. And they'll probably be in production for the 3rd one by the time that one comes out.
How to Train Your Dragon 2. That's already happening.
Yep.
Although that's not Disney, but it's, it's a live action.
Oh, it definitely adds to the whole culture of like fucking remaking all this shit. And eventually they will announce Pixar remakes in live action and we will all cry.
What'll be the first one, do you think?
Incredibles seems most likely.
Yeah, Incredibles
superheroes
is a very safe bet.
Honestly, I'm surprised they haven't done it yet.
Ratatouille, I could see there being temptation to do that, because basically all of the main characters are, human. It would be fairly simple to do, you would think. Yes. But then they'll probably find a way to spend $300 million on it.
Mm-hmm.
Ratatouille, but the rat can't emote? That sounds great.
This is what I mean. I was about to caution that maybe they would be like, having a real ass rat, that might be a bit. And it's like, well, it's Disney. They don't understand these things anymore.
That would actually be really funny. It's like the fish and the Little Mermaid, but like a photorealistic rat with
That's what it would
all of its
though.
facial.
That's
In a French restaurant.
Hence, Incredibles again. It fits so many boxes. I don't know why they haven't even done it already. Cynical thought would tell you that they must have. Maybe they've tried, and they haven't gotten past like some kind of wall. Are we getting Incredibles 3? Is that a thing?
I think it is, yes, but I don't know when.
Officially slated for theatrical release in 2028. Yay! Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm surprised that it's taken them that long, to be honest, because Incredibles 2 came out in 2018 and it made well over $1 billion. I'm surprised that they waited 10 years.
Man. Well, at least, hopefully we'll do an Incredibles episode before that, talking about, the opposite of what Incredibles 3 is inevitably going to be. And then when it gets to, you call them live action, but they're 80% cartoon CG. It's 3D hyper realistic. The Lion King is the one that makes it all very funny. But I think Incredibles may very well have like a lot of real people, yeah,
of human beings in it. Yeah,
in theory. Well. So nothing but good news on the front of movies. I feel like it's worth mentioning. I don't know how many of you guys may or may not care, but the God of War TV show production got an update of having completed the filming for like 4 episodes, and then Ryan Hurst tore a bicep or something.
Yeah.
The guy they have playing Kratos, for anyone who doesn't understand. And he's going to have to be recast, and they're going to have to reshoot. And a lot of people found that shocking, but unfortunately it's like, yeah, but that's going to take ages to heal, and they probably need him with a working, I said, I think
honestly, that sounds like the kind of thing that he may well just be able to sue them for, because he is an actor, he is not a stuntman, and you would have a stuntman doing anything that is remotely likely to tear a bicep.
Well, I guess it's down to how it happened, right?
Because if he was just training in his own private capacity in order to look the part, then it wasn't during the course of a stunt, so it might not be like a...
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the context, but it's also got to be something in contracts that relate to this, as in, if it puts him out of commission completely, like he can't even hold anything right now with that arm, then they have to be like, well, we need to continue, to the point where they're recasting and reshooting. So that's crazy. The one consolation prize one could say is that maybe he'll get recast as Thor, and he actually played Thor in the game, so that could be nice as a thing. But then again, I don't want them making it at all, so there's that counter consolation, I suppose.
I did think he was a half decent choice for Kratos, because there's very few actors that you got to think are going to be able to pull that off.
Yes, I understood to an extent his casting, and I do think it's better than a lot of other options, but I feel like whatever they end up announcing as their next one is going to be worse than Ryan Hurst. The thing about him is that he would have got to know very intimately the portrayal of Kratos through being so tied into the games, but not having him now is like, well, probably fucked. But we were probably fucked anyway on the front of that show, so. I think it's said they're going to restart filming in October, so they're going to be searching for the next Kratos now for the next few months.
Back in the days of like old-fashioned TV, they would have just written in an excuse for him to be injured so he can continue filming with his arm in a sling until it actually heals, because they could do that back when they weren't spending hundreds of millions of dollars on an 8-episode-long TV series.
Yeah.
But now, I guess that's not possible.
Yeah. Well, during EFAP 346, you were talking about the hat, and you asked to be reminded in a year's time to have figured out the decision, so you're going to have to decide now. The hat was not good. I think we did decide, yeah.
Even Democracy said, I think, that the hat was not fine.
Democracy won out, so, in retrospect, wow, what a terrible hat, and whoever said it was a good hat, oof, wrong. Incorrect. People saying, what hat? I don't know how to easily fetch that, okay? Give me a sec. We'll see if I can. Because whoever hasn't seen the hat needs to know whether or not they believe it's also shitty or not. You were just amused.
I lost on this.
Social trust. We are authoritative and trustworthy people. The hat is not fine, Anyone who tells you that it is lying to you.
I have found the hat. So, capital opinions and random film talk. Your opinion, is this hat good or bad?
As in, like, would I wear it, or is it good for a particular setting?
Hat.
Just good or bad?
Bad hat.
Good or bad?
That's bad hat, Harry.
I'm thinking bad hat as well. It's too penile on the top. It's too doomy. You know? It kind of looks like it's made of metal.
I don't think anything works about it. just take it off, lady. It's it feels like they found it at the back of the wardrobe or some shit. They were like, yeah, fuck it.
It doesn't look like it belongs on the same plane of existence. It's like if someone had put a PNG of a hat over a woman's head.
It does.
Yeah.
Turns out
that is because like the lighting on the bit on the left, that makes it look like it was superimposed on top. I don't quite know how that happened.
Dude, the CG artists took years on that shading, okay? This cost them 10 million to get this hat in here. And you're laughing. That's disgusting. But yeah, so I'm glad we've settled this. The hat was bad. The hat was bad.
Wait, was that it? Was that in contention?
Yes.
What is this even from?
I believe this is from Ironheart. I believe myself and Platoon argued it was bad. Rags argued it was good. I can't remember if Fringy was undecided.
Rags argued it was good, not just okay, but good.
Am I right
He
on
said
that,
it was
Platoon?
fine. The hat was fine.
I don't know.
Which could be taken in many ways.
I don't know.
I take it insultingly to other hats that try very hard to not do these horrors.
He's not here to defend his hat opinions, but I'm a little skeptical of that take.
You know, right now, wherever he is, he's got like a twinge in his head. He's like, someone's attacking the hat. Someone somewhere is doing this horror. But it's okay, because we'll send him lotus flowers and he'll calm down. So
I think he has like a version of that hat that's hanging on his wall. It knows when people are bad mouthing it as well. It's whispering to him.
Like the Green Goblin.
You must defend my honor.
put on the hat. Well, I guess it would put me on. I don't know what voice
he calls himself the hat. He's got a kind of an ego.
Yeah. Well, should we get into this movie thing that we were all happily seeing? Because there's only so long we can wait for Mr. Fringy to arrive. I'm hoping you'll be around the corner any second now.
I think we might as well, because there's a whole bunch of lead-in meta stuff about the film. It's been a very meta-discussed film, so we can totally not waste any time talking about meta, and then Fringy can arrive in time for the actual film itself, probably. So I guess to begin with, then, so these are some of the most discussed and disliked trailers of all time that we got for the Odyssey. Was it 600,000 plus or something dislikes to, I think, 250,000 up or whatever it was on the most recent of the trailers. It contained a whole bunch of stuff that loads of people didn't like. Obviously, casting was controversial, armor was controversial.
I do think that's a little bit insane in the sense of, like, they got more dislikes than... Because do you remember Once Upon a Time, the most disliked trailer, I think, was a Call of Duty game? Chat, you're going to have to help me out here. I could have sworn, like, years ago that was a thing. It topped, like, the records. Obviously, going further back than that, you'd end up with something like Friday, the music video. But I would have thought, Ghostbusters 2016 probably had a pretty good record. I remember Snow White and a bunch of other movies definitely topping these sorts of metrics. But that was a new number one. There's a line to be drawn in history from the actual dislike numbers being available and then the extension dislikes. They are different, but it is still notable, I think. Snow White. Infinite Warfare was the card game, I see. All right. Rebecca Black's Friday. Now, there's a thing I've not heard referenced in a long time. That's like just, proof of taste, if you know what that is. So
Even I know what that is.
Oh, yeah.
But it was always going to be interesting then to see how that actually translated, because lots of people, I think, convinced themselves that if the movie wasn't going to outright bomb, then this was indicative that there was a broad cultural backlash against many of the decisions that everyone had seen. So obviously, Elliot Page, there was the whole rumor going around for quite a long time that Elliot Page was being cast as Achilles, because some people had read the book and they made an association with a certain character who appears in a certain place at a certain time, and they said, well, in the poem, that's Achilles. Therefore, Elliot Page is playing Achilles. These foolish people did not realize that you don't actually have to do everything that's in poems or books. You can just ignore that bit if you want to. You can give people entirely new names, but that got around for ages. Of course, you had Lupita Nyong'o as Helen of Troy. That was pretty controversial too. The movie's sort of general approach to race-blind casting, all the rest of those things that are almost guaranteed to get at least part of the internet.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, I was fucking thrown off.
Race-blind casting?
Well,
is that what we're calling
it might be that's a euphemism for what it probably was, but yeah.
I was so fucking thrown first time around that there were two Lupita Nyong'os. I didn't understand. It's like, wait, what? And it's like, oh, they're twins, I think. And I was like, Helen of Troy has a twin? The woman that was iconic for her beauty has a twin? Does that not make no sense at all?
This is getting out of hand.
It's funny because people were making the joke around that time when that first was revealed, saying, I guess then she was just the face that launched 500 ships. And then that joke made it into the movie. So now it's the face that launched 250 ships. It's getting worse all the time. So there's a whole bunch of that stuff that didn't necessarily. But on the other hand, it was kind of an interesting test case because there have been many such controversies, as we've mentioned a couple of them already. Lots of times, fans or people on the internet get very upset about certain things, and not every time does their upset at that certain thing actually go on to impact the performance of that thing, because it turns out that not everybody lives on the internet. So even if you think it's absolutely right to be pissed off by all of these changes, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody else is going to care about them or that it's going to stop many people from going to the cinema to see it. So I suppose the first question is, in broad terms, because we'll get into the film in more detail later, based on what you saw in the trailers, did the movie exceed expectations? Did it match them? Or did it subvert your expectations? And if we start from the left, as I see it, so Cap, you can go first.
Left wing Cap.
I was profoundly unimpressed by all of the marketing of the movie, including but not limited to that little rap they did for Jimmy Fallon's show, among many other things. I thought the movie looked pretty bad, and then I saw it, and I guess it was not quite as awful as the marketing made it seem, but I still didn't like it. And I suspect my opinion of it will sink further the more we talk and think about it, because I just saw it this morning. But initial impression coming out of the theater was that, okay, I did expect it to be slightly worse based on how it was marketed and promoted. That said, still don't think it's very good. I didn't like it very much.
Okay. Mr. Mueller, I think you're up.
So specifically, how did I think the film compared to how it was marketed?
Yeah, were you pleasantly, unpleasantly, or just not at all surprised?
I hate to say it because it sounds so lame, but I had a feeling of exactly what this was going to be, mainly because of Nolan and trailers and stuff, that I was expecting a particular experience, and I think I got like 1-to-1, though slightly disappointed even with that expectation. As in, it was a little worse than I thought it was going to be, and my expectations were low.
Especially we should discover more about why.
Yeah, I can go into more detail. I don't know if you want me, or if we should wait until later. I guess
we could probably wait until later. I think just doing the overview now. Brandon, what about you?
So the trailer, I only watched it once because I don't tend to do trailers. I think I watched it when I think it was Project Hail Mary. I can't remember exactly. Trailer didn't particularly wow me, and neither did the film. I didn't hate or love either of them. I didn't notice the trailer as being particularly bad. And I guess it was broadly representative of what the film ended up being. It didn't feel like they deliberately put things in the trailer to get people on the internet talking, even though obviously that did end up happening. And all of the massive amount of cultural discussion surrounding it, I just did not care about any of that, and that did not affect my expectations of the movie. I'm guessing by the sounds of it that I'm probably the most positive on the film out of the four of us. But I have only seen it once, and I don't know how good I would say that it is. I would say on a scale of good to bad, I would say good. But yeah, of course my opinion may change after this discussion.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've still not got a settled opinion. I've seen it twice, or like 2.5 times, obviously in preparation for this. I thought the trailers were almost like, if you wanted to market a movie in the most annoying way possible, I think those trailers did a really good job, and they definitely didn't help. there's a reason I think, because Christopher Nolan, I don't know that he normally does a huge amount of publicity for his movies himself. Obviously, his name is very like famous and attached to everything, but in terms of going and doing huge amounts of interviews or doing a whole bunch of stuff on Twitter and everything, I've never got the impression from him that he does lots of that. He's done lots for this movie. And I think it's partly because, of how much they need this to succeed. It's an expensive film, but I think it might also be a late reflection on the fact that the trailers weren't having the desired effect. I think the movie is better than the trailers were giving it, like giving the impression of. I also don't necessarily think it's... I think as a movie, it's okay. I sort of vary between I don't like this at all to there's some stuff in here that I quite like. As an adaptation, it's not particularly good. It's quite subversive even, and in interesting ways, not sort of cheap, hollow ways all the time. There's some cheap, hollow, boring subversion in it as well. But as an overall impression, I'm probably not going to see this film ever again, and I don't think I'll be very unhappy if that never happens. So there is that. But maybe the hottest take I have coming away from this is that even when you take all the changes into account, when you look at what it's actually doing with its story, when you see how it's fundamentally, in many important respects, altered all of the characters and all of the thematic content and many of the plot points. It's actually kind of a boomer slot movie. And
oh yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Why do you? Because I wonder if we're sort of aligned on the reasons for that. Why would you say it's a boomer slot movie?
Well, first of all, it's a very modern movie. The whole thing, every decision feels like an attempt to take something from the past and sort of like drag it kicking and screaming into modernity in the worst ways possible to sort of like sully the past to sell the present is sort of how I would describe what this movie's doing thematically. But basically, Odysseus' story in this, as compared to the original, because they are so unalike that it's weird to even call this the Odyssey, as far as I'm concerned. But by the end of the movie, he just I guess the whole thing just feels really kind of depressed and miserable in a way that is completely lacking in sort of like heroism and sort of optimism and things of that nature. The whole thing feels very kind of like, oh, it feels like he took the Odyssey and made it into Oppenheimer.
I don't know if this
Especially
is
the
adjacent
ending.
or if it sounds nonsense to you, but it felt slightly like a bad Odyssey theme park ride to me. Where it was like, you're familiar with this part, we're doing this part, okay, next part.
Yeah.
It's like, excuse me? Oh, I expected it more weaved as opposed to very definitively obvious chapters that almost don't even connect.
Yeah, which is obviously a function of how they've changed up the stuff with Calypso in particular, because it's like it's all narrated back as and when the story requires it to be. But that means you can spend lots of time not necessarily joining your scenes together. But the boomer slop thing, I'd go slightly further and maybe a bit more specific. So if you remove all the nouns from this film, and you just describe it. So there's a guy, and he goes to a war, and he thinks the war's a really cool, brilliant thing. It's patriotic to sign up to it. He commits a whole bunch of war crimes. He finds that actually the reasons he went to war were not the ones he thought. He's kind of depressed and disgusted by everything he's done. He leaves at the end. He goes to therapy. He gets hooked on opioids. He fears for whether or not his people will ever accept him again. There are draft dodgers. He's concerned that maybe his wife should move on and, while he's away at war, go and sleep with somebody else. What I'm kind of describing could just as easily describe a standard, fairly generic Vietnam War film as it describes the Odyssey. And I think that that's kind of deliberate.
Should we pause for
modernized.
a second so that Fringy can get his your answer your question from earlier?
Hi, Fringy.
Hello.
Welcome.
Morning.
Yeah. This is so annoying. This never happens, and that happens twice in a row. It's like, yeah, hi.
Hello. What were your opening thoughts on the Odyssey? Sorry to do this to you immediately after you wake up, but
No, that's
Well, you can put the specific question to him.
yeah. The specific question was when you. I'm just worried that this might be slightly too many things for a tired brain, but we'll try it anyway. Fuck it. The trailers came out. Compared to what you thought the movie was going to be when you saw the trailers, was it better, the same, or worse than you thought it would be based on the marketing?
I don't know. I think weirdly enough, it probably ended up being more or less exactly the level of quality that I was expecting. I think that this film, I feel that this film very much sort of clarifies my general frustrations with certain aspects of Nolan's filmmaking. More so than or more so than maybe like a whole bunch of his other films, and maybe in particular because it's based on like something that he didn't, it's an adaptation of an existing story. So like when you're watching the film, as somebody who is very much unfamiliar with the Odyssey, and then you see something that's cool, or there's something that happens that you like, it's like, oh, okay, I wonder if that's because that's like from the original story. And then when something plays out that you don't like, it's like, I wonder if this is something where he decided that he was going to implement some changes, as he wanted to. And then in terms of like as a film itself, like, man, there's a lot of great shots. Other times this film has like a chronic inability to hang on a shot ever. I'd say there's so many shots where it's like, man, I feel like we cut like half a second or a second too early there. At times, the actual production and scope is very impressive. At other times, it's like, man, I feel like Troy is made of like styrofoam. This feels very Nolan-esque of like, this doesn't feel real to me at all. It feels so like unbelievably like fake, even despite all of the efforts that have gone into like making this and doing things practically. And it's I don't know, it's just like, like, yeah, man, yeah, sure. I mean, I kind of like the movie, I guess, but it's a lot of the stuff that I like, I can only assume is like just from the original story, and then at times like I wonder if I am actually a fan of if you were to be, I guess, more charitable to sort of the approach and almost like naturalistic like presentation of the fantasy, which like, okay, yeah, it's like, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, I wish there was more fantasy stuff, like, because that's usually the most entertaining and interesting parts of the movie. So I don't know, I kind of liked it, I guess, but like, I will never watch this movie again.
Yep.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are we doing broad thoughts at a different point? I'm confused. Because
How do you mean? Oh,
because marketing compared to broad experience versus thoughts on film overall.
Oh, I thought that was kind of by implication to say, well, one question leads to another. But no, but yeah, if you want to do broad thoughts as well that you didn't encompass in the first answer, by all means, go ahead.
You say whatever your heart desires, Mahler. Go for it.
Well, because yeah, I just wanted to, because I was thinking of answering that question in a really specific way, but then I was like, I mean, if we are, because I didn't get the sense. Did you give your like sort of full take on it, Cap and Random? I mean,
not yet, but I figured we had time.
That's what I'm saying. If there's another time we're doing it, it's still chill. I was just wondering.
We can do it now.
We're going to be here for a while, but yeah.
No, this is going to be like a 40-minute stream. We're almost done. All right. Well, if I was going to say, so like broadly speaking, then that there's the stuff I liked to be as nice as possible. I was enjoying Nolan's version of presenting like because I know a common perspective on this is that his sort of nuts and bolts dragged down to the ground fantasy is frustrating considering all the elements in this story, like the mythological stuff. But I was still interested in how he was presenting them, specifically stuff like the Cyclops and different effects that are done in what you could call horror sections. And even like I've seen a lot of people are upset with Scylla, but I actually was kind of like interested vaguely in how that was done or what I was looking at. Like his approach to it, I was almost like for every second that it happened, I'd just be like, ooh, and then the scene's over, and we almost moved past it so fucking fast. Like the team barely even seemed to be affected, if you will, and that was like my experience with the whole film. Is every time I got interested in something that was happening, it would be over, and it didn't feel like the next scene had a consequence from it. Our Odyssey lads, I feel like I knew none of them. Except maybe Odysseus, who I was even kind of relatively disappointed with as a character. I feel like he was protagonist man, who had very I guess like move into a broader set of like the acting was quite disappointing for me broadly. I don't think anyone stood out in this. A few people, only in a bad way. Some of them stood out, but the rest felt like they were all doing their default. Specifically, Matt Damon might be the best example of this. The only person that stood out in maybe a positive way was Robert Pattinson to me, and it was not the kind of performance I would ever have thought you'd want to put in a movie like this. He felt like he was super modern. And it was bizarre, but at the same time, I don't blame him. He's a fucking great actor. He did his job that he was clearly told to do. But it was still bizarre. A lot of his deliveries, I was like, what is that doing in this? Then, yeah, my huge issue with the film would be the dialogue. It's just a constant slog through extremely bad exposition and just feels like nobody's talking to each other like people. Very characterless. It's all super pragmatic or like workman sort of thing of like, they got to talk about this to get us to the next scene. And then, yeah, just getting pulled out by everything. All the stuff I've included, but then all just different inaccuracies or weird adaptation choices that are absolutely fucking bizarre from a guy who apparently wants to stick to a lot of things to make it very believable and grounded and realistic. Choreography is about as good as the worst of the Dark Knight trilogy. I don't know if people understand how much of a criticism that is. And the film was longer than this version needed to be, but also shorter than the Odyssey should be. I don't know if that makes sense to all of you as well, but
that makes perfect sense to me. It's kind of like, again, what I mentioned before, that this film has a chronic inability to just let a shot hang. There's so many scenes that are cut way too rapidly. Even to the point where it's like, dude, I usually don't think about this, but like most movies will like show connective actions for like continuity between shots. And it's like, dude, Nolan sometimes just isn't interested in doing that. Like, and it's really weird that he doesn't feel like doing that.
How much of that is because he is committed to filming for IMAX, which the more I learn and read about it, the more annoyed that makes me. IMAX pisses me off significantly. But when you have a camera that's so fucking large and can only film for 3 minutes at a time, maybe you do need to actually cut more often than you should for dramatic reasons.
There's that's definitely part of it. The other thing is that an IMAX projector, to actually project this film in a theater, like, it cannot be longer than 3 hours long. It physically can't be. So this is clearly a movie that, if he had his way and there were no technological restrictions on him, would probably be like 3.5, 4 hours long. Right? Because he has no ability really to edit himself and decide what's important and what isn't. So every scene has to be like really truncated. We have to quick cut the whole entire thing. And the result is that, like, we never really let anything breathe. Basically the same thing happened in Oppenheimer as well.
I think it works more in Oppenheimer, though. That's the thing. It's like Oppenheimer's generally rapid pace feels like it's more appropriate. This, I'm not sure. Maybe someone like Nolan shouldn't do something like fantasy.
It was the concern from the moment this was announced. It was like, is this the man that can do this? Like,
no.
Matt describes himself as not being an artist. Like describe himself as being an artist. I'm gonna do this, fantasy set in ancient Greece. Like, okay.
I think what's so frustrating for me about him is that he has such a perverse relationship to like realism and artifice, where sometimes he's entirely allergic to it, and he's like, no, we can't have the gods causing thunderstorms or anything like that. That's ridiculous. This needs to be grounded. Also, there's a giant cyclops and a woman who turns people into pigs. It's like, what are you doing, man? Like, sometimes he's like very, very autistically specific about like, oh no, this couldn't happen this way, so I need to make it realistic. All the light needs to be motivated, blah, blah, blah. But also the armor, who cares? That can be from any time period. It doesn't matter. Who cares? He's dressed a little bit like he's in a Batman movie. Agamemnon, this like weird spine thing coming out of his helmet. I don't know, just because it looks cool. It's like,
there's a few shots there where it's made me just think of nothing except for Darth Vader. It's
yes,
like, that's what you. Yeah. But that sort of very confused approach is in everything in the film. Because I remember one of the first things I remember reading about this was Ludwig Göransson's score. And when Nolan told him that you can't use an orchestra because the Greeks didn't have those, even though orchestra is a Greek word, but never the fuck mind. So Göransson says, so yeah, I couldn't use an orchestra. So what I did is I blended, like brass drums and electronic instruments. So,
Yeah.
I don't think the Greeks had them either, to be honest. But it would be interesting. I would
lightning
like if you're
bolts,
going for
electric.
historical accuracy, go for historical accuracy, and if you're not going for historical accuracy, don't go for historical accuracy. But it's the weird, confused thing where some things have to be, and then hugely important parts of it are just whatever, laissez-faire. It creates kind of a confused aesthetic, and I'm never entirely sure what movie I'm supposed to be watching. Which is unfortunate, but, you know.
Yeah. Agamemnon standing in the doorway when they opened it, I was kind of like, man, they really are building up this lad as like a he's what I guess I got from the trailer. And what's his story going to be, considering what I know about his story, if you will? And then it's like, it is what you remember, like, but even shorter and off screen. It's like, oh, okay. Like, it just feels weird, man.
It's shorter, it's off screen, and a whole bunch of it's not even pinched from the Odyssey. It comes from Aeschylus. So we'll get to like the precise manner of his death in the real world, but that is not the Odyssey that we're adapting. That is a different thing entirely. But that's another aspect of this is not really an Odyssey film. There's a whole bunch of stuff from this which either is lifted from other sources, or is quite clearly based on modern inspirations, or is just invented wholesale and put on the movie. Including like some of the more significant ancillary character beats like that. Not an Odyssey adaptation, but it belongs in the Odyssey, I guess, because Nolan's just, once again, picking and choosing what he thinks is cool about the time period and what he doesn't really care too much about. But we'll come on to Agamemnon more specifically later. But there's not a huge amount more to come on to, though, in fairness. I mean, he really is he is the look. He's not much of a voice. I think he had some of the worst line delivery in the entire movie.
I was kind of surprised they had him speak at all, considering how much they were amping up. Him just being a presence in scenes. So then when he starts talking, like, oh, that's your voice. Ooh, I don't know about that.
It's not the only occasion where I think the scene would have been better with no speaking, but it is one of the most worst examples of that, I suppose.
Also, like, I will say, because it might come up later, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't be surprised if it is mildly distracting that they all just sort of speak like modern Americans.
Oh my god.
My
god.
Like,
really bad.
This thing of like, oh, well, yeah, but they were all speaking Greek, so the idea that if they were speaking, I don't know, like in sort of the King's English, the idea that that's like more accurate, it's not a matter of accuracy. It's just, I'm sorry, man. We're all used to stuff like this, them having that accent. Like, if they start talking like modern Americans, it's like, especially John Bernthal, just sort of like, yeah, let me tell you something, Telemachus.
So,
like, it's just, I don't know.
I was going to say, like, I don't know if it's a hot take. It's going to sound really mean, but he's in contention for me for the worst performance in this movie. What the fuck was he doing? He didn't seem to, like, even care at all that he was in the Odyssey. He just walked onto set and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to do the thing that I do. Okay, cool. Who am I? Like, I don't even, I'll just read the words, man. Fuck it. I was like, what the fuck is going on? But no, the when Matt Davis says 10 years on this fucking beach, I was like, okay, I'm out, dude. My brain can't take this. Like, stop using modern shit.
I think that's the worst part. Okay, I think I would prefer like King's English, British, accents. That would be the preferable way of going about making this movie in English for me. But if you're going to use American accents, they don't have to speak like it's 2026.
Yeah.
Right? Or at least, if nothing else, they can speak
maybe
in
give
a
them that
formal manner. I mean, go read anything anyone wrote from like 100 years ago and look at how much more formal it was.
It's interesting because even the British actors are told to speak American in this film, so it's quite a deliberately artificial modernity. But I wonder whether this might actually be a good time. I don't know if one of you got the first of the images I shared just above the hat.
The hat,
the left, just above the hat.
I can sure share the hat. The one that starts with Emily Wilson.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the idea, I thought, just very quickly, I mean, I studied a whole bunch of this shit at university, and so now I'm going to let you all in on like the secret coded language of gay people, which is called poetry. So a lot of blame was placed on Emily Wilson for the fact that this is so modern, because she is extremely modern in her interpretation. So people say, well, this is clearly her fault. I actually don't think it is, particularly. I think she's partly to blame for it. But a lot of the stuff that makes this a really, really, really modern movie has nothing to do with her whatsoever. It's entirely Christopher Nolan's story choices that do this. But you can sort of see from these examples what people kind of expect to see versus what they actually get. So oftentimes when you hear people say or see them on Twitter complaining that Nolan or Emily Wilson butchered the original, obviously that's incorrect. There isn't an original because this thing evolved over several millennia at this point. But what they usually refer to, and whenever they share like sections, is from Robert Fagles, who's on the right of that image there. So you can sort of get from that text, it is romanticized, it's highly poetic. It's what you kind of expect from historical, classic, epic storytelling, right? It's stylized in that way quite deliberately because epics are supposed to have a particularly epic feel. I've included Mendelssohn in the middle because there's an interesting thing about like accuracy versus style, which I think was kind of we were talking a little bit about there anyway. Because the Odyssey is one of those interesting ones where actually what people think of about accuracy is so often accuracy to tone, way more than it is accuracy to even things like armor or world setting or any like visual thing you see. Because Robert Fagles is the really famous one. He's actually not all that accurate as a translator because what he's doing is he's writing it in English verse, and you can't do it with Greek without making huge numbers of changes. But it's why I think we've been talking about how like the thing that really takes you out is this modern use of language. It's actually because in a weird way, they're trying to stay more accurate to the types of words that would have been used, but not the types of words we're used to seeing. So Emily Wilson gets the comparison there is "Sing to me of the man muse, the man of twists and turns," and Wilson takes that and says, "Tell me about a complicated man." Now that's not quite the same thing in tone or in intent or in meaning even, because one of them, "A man of twists and turns," is kind of clever in that it can tell you about his actual physical journey, and it can tell you about the workings of his mind, and it can tell you about his morality. And "Tell me about a complicated man" is just saying, yeah, this dude's kind of morally complex. So it's kind of dull by comparison, but it is more modern. The reason I've included Mendelssohn though in the middle is because the reason that you can't really do accuracy with Homer is because this is where the poetry nurture is going to come in. So go to sleep for about 10 seconds and I'll try and get it over and done with there. Homer and like all the ancient Greeks, it's written in dactylic hexameter. And we can't do that in English. Dactylic hexameter, the rhythm for that is like one stress, two small stresses, da, 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 da. And the English language simply doesn't function like that. Ancient Greek does. So whenever an English person comes along and translates it, they have to try and put it into one of the poetic modes that actually English people are familiar with. So Robert Fagles does it in free verse. There's actually no real meter to it. It's just, does this sound poetic and grand? And that's good enough for him. Emily Wilson says, right, well, like most of Shakespeare's sonnets are written in iambic pentameter. That's 5 stresses in each line, and it goes da 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 da, because that's how much like English language works. So she's done it in a really, really contemporary form there as well. And everything about that is like, yeah, there's nothing really special about that. And that's kind of the point she's trying to make. She wants to demystify a lot of this stuff. In her word, I think she wants to demasculinize a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit worse than demystify, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think a little bit. Because it sort of, by trying to clove quite, like, oftentimes a translation from the Greek is actually more accurate than Fagles. But I don't know if you want to put up the second image. I think there might be an instance of that more. So there's a couple of them like that. This one that's coming up is one which someone I saw was complaining about. And say, actually, if you look at the precise meaning of the words, it's not all that different. This person says it's proof that she totally butchered the entire meaning and point of the scene in the Odyssey, but it's not all that different. The town is doomed to ruin is not really all that different than death and slaughter bearing down on Troy, is it? He sang how the Achaeans poured from the horse. Well, that's kind of similar to he sang how troops of Achaeans broke from cover. Like Ares, Odysseus with Menelaus rushed to find Deiphobus' house. Well, that's kind of very, very similar to what Fagles has done. It's Emily Wilson's on the right and Fagles is on the left. But it's just about subtler things like emphasis on the use of language. The town was doomed to ruin kind of makes it like the ruin of the town is in a weird way slightly more important than the action of ruining the town in Wilson. She thinks that the fall of Troy is a really sort of sad thing in a way, and the heroism that the Greeks perceive that as being is significantly less. So all of that's contained less in the precise meaning of the words than in just like the order of the words that are being used. So there are huge differences, and at the same time, not that many differences at all. And it makes it kind of an interesting point of comparison, which I promise I won't go on about too much longer. This is the only time in my life anything I did at university is at all useful, so I have to indulge myself.
I knew we got you for some reason.
Yeah. And there's another one which I annoyingly didn't get the screenshots of, but another example of where just Wilson's preference is just mundane, but probably more accurate. So there's a scene which doesn't actually make it into the film at all, so we can spoil it, where toward the end, a bunch of the women who had kind of slept with the suitors, the slave women in the house, had kind of betrayed their own, loyalty in their own master, and they'd gone around fucking a bunch of suitors. They're all put to death. And Fagles kind of really, really lets them have it. He calls them sluts and whores and basically says they have everything they deserve and more. And he kind of takes a bit of delight in explaining and exploring the manner of their death, which is not very pleasant. Wilson comes along and just says they died horribly, or some words equivalent to that. But again, that's an example of Wilson being more accurate, because the words sluts and whores does not appear in any of the Greek versions. So it's more boring, and weirdly it misses the point, but it is also more accurate at the same time. So it's not as simple. The point of all of this is to say it's not as simple as saying to Emily Wilson, or of Emily Wilson, she is to blame for the Odyssey movie being extremely modern and therefore putting you out of it with modern dialogue or modern story choices. Because a lot of the stuff that she does is highly accurate, which is what people say they want, but a lot of the consequences of that is it's just not what people expect to see. And then, of course, Christopher Nolan comes along and actually does the entire thing to the fundamental structure and themes of the story, which is a bit more significant and important than all of that. That's the only point I think I was really trying to make. Emily Wilson's she's interesting to read, and her insights and her sources and references are all really good. And again, her accuracy typically is pretty top-notch. But using her as a stylistic inspiration probably isn't a good idea, because actually people want a little bit more grandiosity and epicness from their grand and epic poems.
There is a more obvious singular person to blame, I'd say, than her. If you really,
yes.
But this is his movie.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying with that. Nothing too controversial. He gets all the praise and all of the criticism for the broad choices. Of course, we can drill down to other influences and other departments, but he still approved of all of this. This is the Odyssey he wanted. So,
The Odyssey that's got a 9 out of 10 average score.
Yeah, man, it's
so high, man.
I saw a post that was like, it's beaten out Return of the King on Rotten Tomatoes. So there you go. It's like, okay, that's what I mean.
People need to make up their minds on how much they value Rotten Tomatoes as like a metric. They need to figure out where they land, because so reliably do people just fucking twist whatever the outcome is to sort of match however they're feeling about any given movie.
Yeah.
It's a terrible metric. Rotten Tomatoes just tells you how many of the reviews were above a 6 out of 10. That's garbage.
Yeah,
that's like one of the worst metrics that you could ever use. It's so not valuable.
Brains have a way of rationalizing, and I feel like everybody is at least subconsciously guilty of whatever the score says. It will be able to morph to your perspective on the movie. As in, if it was really bad, we'd be like, see? Everyone fucking hates this. If it was really bad on one end, but good, like bad for the audience, but good for the critics, we'd be like, yeah, critics don't know what they're talking about. Flip it. You're like, well, the audience is like, eating up slop. Or it was both bad, everyone hates it. Or if it's both good, you'd be like, well, Rotten Tomatoes is useless. It's like, that seems to be a lot of the time what'll happen. You just pick your poison as to which one. But it is annoying. You would have thought... We totally forget. This fight was being had like 15 years ago about aggregate score sites, and it's just, I think, only gotten actually more influential. Like, they are just taken more seriously. So it's like, well, that's unfortunate.
It's because I think they're taken more seriously for the same reason that they're even more skewed now, which is probably like the last major plank of the meta stuff before we start breaking down the movie, which is that people were fighting so much about this movie that you already knew what a large number of people were going to say about it before it released. And it doesn't have a huge amount to do, I don't think, with the quality of the film. So 99% of critics on Rotten Tomatoes, how many of those have you seen floating around on Twitter and elsewhere saying some equivalent of, as if the Chuds thought this would bomb. The Chuds have lost.
I guess that's the name that's fully locked in now. The Chuds covers a huge umbrella.
Because even the Chuds have sort of tried to claim it as their own, kind of like Yankee Doodle Dandy kind of thing.
I mean, it's a funny name.
Yeah, it works. Both sides seem to like it, so it sticks.
What's also funny is the name for your Toy Story video, Platoon, which I just saw pop up on YouTube.
Oh, is that out? Fuck, I forgot. I forgot I really.
My, I just accidentally made a video.
that name, holy shit!
What's the name?
Hey, hold on. What is it?
Do you want to say it? It's your video.
Yeah, there's, let me find because I can't. There we are. It's yeah, the Toy Story 5 is like someone stuck their hand up a corpse's anus and used it as a sock carpet.
Yeah, that's fair. I think
That is fair.
That's pretty
Yeah.
accurate.
It's
You know
a little
what's
second
really
channel
funny
video. I
is-
thought I could have some fun.
Is this great thumbnail that we've got for this episode?
Yes, I said that because you weren't here. The both Simpsons references are going to be lost on a lot of people. The title and the thumbnail. Do you know what the title's referencing, Fringy?
No, actually, that's escaping me at the moment.
Itchy and Scratchy Land. When you get to hell, tell a Itchy sent you and kicks him.
Oh yeah.
But
was
the
a great
quote
episode.
almost I've got in the title is almost in this movie. I haven't exaggerated it too much.
Yes, you're actually so right. That's true.
Which
That's true. Yeah, when he's talking to our
was-
Batman.
Yeah, it was one of about 150 lines where I was like, like I can't, stop, please stop.
But yeah, so I suppose, yeah, that was the final point to be made, I suppose, in the meta, is that another reason the reviews are so inaccurate is just because everybody had already made their minds up and now is running to defense of whatever positions they held before. But it's okay to change your mind in certain things. It's okay to say it's better than you thought. It's also okay to say that it's worse than you thought. But you probably won't be getting that from Rotten Tomatoes, because, you know, it being on 99% is a sign of some cultural victory or another, I suppose. If you're...
Worth remembering, Black Panther was on 100% for like a month or whatever.
Well, and then the one guy gave it a negative review. Didn't he get like harassed?
I will never
because of
forget.
that?
Yeah, he gave it like a just under because he said he didn't like the action scenes that much, and they all called him racist.
The action scenes of that movie are not good.
No,
so, you
the
know.
whole movie's shit.
I mean,
But
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, yes, of course, but I so do enjoy that this is the way that everybody talks about these movies. By the way, that it's
Yep.
like there's basically no fucking pretense. All of these battles that people are waging for broader like socio-political objectives. I just want to talk about the fucking movie.
It is
Yeah.
getting to a
Well,
point where
I'm
you're
going to
like,
disagree with you slightly here, only to say that some movies, that's the only way to talk about them and like understand what they're trying to do. And I think to at least some degree, The Odyssey is one of those movies.
what that it? Are you
Um,
saying it should be or just is a battleground for like culture?
I mean, it just is by nature of the way it was made and the decisions that went into it. So it's a little hard to separate them from a discussion of
Well,
why this.
I don't
movie
think Free was
exists in
saying
the
that.
manner
Just
it
that
does.
it's a shame that it seems like a lot of people, and this is definitely not everyone, but a lot of people aren't even interested in talking about what it does as a story. It's just what it does on
Yeah,
the broader
that's fair.
political sense.
That's more so like what it is
Okay.
that it's like I feel like there are so many people who are just not even watching any of these movies in the sense that like they're not even like receiving the information that's in the film. It's like it's only going to be examined or filtered through some sort of political lens that kind of can massively influence for the positive or the negative, like what the response is going to be. I just want,
It's-
you know, and it's all the time. So many movies this happens. Like it's just so lame.
like, can this movie's success or failure be turned into a stick that I can beat my political opponents with? That seems to be the way this goes.
Yeah, I mean it's the same with Supergirl, dude. I just want DC
Yeah,
to fail because I actually hate like the DC universe creatively. Like it's that simple.
The universe has got major problems, its captain has major problems, and the film itself has major problems, and you've got people being like, I wish that wasn't the case so Critical Drinker doesn't win. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's just
What?
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, a spade,
it's so-
man. Jeez.
Oh god, there was that tweet, wasn't it? I don't need Supergirl to win. I just need Critical
Yeah.
Drinker to win.
It doesn't make any sense. He doesn't lose if it made loads of money. What do
And
they
of course,
think
it
that?
absolutely didn't do that. So you know.
Well, I mean,
Anyway.
I suppose that there is a point. Maybe it's slightly more toward what Cap was saying. That there is certain choices were made by Nolan in the making of this movie in the course of updating it. Because what
I don't
choices
think
you
that the
make to bring it
context
to
should
a
be ignored for
No.
sure.
The choices you make in
context
like
makes
bringing
all
it to a
come out.
modern audience, kind of, you have to define in your own mind what the modern audience you're appealing to actually is, which is a semi-political choice.
But
Or it can be a political choice more often than
I
not.
admit, and I don't know if it's going to be different for anyone else here, but like I could not get immersed in this movie. The best, it would be like 5 minutes, maybe 10, and then some bullshit would pull me back out, and I was like, great.
Yeah.
It fluctuated. It's again the frustrating aspect of like Nolan as a filmmaker is that for any effort that's put into immersing me, there's something else that just reminds me, damn, this is a bunch of people on a set.
Yeah, yeah.
It really, like, the Troy sequence feels like one of the clearest examples of that. There was a lot of how it was shot and composed and structured that I thought was really cool. But again, it's like, dude, you're not showing me any of the action because you don't like doing that for some reason, Nolan. I don't know why you're bragging that this film is R-rated. I don't feel it really at all. I feel like you almost shot it as if it could be PG-13. Like,
That's
with some
funny.
minor changes.
So I knew it was a 15 here in the UK, but the UK tends to be a little bit stricter on its age ratings than the US. And both the US and the UK have a rule where if you say the F word too many times, then it will bump up the age rating. And I believe there's 3 in this movie because the violence is just not there. Like, I don't think that that's a problem, but it seems like he wanted an R rating for whatever reason. So he threw in 3 fuck bombs and got it.
He's a bizarre person. You'd be like, so we get nudity? He's like, nope. You're like, okay. Oh, what, are we getting like some hyper violence? Nope.
No,
okay.
Really.
Drug use? It's like you got some flowers. I don't know. You know, we got F-bombs. Shut up. Just feels like unnecessary to section your movie off on that age rating and waste the ability to portray certain events.
$250 million, you know?
Oh.
It's strange as well because, like, if it was anyone other than Christopher Nolan making this movie, it would have been PG-13. It would have been a studio mandated PG-13. The only reason why they gave him $250 million to make a fantasy epic is because he just made over $1 billion on an R-rated 3-hour-long biopic of a guy from World War II. Like, no one else could have done that. So, but that's just making me think, like, why did he not lean into it being an R-rated movie if he really wanted it to be an R-rated movie?
I don't know, because he's a weird man. He's a
strange man.
Sterile and passionless at times with his filmmaking.
It feels like that's the other cultural contextual like conversation that's happening. Everyone is trying to figure out Nolan because, like, what are you doing? What are you up to? What are all these decisions?
It's even stuff like you know, I like Century Gothic. I don't know if that's exactly the font that he's used in the like poster and that appears in the film, but I don't know that I would be using like a really modern font for my, you know, mythological fantasy epic.
But it's in keeping with every other decision, isn't it?
Yes, yes. That's exactly it. It's like, but of course Nolan did this because this is what he's into, I guess. But I don't know, man. I don't get it.
What frustrates me most about this movie is that by its very nature, this kind of sword and sandals epic mythological story is not something you can make for cheap, right? And so he, more than perhaps anyone in Hollywood, has the sort of clout and the name recognition and apparently the money to make a movie like this. And so we don't actually get a lot of good opportunities to see something like the Odyssey adapted well or faithfully or just like a good movie of this sort in general. And so in that context, all of his decisions are extra frustrating to me because he had every available opportunity to do it right, for lack of a better way of putting it, and he just chose not to. When you know, people will say when discussions were taking place about the armor and historical accuracy, and it's like, okay, you don't have to be the most historically accurate ever. People will accept it if it's just cool. He failed that test. Yeah. But wouldn't it be nice to see what it actually would have looked like? I would like to see that personally. And I think if you can't make actual like Mycenaean, or however you pronounce it, armor look cool, then I think you suck as a filmmaker. It does look cool, and there's a real missed opportunity there to just adapt the Odyssey faithfully. And like, you could have made it happen more than anyone else in Hollywood because you have such name recognition and you've built up all this goodwill from like normal audiences that will come see anything you make. And you chose to do this with that. And that really annoys me, frankly.
Yeah. It's the frustrating thing whenever you modernize a historical epic like this is that you got an opportunity to do one of two things. Either you can show the audience the world as it used to be and how very different it is, there are some points of commonality, obviously, but either you emphasize the differentness and almost the alienness of the thing to give them something authentic, or you modernize and say, this is kind of like any other story you've already seen set in the last 5 years, but set 3,000 years ago. And you kind of miss, I think, some of the real value of these films, which is just that cultural memory, showing people what we used to be, which we're not all that interested in. Because I sure as hell nobody actually wore armor like the one we just saw on screen there, because that just looks unbelievably shit.
I don't know. There's so many ways to insult it that I agree with. Like, a lot of people said it looks 3D printed. It looks like cardboard before it's been colored up as like a really shitty low budget prop. Looks really styrofoamy or whatever. It's just like, yeah, there's nobody's saying good things about it. It just looks really fucking bad, man.
And $250 million. There's no excuse.
I know it's it's hard to make these things cheaper. I did look it up. Ben-Hur, obviously a huge historical epic. If you adjust its budget for inflation, it comes out at about 150 million, so 100 million less than this.
Yeah.
Before marketing, obviously. But you can actually do these bigger and cheaper. Well, we used to be able to do that.
That's for sure. That's the other thing that's remarkable is because Nolan in general is actually pretty good at keeping the budget down in the past. Oppenheimer was a star-studded movie shot on the most expensive film format imaginable. It's a period piece and all these sets and all that sort of stuff, and he made it for $100 million. That's actually pretty impressive considering it's like 3 hours long also. Like he's usually pretty good at this, but I don't know that I really see the extra $150 million in this movie versus the Oppenheimer.
I'm inclined to agree. Oppenheimer also had boobies.
That's true. They did. The big old boobies, and not in this movie. Also, is this a movie that will blackpill everybody on IMAX? Because at this point, I don't get it. Like, as a big marketing check.
Wait, isn't there a concern of doing the reverse? If it's like hyper successful, people are like, oh my god, IMAX is actually a godsend. Everyone should be doing this.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is more so like, okay, that may well be the case, but at the end of the day, IMAX is like really not that accessible. For a lot of people, IMAX is not accessible.
It runs on the same basis as Cartman Land. The whole point of IMAX is that not everyone can get in, and IMAX has been pissing me off all week just because like I didn't know a huge amount. It's just so the whole selling point is that some people can say to their poorer friends who live in the provinces, "I went to see it in IMAX." And like, okay, so you're telling me that being able to see maybe 5 additional inches of sky above a boring actor's face makes the movie better? No, it doesn't.
Especially when all of these movies, at the end of the day, they have to be constructed for the standard letterboxd format because that's what the vast majority of people are actually going to see in cinemas.
I will say,
I mean, it's even down to the fact that there are so many movies that will have certain sequences that are in IMAX. And so it's like, oh, so just suddenly the movie's aspect ratio just changes, like almost arbitrarily. I don't know. I don't get any of this. Like, why do we put so much stock into a format that's so fucking inaccessible to so many people?
Because accessibility is boring. No one can brag about accessibility.
I get what you're saying about the whole like, oh boy, a whole extra big fucking thing of sky. But when you see the comparisons of the image, it is kind of like, holy shit, there's a whole extra frame on, split in half and put at the top and the bottom. And I'm sort of sitting there like, Nolan, do you want me to be seeing? I guess not.
Here's the problem. Compromised the version I'm watching is because of how inaccessible IMAX is.
I think part of the problem with shooting a movie for IMAX, especially the way Nolan does it, is that now there isn't an official aspect ratio at all. And so you have to frame the movie for none of them and all of them at the same time. And I think that hurts the composition of literally every frame in every format because you're not being deliberate about your composition.
I totally agree. Just letterbox it. Just letterbox. That's what most people are able to see. So
here's the other one. Here's the other thing. If you really like the 1.43 massive, huge IMAX aspect ratio, you can just show that in normal theaters. It will fill the height of the screen, but not the width. Plenty of movies do that. It's really not that weird. Obsession is a movie that came out this year that had a 1.5 aspect ratio. No one complained even once about the way that looked in the theaters. If you want the full height, do the full height. Just fucking pick one. That's what I'm saying at this point.
Yeah,
it drives me crazy.
It's just weird though, because like so much of the marketing is focused on IMAX, and then that little thing they released where it was like, look at this frame, and there's all of this in IMAX, and I'm just sitting there like, are you saying I need to which one am I supposed to watch? Like, do you not care? Does it matter? I don't know. Okay.
You're supposed to watch the one that the tickets are more expensive for and that you have to travel 50 miles to go and see. That's the idea.
And that's the thing. I'm like, I ain't doing that. So, like,
well, I mean, again, it's worth noting for some people they would have to go interstate to watch it on IMAX.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like that's what some people would have to do. IMAX is not very accessible.
Less than 1% of screens, I think, right, in the United States are IMAX.
Oh,
And
it's
even
very
and,
low, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in other
within
countries-
that less than 1%, a whole bunch of IMAX screens are not actually IMAX screens. They're just slightly taller rectangles. They're not even the full square. But people will still pay a premium for a slightly taller rectangle because it has the IMAX label on it. Just watch the movie. IMAX doesn't change dialogue. It doesn't change the script. It doesn't change costumes. It doesn't change acting. It doesn't change anything that actually matters about the movie. It just makes it slightly easier to distract yourself when the movie is shit. That's all it does.
Yeah, like there's literally only one cinema in Australia that can project 70mm IMAX. There's one in the whole country. So like, yeah, I don't know. It's I think it's almost a little bit rude to me to like constantly promote like, yeah, IMAX, you got to see it in IMAX. It's like, what are you telling me? Like, what,
by the way,
if you live in the wrong place, like, oh, too bad, you don't get to watch it in IMAX.
We gotta, I don't know, like, I'm happy to move to it next, but we gotta make sure we touch on the fucking sound. Nolan's mixing.
Oh yeah.
One more thing.
I can barely hear him.
Well, I was listening to FNT, or I think it was, I don't know. I was talking to, I'm pretty sure it was Gary who said this. So funny, but it's like the mixing. It's not funny anymore, Nolan. Like the idea that he's been fucking with the mix for so long. It's like, dude, we're well beyond a joke at this point, Nolan. Like, please get someone in that can fix this. How many movies, man?
Well, I think, okay, so part of the thing with Nolan, and this really annoys me, is that he's entirely allergic to ADR. He hates it. He only wants to use audio recorded on set. Now, when you're recording audio on set, there isn't actually really loud music playing in the background. So, and because he's not really the best director when it comes to actors, there I said it, everyone's just sort of whisper mumbling throughout the entire movie. And because everyone's whisper mumbling throughout the entire movie, you have to crank that audio up to get it over the music that's going to be in the background. And so the mix is really muddy and terrible in a lot of his newer movies. And like throughout this movie, people are whispering, and I'm just like, can you speak up? This is a movie. I want to hear what you're saying, please. Put some effort into it.
I missed several lines because I didn't know what was being said behind different sounds.
Yep.
I very nearly didn't hear Matt Damon scream, "Let's go."
So I just looked this up because I was curious. I knew that IMAX cameras were like really, really, really loud, as well as being really big and really heavy, which just makes them that much harder to use. I didn't realize that Nolan didn't like ADR, but that actually explains quite a lot. So an IMAX camera, when it is running, is about 100 decibels.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That so it is fucking loud. And because I know that as well for the Odyssey, he developed like a case for it that reduces the volume by like 70%. But even then, that's still loud. That's still noticeable.
Yeah, in the I didn't notice it as much in the Odyssey, but in Oppenheimer, I can hear lav mic rustle that they have tried to like temper with like, you know, massaging the audio in post to get rid of the lav mic rustle, because he just doesn't want to have anyone record lines in post. But like, because I edit audio sometimes and have worked in production sound, I hear that and go, oh, the lav mic was rustling. You could have just had him say a couple lines into a microphone and that would have been fine. You have like the best sound engineers. Well, you have access to the best sound engineers on the planet. But like he leaves stuff like that in the movie because he just hates ADR. It's like it wouldn't kill you to use it a little bit, Chris. Just
but then it would be less authentic, and self-described cinephiles couldn't say, "Isn't it amazing that he films 3-minute long shots on cameras that apparently run on coal?" Because that's what, you know, people do.
Maybe he has to pray to fucking Athena to get this shit done sometimes. You know, it's the only choice he has. Because it's funny, right? Like, Tenet got hit huge for its mixing problems. And then going back to Dark Knight Rises, the shit with Bane's voice. Can't fucking hear him. And that was redubbed, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Enough people complained about that one, yeah.
Well, something that's kind of awkward about him is that for as much as there is to praise about him being technically impressive, in other ways, he is, like, weirdly incompetent.
Well, that's why it's so confusing to me there, because it seems like a very clear stylistic choice. I just don't understand it. Like if you're in Interstellar would be one example where I think it works a bit better because you've got characters yelling over the very loud music and the engines of the spaceship and everything's exploding and going wrong. Like it being very loud and energetic kind of makes sense. But then in Tenet is probably the worst example I can think of. It's worse than Bane, I think, where you've got two characters delivering very important exposition to each other while they're hanging off the side of like a jet ski or a boat or something. Why do you set that scene there? Like, what does that do? What's the purpose?
I often wonder if he wants me to hear these things at all.
Well, yeah.
Sometimes it would be better if you didn't. There were a few lines where I had to stop myself doing this because the dialogue in the West will discuss later. The dialogue in this film it ain't great. Not one of the best aspects of it, but there were a couple of times where not on the, like the first watch was that I didn't hear that, and the second watch was I didn't hear. I don't care. I have to write it. No, I don't care. No, but I have to write it. No, but I don't. It's not going to matter. But I do need to hear it, so I have to pay way more attention than I should. I suppose it's a good way of ensuring the audience doesn't fall asleep. But weirdly, like I think I found it slightly easier in this film because it wasn't Hans Zimmer scoring it, so like, you didn't have vroom, vroom, vroom going over the top of all of the dialogue. So it was slightly easier than some of his other films, I found, but still not easy to make out what was being said.
I mean, we got drum spam in this film. I don't know.
Do. That was going to be my segue to talk a little bit about the music.
Yeah.
I was not greatly impressed with it. I think there's maybe one theme that I could hypothetically describe as memorable.
I can't think of anything, honestly.
No.
Like, it's weird. I don't. Nothing jumped out.
There's one part that actually kind of sounded like Greek flutes, the way, they would have in ancient Greece. And that was like, oh, that feels like the time period, roughly speaking. That's nice. It's got a nice little melody to it. That's it. Everything else is just a lot of low thumping, these big dramatic scenes. There's no melody to hold on to. There's nothing that's going to have you remember that moment musically. You'll just remember, oh, they ran through Troy, and what was the music doing? I don't know. It was thumping a lot, I think. Yeah.
The drums increase their pace and their frequency to make you tense. That's how drums work.
I think that's part of why the movie, in particular in like the first 30 minutes of the movie, which we'll get to that, I'm sure. I found it very difficult to kind of lock on to who was where and like which character, remembering like which character wanted to do what and where they were, because the characters are, you got flashbacks, people are talking about other characters, you've got subjective POVs going on. And the music is just not doing anything to help you. I thought the music was entirely forgettable, and sometimes there is a reason why movies have orchestras. Lord of the Rings being the perfect example. You've got these various motifs that represent each character, each time period, and each location, and you weave in and out of them. And even if you close your eyes, you can then draw certain connections between the characters. Like, oh, this character has turned evil. You can tell because of the music, that kind of thing. This didn't have that. It was as if there was no music helping you at all.
Do you remember, just on that point, because there's been discussion on the sort of cinephile aspects of Twitter where I can't remember whose quote it was, but it was an ask of where's the lighting coming from. I think it might have been about Lord of the Rings, and the response was the same place the music comes from, which is, I just find that an interesting topic about diegetic, non-diegetic. But you won't catch anybody saying to Nolan, that's retarded that you're not going to be using certain instruments in the orchestra in the soundtrack because they wouldn't be time relevant. That's not but like, because it's Nolan, there'll be an effort to say like, wow, that's amazing. That kind of authenticity.
And yet at the same time to defend the fact that they all talk like just modern day Americans.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but that's fine though. I like, and also just that just seems silly, but I get what you mean, that people will try to make that effort for some reason.
Can we talk about the way the movie looks? It's kind of related to the IMAX discussion, because this movie was shot entirely on IMAX cameras. Now, setting aside the whole IMAX presentation aspect, the thing about IMAX cameras is that they're huge. The film is gigantic, right? And so in order to get the same field of view that you would get on like a typical 35 millimeter film camera, you need to have a lens that literally is like more than twice as magnified. Right. And so basically every scene in the movie compared to a comparable movie shot on like 35 millimeter film has a way, way shallower depth of field. And so throughout the movie, basically nothing in the background is in focus ever, really. And there are some shots where it's like wide shots on a bright sunny day and they look kind of nice. But Sunny is even kind of an overstatement. There's not a lot
Yeah.
of direct sunlight in the movie at all. Pretty overcast the whole time. But all the interior stuff I thought looked really sludgy and made it like the lighting, because of course Nolan, one of his peculiarities is that he needs the light to feel motivated constantly. So everything felt very underlit, very like shallow depth of field. All the interior scenes at night looked kind of like crap to me, honestly.
One of the ones that stand. It was the one that people pointed out with the Anne Hathaway, the Botox, like that. You know that like scene where people were saying that. I'm not talking about that specifically, but like that shot in particular. I remember it's like, dude, I feel like Anne Hathaway keeps coming in and out of focus here, which is just sort of slightly moving forward and back, like as you would expect an actor to do in this scene.
That's
and
how
yes, I think I agree as
the
well.
focus is. Yeah.
Yeah, now that you've pointed that out, now I'm recalling just how many times in the film that was the case. And yes, certainly the nighttime interior sequences, like with the lighting choice as well, it's like, oh, I feel like this isn't helping, you know? It's like kind of almost hard to discern exactly what is happening on screen sometimes.
Seeing this
and not in a good way.
post, and it's like, look at the behind the scenes of them messing with IMAX. And you're like, oh, the sea, it looks so much more beautiful than in the clip that they have in this clip of the film.
I went away and Googled this, right? Because I saw this as well, and I thought, so is the IMAX camera notoriously bad at capturing color? So I Googled it. So it's like, no, the IMAX camera is exceptionally good at capturing color. Well, then where the fuck did it all go?
Honestly, I guess he chose not to, but this is because people have been pointing this out with Moana, the live action remake. It's like, so what's the deal? Like, why can things just not be colorful anymore? what happened?
I mean, when it comes to this movie in particular, I think what you could say is that he has a very
story motivation.
The dim view of the past, and you know the whole ethos of this movie is presenting the past in a way that feels like it's trying to make it kind of uglier than it was, less heroic, less optimistic, you know, all those sort of things. And so, as a result, everything is kind of gray and bland. And
he would say, well, it's a collapse of the Bronze Age, so that's like the reason, because everything's sort of fallen apart. So the water itself becomes a slightly less colorful.
And Odysseus is on like a grief-fueled journey filled with like regrets and
it's about trauma and being depressed now, so everything has to be sapped of color.
But then even at the end, when they're riding off into the sunset, it's like, yeah, this still doesn't look very vibrant though. This is meant to be our happy ending.
Well, and he's fucking looking at dolphins. Like, are we really we're including that? What kind of feeling do you want to give that off? But also, it's just the sea looks like it's fucking just sludge.
Well, the other thing is, like, there are scenes in the movie where the ocean looks pretty saturated, actually. But I remember that shot with the dolphins specifically because it's a wide shot of the Viking longship, right? And the ocean looks pretty blue. Then we go over Matt Damon's shoulder to look at the dolphins, and it's perfectly gray. And then we cut back to the same wide shot where it's blue again. So in addition to looking rather joyless and lifeless, it doesn't even fit the scene. Like, the continuity there is really bad. It's not color corrected to match the shots around it. It's not good. It's a pretty amateurish color correction mistake, I would argue.
Well, I suppose on that note, we should probably start talking about the film. So, unless there's anything else that we want to cover in the matter, really, have we touched all the bases?
It might come up as we go. Yeah.
Cool. Well, the Odyssey opens with a rapper. So that's good.
Wait a minute, are we talking about Jurassic World Dominion here? Snickers rapper?
No, a rapist rapper.
I see.
That was wait, that wasn't what it was called, was it? What was the new one called? You said Dominion.
After Rebirth, even.
Oh,
I do
as if I can fucking remember the new one, yeah.
Rebirth has a Snickers rapper. The Odyssey has an American rapper. So he's the reason Nolan has given for having a rapper is that he believed since these stories began live and were sustained for many millennia by oral recitations, rap is the closest modern analog to an ancient Greek orator.
You need to hear a slap sound after he says that.
Yes, you do.
I don't see that's incredibly stupid. But I think he knows that, which is why I think it's worse. I don't think he just has no idea what rap is. I think he does know, and he's saying that anyway, which is worse.
Well, yeah, he helped write a rap song for this very movie, so he definitely has to know what rap
Oh,
is.
yes. That was for the end credits, which was very much giving me flashbacks to The Acolyte.
Yeah.
You remember the end credits music and that? It's like, why? I don't know, man. I wouldn't do this for my...
Is it
I'm
bad
sorry, man,
that didn't hit me as terrible because of just how much I was
How
not
whole
even
movie?
treating this like it was what it is at that point?
No. I mean, I wouldn't have brought it up if not for that being mentioned.
Yeah.
I accepted it immediately. Like, yeah, okay, sure, Nolan. Yep.
Yeah. So on the theory that Kanye West is capable of writing the Iliad, he begins by saying, "A face, a fleet, a war, a man, a thought, a trick to break the walls of Troy and burn it, screaming to the ground." He sounds quite aggressively American. So the movie's it's very efficiently telling you that this is extremely modern, just in the line delivery and in choice of actor and in everything about it. So it's kind of within the first line, you're either going to get this or not, I think, which was at least polite. It saved my time.
Also probably worth saying that you can't even make the argument that he's just that good of an actor. He's awful in this. Travis Scott is legitimately awful in this. There's nothing about him that communicates that, oh, I can see why you're the bard.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I was just confused as to why he was telling, because he's telling that story to the suitors, right? That's where that takes place?
Yes.
Why?
Well,
why would they...
That question's going to come up a lot for this first entire scene with all of the dialogue within it. I think it makes a bit more sense in this one particular instance because the idea of many of these poems and stories is that they were done by recitation and frequent recitation. People would ask to hear them even if they'd already heard them. It's akin to going back and watching your favorite movie multiple times in a year. It's kind of the closest they had in their art sort of realm of artistic production to that. So I could buy that he was singing the Song of Odysseus here, even though most of the people have heard this a dozen times before, because it's the equivalent of like the Captain America of their day, I guess.
I mean, I guess so, but specifically the reason why they're there is because they want to slam Odysseus' wife. So would they really want to be listening to a guy rapping? I mean, he's not really rapping, but a guy rapping about how awesome Odysseus is? Like, I didn't understand why he was telling that story.
I think they all believe he's basically dead, and he is a war hero. He's the kind, like, they want what he had, so it's kind of, they want his wife, yeah, but they also kind of want his esteem and his reputation, and war stories are extremely grand and grandiose. It's a story of, you know, the hero of their people. So even though, yeah, they're here to nick his wife, they probably wouldn't be here trying to nick his wife if he were back here, which is kind of, it's a fairly important part of the story. So I don't think they don't despise Odysseus in the way that you might expect from someone who's trying to steal Odysseus' wife, would be my read of that.
Yeah, fair enough.
We get, so all of this is intercut, so as he's sort of beginning to tell this story, you see this desolate beach. There's lots of old bits of boat lying around, and we go back fully, and we find that Elliot Page has arrived, and Elliot Page is playing Sinon. And it's unfortunate because I don't think facially performance-wise didn't think was bad, but the run just reminded me of like the forced perspective stuff they used in The Lord of the Rings. It's like watching The Hobbit.
Dude. Like the fact that you start at the movie and you're hit with some major hammers to the face in terms of lacking immersion, and that run, like, it has been rightly fucking made fun of. It is beyond pathetic.
It's just the way that his arms are like swinging around.
I don't know. It's the
just
kind of shit where you'd be like, well, it sort of tells you about like the character is very is waning over the lack of nourishment, and that they're a stunted person just generally. I just feel like this is ridiculous. This is like someone who just got dragged off the street, was told to pretend to play soldier. It is. I thought it was awful.
I thought, again, before watching the movie, I thought the funniest waddle would be Odysseus lets go with his little waddle as he starts running, but no, there's an even better waddle. It's great.
My mind was just like, at the back of my mind, I was hearing Bilbo saying, "I'm going on an adventure," as he was running along the beach. And because like the backstory is that Sinon was kind of plucked off the street and wasn't supposed to be there. But the problem is that was like more than 10 years ago. So that's a lot of soldiering that's supposed to have happened in the interim, which does not seem to have left any markedly...
Well, the character is supposed to be something of a quality warrior, right?
Well, yeah.
It varies.
Complicated.
Sinon is not
Okay.
in the Odyssey.
Yeah.
So that's one reason it's slightly peculiar.
Well, we're off to a good start there.
Off to a good start.
Appears in the Iliad a bit more, and appears in some of Aeschylus's stuff a bit later as well, and is supposed to be a really clever spy. So not a hugely brilliant warrior, fighting warrior, but is a soldier, but is most notable for being very clever and sort of witty and able to infiltrate places like that, which this movie could have made a bit more use of and didn't. So
They didn't do that at all in this movie. She's not a spy, really.
Well, I mean, it's basically told, and as we see here, sit there until some Trojans appear and then die.
Yeah.
That's the idea. And but does manage to tell the very important lie before expiring, which is that the one of the most important lies in the entire thing. This is a peace offering, and the Greeks have left. It's an offering to Athena, and so this convinces the Trojans to take the horse and take it back into their city. And we never see. Well, we don't see Sinon alive ever again. Though there's a killing blow which is spared, but we never see the living body anymore. Which is weird because it's almost portrayed as like, no, it's a mercy for me not to kill you quickly. So instead, I'm going to let you bleed out. I don't think that's
I don't think
very important. But there's a very important line besides the lie, which is one of the Trojans in their terrible armor says, "common gods." And that's very important because what we're establishing is that there is indeed a common pantheon, but that also entails a common set of beliefs and behaviors and assumptions which someone might be violating at this present moment. And this movie is going to go on to believe that this is kind of like the original sin of this entire age, which is, again, something you don't find in the Odyssey, because in the Odyssey it's good. But we'll come on to Zeus's lore a bit more in due course.
Wait, I guess we should save it for when we find out the lie.
Yeah, I got comments on that, but I figure we'll wait.
Yeah, we'll save it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we go back to Ithaca then, and Penelope steps out of a room behind a screen, which is where she spends all of her time, and she commands that this rapper stop his rapping because it doesn't belong in ancient Greece. And
I totally agree.
It's anachronistic.
Shut up.
And she doesn't want to hear this song in particular. So we know that she's very cut up about the loss of her husband. And oh boy, will we learn this a few more times in the next 10 minutes. So then the camera sort of pans around, and you get a good look at the rest of the hall, and it's full of suitors. And Tom Holland gets his debut. Yes.
You say that it's full of suitors. It's full of very famous actors, which I found very distracting. This is something that Nolan has done repeatedly. He did it effectively in Oppenheimer, but in the Odyssey, I found it very distracting because he, unlike most directors, he has access to basically as many famous actors as he could possibly want because they will all work with him. So like in Oppenheimer, he would have like, oh, we've got a very important character who shows up for literally 2 minutes. Well, I'll just cast an Oscar-winning actor in that role so that the audience remembers their face. So there was a purpose behind it in that movie. Here, he doesn't do that because he's not really drip-feeding characters and faces and actors to the audience. It's just the camera pans around and there's like 7 famous actors sat in this room. And you're like, which of these am I meant to be paying attention to? Which one's the main character? And that beginning part of the movie, I think that's partly why it felt a bit overwhelming for me.
I just figured Batman was the most important.
Yeah, that's the thing. Eventually it becomes clear. It's like, yeah, he's kind of the, I don't know, almost like the stand-in for kind of what all of them are.
Yeah.
But like, the most ambitious and the most duplicitous one.
So Mr. Tom Holland is playing Telemachus. I think this is
it Telemachus or Telemachus?
Telemachus. I've always said it's Telemachus. I think it probably is Telemachus.
Well, earlier, did I hear you say Menelaus?
Oh, that's going to happen too.
Yeah, because
well,
it fucked me over because I've known Menelaus from the Troy movie for ages, but people say Menelaus is the correct one. I was like, fuck, my brain's not going to get used to that anytime soon.
Well, it's tricky because sometimes the American redone versions like Menelaus are more accurate because a lot of our names for these people are vaguely Latinized. So whenever you see like an AE, we pronounce it A. But in Greek, it would be more pronounced AI as in I. But everyone says A as opposed to I. And it's not consistent. So it's going to be, I don't know, fuck it, really. Just use whichever one you want. I'm going to be using several, I guarantee you, over the course of this stream.
Teleporter.
So
Wait, real
Teleporter.
quick.
That's what a wonderful name.
Telemachus. How old is he supposed to be in the poem?
Younger, I think, because this is going to well, yeah. This ends with him in a position of power and authority without spoiling too much of it, which he does not ever attain in the poem. I don't remember exactly how old he is. I want to say it's between 16 and 18, I think. But
I was very thrown, unfortunately, because I was like, Tom, are you 15 or 28? What are we?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I would say, based on the way he looks, he's kind of too pathetic in this movie.
I was really disappointed. I was hoping we'd get a unique portrayal here to show off acting that I know he's capable of, man. I swear to God. But no, this was like just a Peter Parker without style, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd say again, I feel like that's just clearly Nolan's fault.
No, I think so. I find this for all the
absolutely.
actors. They're all just playing their defaults.
There are a lot of people who are, I would say, bad in this movie who are definitely not bad in other movies.
Yeah. What do you think of Anne Hathaway?
I did not like her. I thought she was really bad.
She was grabbing my attention and throwing me out of the fucking screen. Sometimes she was like, she's so close to the screen, going blah blah blah. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on, Anne?
I did not like her in this.
Kind of almost the opposite problem of a lot of the other characters, where they're kind of muted and bland. In her case, it's like, all right, calm down. Like, let's chill out. Let's chill.
A lot of doesn't help that she has some of the worst lines in the film as well, which is not good.
But if he's supposed to be like 15, I can excuse how, not especially competent he is. But the problem is that he looks 30, because I think he is 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're like, you should be a little bit more competent by now, you'd hope.
You would, especially since he's supposed to be training frequently, but that's used once for one payoff. It's not a general aspect of his being. So this is where we get a very early indicator of what the dialogue is going to be like. Just like the entire film is going to be pretty much exactly like this. One or two exceptions, mostly like this. So he walks up to his mother and he says, "You might want to remind them whose wine they're drinking." And she says, "I don't want Odysseus' song, I want Odysseus." And he says, "Then why do you entertain suitors in his house night after night?" And she says, "In this world, a man does what he chooses, I do what I can." And he says, "I am a man now, mum." And she says, "So throw them out. Break Zeus's law and see what they do to you if you give them that excuse. I've already lost a husband. I don't want to lose a son." He says, "Dad's coming back." And she says, "Then where is he? 8 years since Troy fell, almost 20 since he left us. Where is he?"
And
I think to call that plodding is almost too charitable.
First few minutes of the film, already so many signs it's going to shit, and that was the first proper conversation. I was like, no, this is all so like dry exposition. There's just no real character here. It's all so like informative of just getting things you need to know in the most boring way possible and moving on. It's like, oh, obviously I had some hope we might not have to do that for the whole movie. But that would be a false hope. And
it's like, this is not a new occurrence. None of this conversation even needs to happen in this way. This is all obviously audience benefit stuff. It's so on the nose exposition. But you can't present this as being like, the problem is the suitors have been here for fucking years at this point, drinking the house dry, and then present this as though it's like the first conversation they've had about it.
No, that was the first one that pulled me out of all of it, was the fact that he was like, "Hey, why do you have the suitors here every night?" It's like, how do you not know the answer to that question by now? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you can't have it be that this has been going on for years. And him, like, the question I had is like, is there any... I don't understand the logic that under Zeus's law, which we will go on to talk much more about, that after them being there for years, they can't turn them away now. Like, really?
That's not part of Zeus's law. That'd be Hades' law. You can't do that.
I don't know. That just seems like any sort of basic sort of like standards of etiquette and hospitality would involve not overstaying your welcome or something.
Yeah. Seems like a literalist interpretation of the law.
That Hades guy gets a bad rap.
Or is it beyond even the literal? Because they lean really heavily on this thing that they really struggle to understand. But the basic premise of Zeus's law is that you treat others as you wish to be treated. It's the law of hospitality, because any one of them might be a god. Now that means, you can't kick them out violently, but it also means that they are already breaking the law anyway by acting in the way that they have. So
And that's on theme, right? Because Zeus's law was violated, maybe by someone.
It was all cracking apart. Oh, geez. Maybe you shouldn't have done what you did at Troy, huh?
Is this a part of the Odyssey at all, by the way? Like this fixation on Zeus's law and the idea that like Odysseus. Okay.
No, it is entirely an invention. I don't think it's any. I don't know of a single other source either. I don't. It's obviously not in the Iliad. I don't think it's in Aeschylus. I don't think it's in any. This is a time of heroes. The Greeks themselves at this time did not believe they were living through the Bronze Age.
What?
So,
but they say it in the movie.
I know they say it, but they don't believe it.
It's collapsing.
No, they thought that was like Odysseus in the poem is all about how like it was a great heroic victory, yes. But there are more important things than personal glory. It's about, actually home is where the heart is, where loyalty lies. That matters more ultimately than any great victory you can get on the battlefield, or at least one can't really exist without the other. There's nothing at all about this was a great breach with Greek etiquette or a law of the gods. The Trojan horse was not a breach of Zeus's law. It's just an invention of the film. So.
Okay.
Once you understand all of that, the rest of the movie kind of falls apart, doesn't it? But there we are.
Yeah, that's the whole movie.
Yeah, that is the binding thematic. Yeah, like that is the point of the movie, is that this is essentially the reason why Odysseus has almost been deliberately trying to not get home, because he feels shame for violating Zeus's law with the Trojan horse, and he needs to redeem it in some big public way. Okay, I just need to read the Odyssey, I guess. Yeah. I figured this is what would happen after this movie, but yeah.
That's really lame, and I hate it, I would say.
I guess maybe we could talk about that a bit more once we get to that as the big point of the movie.
They can't even let the Siege of Troy be cool. Like, what the fuck?
that was disappointing. I am dude, the fucking walls of Troy. I know that we gotta make it more grounded, more real. It's like, bro, come on. The gate. I was so disappointed. Like, this is tiny.
So we jump from one riveting exchange of dialogue to another one straight away. We're in the character introduction stage of the film. So now we get a little chat with Robert Pattinson, who's playing I can never pronounce Antinous. That's the one, or Antinous, one of the two. So as has been mentioned, he's kind of the embodiment of all of the suitors. He's their main representative character, and so he comes to have a little bit of a bully session because all the suitors, they bully Telemachus. And he says, we've been welcome here so long because your mother won't choose. And Telemachus says, she's already married. And Antinous says, Odysseus is dead. And Telemachus says, what do you know about my dad? I know he never came home. Not yet. You're pining for a daddy you didn't even know, like some sniveling master. Since none of us can really know who our fathers are, don't claim to know mine. But I did know him.
It's rapid as well. There's like not a single pause between any line. Every single line, the response comes like immediately after. And yeah, not great dialogue.
They put that in the trailer, the pining for a daddy you didn't even... It's like...
And it was sniveling bastard, to be clear.
Yes. Oh, master. Did I say master? Sorry, I miswrote that one. Similarly, that makes more sense than sniveling master. Yeah. Sniveling bastard it is. And so then Robert Pattinson just gives us his own, what we think is supposed to be his character backstory. He says, we watched Odysseus when we were kids, and I tried to volunteer for his expedition to Troy, but he told me to stay here and keep an eye on you. Obviously, this is going to be revealed in short order to be a lie, because obviously there's not much mystery or subtlety about this character. But Telemachus says, Dad's coming home, his hospitality won't be as generous as my mother's is. Zeus's law tells us to treat strangers as we would wish to be treated because they might be gods in disguise. I think we've established that you are not a god. So it's just, still continuing to be functional, but at least we know because they've told us exactly who they are and what they think. So great. Excellent.
Well, as you said, and Anthony Gramuglia, the character, he's pretty straightforward, stereotypically. There's a lot of lines for him, but he's just kind of evil, very selfish, very self-centered. There's not a lot going on there. It's like, what about Telemachus? It's like he's son, man. By gosh, I'm gonna be a good son. That's what I'm gonna do. It's like, okay. And these two are probably given more character than most. It's so
Well, because this movie doesn't really have much of a sense of humor, but it felt like Robert Pattinson was probably the only actor who was having fun. Like he felt like he was given, little things to do, or he was allowed to do little things with his character to give it a little bit more. I don't know if life is the right word, but he's not just showing up and doing, hello, I'm John Bernthal, or hello, I'm Tom Holland kind of thing. He is actually acting.
He's probably the best actor in the movie.
I'd say so, yeah.
I mean, given all the modern stuff aside, I think he is giving the best performance. He's trying the most, and I think he's playing the sort of like weasel character well.
Yeah.
It's just not particularly new or interesting.
There's a delivery of a line in the third act where I was so just like, what the fuck is I doing in this film? While simultaneously like, that was well delivered, Robert.
Yeah, he's a good actor, man.
I would say
he's one of the best currently working at this point. I think I've been impressed by him a little too frequently to not come to that conclusion.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I think John, I could never pronounce it. Leguizamo, is that how you pronounce his surname? Is okay in the film because we see him next.
He's all right.
He doesn't do a huge amount, but what he has to do, I think he does feelingly. He, of course, is taking a bold stand for diversity and representation in film by taking the place of a Greek. So that's good. And he's introduced to us as he's Eumaeus, or Eumaeus. He's nearly blind. He's a farmhand, and he's been put in charge of basically the livestock and all the junior farmhands who are under him. And we see him tending a very old dog called Argos, which provides, I think, the only time in the movie when I really felt anything. But that's later.
And this is like definitely from the Odyssey, that story beat, isn't it? With the doggo, which that probably explains why it's one of the best parts of the movie.
I was immune to that, the dog shit, because I was just like, they've not spent much time on it, and I know exactly what they're gonna do, and they did it, and I was like, there it is, and all right, moving on. It felt way too blocky to me structurally.
It was procedural, but that's the weird thing about it, is that unless I'm misremembering, Argos never appears in the Odyssey until the scene where he dies. So you don't get the setup, you don't get the dung heap, you don't get the inexplicable reluctance of anybody to move him off the dung heap for the rest of the movie, even though loads of people care about him. You just get him, and the only person he remembers is the only person Odysseus remembers on his return, which is the dog. And they don't really have him. They exchange a look. The dog wags his tail and then dies. That's kind of a spoiler for what happens at the end of this movie. But it works better because it's more of a shock. It doesn't come. It sort of comes from nowhere, but it makes a huge amount of sense when you see it. That you backfill a huge amount of the story between them. But this movie thinks obviously the dog's a huge emotional crux for the film, so we've got to introduce it early.
I wouldn't deny it's one of the best pieces of storytelling in this movie. It's just like I said, it was so obviously exactly what they were probably going to do that I was just waiting for it, and I was like, there it is, moving on, next thing. The big problem for me in this movie is that I don't feel like many of the scenes are connected to each other. They feel like a workman did it. Like task 1 complete, stick it to task 2 that is complete, now stick it to task 3 that is complete. And it's just like, very efficient story. Very efficient Odyssey. Or, I probably wouldn't describe it that way, but you know what I mean.
And this transition right here, actually, between these two scenes is a good kind of emblematic example of the type. So there's this old beggar who comes in, and Telemachus has a chat with him, and he says he's brought stories from Sparta, and he wants to speak to Penelope, and Telemachus says, okay, but don't tell her any lies. She knows when people are lying about Odysseus. That man over there, Eumaeus, he might be blind, but he can still beat the shit out of you. And then that's our scene transition to the next day when we have to meet Eumaeus. So it's kind of as much as the film's going to do to connected scenes. A character might call a name out, and that means you're going to be spending some time with that character in the next scene.
Definitely a Nolan thing. It's almost in all of his movies where he will give you what he feels is enough information to carry you montage cut to the next thing and trust that you'll be able to follow. But I will say, I'm curious how many audience members maybe got lost at this point specifically, because there's a lot of, we even do flashbacks, right, a couple of times, and different era flashbacks, and then flash forwards to history that's still early, and then present again, but also present that's a day later, or something like that. And it's just like, ooh, we transition, I want to say like 10 times, and I was just like, Nolan, careful.
It was. I definitely found the beginning of the film hard to follow for sure. I think that Nolan does this a bunch. He has a tendency to make his films more complicated than they need to be in terms of their narrative structure. Again, I think in Oppenheimer that worked to the film's benefit. In this, the POV keeps changing. You've got different parts of the story being told retrospectively by different characters, but then you don't get any subjectivity from that perspective, so it's just the story that you're seeing. And multiple flashbacks, multiple POVs that go on for massively different amounts of time. And the result is that because you've also got the frantic editing in some of these dialogue scenes, the film feels like it's way too fast and also way too slow. So, you know, like it's just packed with stuff that you've got to be paying attention to. And if you blink, you've missed 5 minutes of stuff. But the film also feels like you could have just skipped 15 minutes and not missed anything.
Yeah, I definitely get that as well. The other thing I found interesting, I don't know how you guys feel about intermissions, but this movie doesn't have one, despite being 3 hours long. And what I always find remarkable about that is that you're basically asking people to just feel out when a scene is going to be boring and just hope for the best.
Is this the piss scene? It's like, yeah, it's the piss
this
scene.
feels like the piss scene to me. And everyone just kind of makes their own judgment. I don't know. I just think if you have a 3-hour movie, you should put an intermission in there. That's my take.
Yeah,
Bring back
polite.
intermissions, please.
So we get Telemachus' training scene, and Eumaeus is watching. I use that word advisedly, but he's there. And he tells Telemachus that he's moving too fast because he keeps losing this fight against his mentor character, whose name is Mentor, and they have a bit of a break, and then he sort of tells him what he should be doing instead. And obviously, this teaches him a particular move, which inevitably is going to come in very useful one time later. But it's also where we get the backstory about the dog, because even though this dog's been around for like 20 years and basically all, if not longer than Telemachus' life, he sits down and is like, hey, where did my dad get the dog? And then this is a cue for a little flashback and some more exposition. It's almost like the most culturally alien thing happens in this entire film, happens in this bit. And it's just Eumaeus throwing a puppy off a cliff. Yeah. And it's not commented on, or it's not really remarked upon, but that is the kind of thing they used to do. And the fact that the movie doesn't think it's odd is good, because it wasn't odd to them at the time. It's just that everything else is so massively modern that it kind of like, I'd like to have seen more of that kind of thing, I suppose. It's a small thing, but it would have been cool.
I happen to know it did throw a bunch of people, that tossing puppies off a cliffside. I think it upset some people, which is interesting, because I think you might be right that it probably would have worked better if the whole movie felt of its time, but that almost feels like it sticks out because of how modern everything is.
Yeah.
That should be the point of it, though. Well, it should be the point if your interest is, telling the Odyssey as it might have been told, as opposed to telling the Odyssey as an excuse to tell your own modern story. But if the whole film had been like that, maybe it would have been less shocking. But I actually think the shock value is the important bit, because it shows you how, like, we're all humans. These people are our direct ancestors, and yet this is how very different everything was. That's cool. I like that. I want to see more of that in films. But, or we could just do a Vietnam allegory again. That's fun, too. So, we then get another piece of information told to us by Eumaeus about the suitors, and this is once again something that the movie has invented whole cloth. So in this telling, the suitors are all here because they're basically draft dodgers, hence the Vietnam allegory earlier. These are kids of rich parents who, when Agamemnon showed up, found ways to conceal their progeny from him so that they didn't have to go fighting in the war. This doesn't happen in the Odyssey either, because in the Odyssey, all the suitors are just the children of the men who went to fight. So the fretting and the worry that is supposed to be represented there is that the next generation after this Age of Heroes might not be up to the standards of the Age of Heroes. Whereas now the Age of Heroes itself is fundamentally corrupt, and there's not really much moral worth in it, because if you've got money, you just dodge the draft. I don't really like that change, but it is consistent with everything else that happens. So...
yeah, I hate that change.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nolan.
Well, that change hates you. So, how about
that? I'm pretty sure it does, actually.
Yeah.
So, we get then a flashback during his retelling of this, and this is our first look at Agamemnon, who is wearing his Darth Vader cosplay, and it shows us part of the story about how Antinous particularly was supposed to go to fight in this war, and somehow Sinon ended up going in his place. And we know this, obviously, because we've seen that Sinon is there and Antonius is not. And we also see that this is something that Odysseus is kind of complicit in, because he sees what happens. He sees Antinous try to sort of swap. They do a lottery, and they have to pull these little straws, short straws, I guess, out of a jar, and he sees Antinous try and swap his with Sinon, trying to swap places. And Odysseus kind of goes along with it, and then he tells Antinous' father kind of the opposite story of the one that was supposed to happen, or the one that was actually happening. He says that Antinous, that he wasn't chosen. He was boldly and nobly trying to step in. And Aeneas explains that Odysseus did this because he was sensitive to a father's shame. So he was trying to make good by a father whose son was supposed to go and fight and is not going to end up going and fighting, even though he sort of knows and believes that this is corrupt. So Odysseus himself is kind of complicit in this newer, grungier, more cynical version of the story. Another change that I particularly like, I think there might be a few times that sentence gets mentioned over the course. And so that's kind of the backstory, a bit of complicity. People are starting to lie to each other, and they have been lying to each other for a little while now. And Telemachus then says, is my dad ever coming back again? And Eumaeus says that, well, the dog thinks so, and the dog is 20 years old. Not many dogs make it. He's just waiting for that one moment. I don't think timeline-wise it adds up, because, if Odysseus left 20 years ago, and the dog was not a tiny puppy when he left, then the dog has to be older than 20. But it's just a minor little quibble about how years are kind of important measurements of time. So then we get another riveting dialogue scene. Telemachus goes to visit Penelope, and she's weaving. And she tells him, again as if he doesn't already know, that the elders have decreed she has to remarry once she's finished weaving Odysseus' burial shroud. And so she's taking her time doing this. Again, all of this they should know. The audience doesn't, that's why it's said, but there are better ways of conveying this point. And he asks why now is the time for her to remarry, and she says, well, the elders think that Ithaca has been without a king for too long. It needs security from the peoples of the sea. And Telemachus tries to dismiss them as just folk tales. She says, well, nobody knows who they are, but, everybody knows that they are coming, and the elders want the people of Ithaca to be prepared when they do. And for that, we need a king. It should come as no surprise whatsoever that the sea people are never mentioned in the Iliad either, or the Odyssey either. So that's new. There is a theory about that, because the sea peoples are kind of a really fascinating historical thing, in that they're referenced a bunch, principally in like Egyptian texts from the era of, I think it's Ramesses II and stuff. And they are kind of associated with the Bronze Age collapse that happens, this group of like raiders who come from the sea, but they're kind of portrayed as a mishmash of different tribes, and names are given to entire tribes that there's no record for. So like there's a whole bunch of historical debate as to whether or not they even existed, or if they did exist, who they were. And Nietzsche had an interesting theory, as he often did. Nietzsche's interesting theory was that the sea peoples were, and in fact the entire difference between the Bronze Age and the Age of Heroes was an invention by Hesiod, because Hesiod was writing for the poor people who suffered under the hands of the heroes, but he was also writing for the heroes. So Hesiod invented these two different ages and this group of sea people to account for the fact that the sea people were actually the Greek heroes, and all of the stuff that was horrible about the age was the fault of the heroes of the age. That was Nietzsche's wild theory. I wonder if maybe that might come up at some point, possibly. But it's not in the Odyssey, so, there is that. And Telemachus asks, why we even need to worry, because we're the greatest civilization ever known. And she tells him that our structures and learning, it's nothing without people's respect for its meaning. And I thought this was extremely ironic.
That is true, but also we're not very subtle at all throughout all of this. No. This is not some brilliant writing. I feel like this. When you've had all of this at this point, it's like, right, so it has to be this film can't be a 9 out of 10. It's almost impossible for it to reach that height with how on the nose the dialogue has been so far. This is not subtle. This is written in such a way that it's basically impossible to misconstrue or misunderstand what Nolan's trying to do. I mean, they're speaking to an audience, as if they're aware that there's an audience that are here, rather than acting like the characters, saying the things that they would say When at this point, we're at the tail end of the story in terms of the chronology. We're real close to the end. With the status quo having been the way that it is for, like years and years at this point. But let's recap it.
In case anyone's listening.
Yeah.
And Platoon, you're absolutely right. That is probably one of the most ironic lines in the whole movie. Worth mentioning that, I think.
Yes, we must respect the meaning of the story. Absolutely. So it's the suitors. She says the problem is, and the reason everything is falling apart is that when anybody destroys Zeus's law, there's that name again, they destroy everything. And everyone seems to be doing this a lot at the moment. So the Bronze Age civilization, which they didn't live in and didn't know they lived in, but believed they lived in this film, is collapsing, which they didn't know was happening at the time, because they broke Zeus's law, even though they wouldn't have believed that they did. So again, probably not going to be a 9 out of 10. Just a few too many problems with this telling.
I feel like someone else broke it that caused the event.
Yes.
Just
I wonder
saying.
who you might be thinking of.
It feels kind of rude as a move related to the thing that caused all this. I don't know. It's just an interesting thought.
Yes, I wonder. Maybe we'll discover whoever that person might be in due course. So we then find that in another change, in fact, there's a certain important name that gets mentioned in this very scene. Maybe this is teasing us for what you might have just been talking about. Because we get another little flashback, and it's explained during this that the real reason for fighting against Troy, fighting to take Troy, was never actually to claim Helen. This is Odysseus explaining in this flashback. That's just the excuse, because all Agamemnon really wants to do is break Troy's control of trading routes. That's now the reason for the entire Trojan War, all that heroism based on a lie. And, I couldn't help but think maybe, I don't know, Paris making off with a woman who's been promised to his host, maybe that is a breach of Zeus's law, maybe. But the movie doesn't seem to think that is the case. So it's not. That's fine.
Is it's clearly the film's POV, what Paris did and what Helen did. Yeah, not good. But what they did in response is what destroyed like this era. I'm just sitting here like, what did you expect was going to happen? What are they supposed to do? Just be like, oh, not very nice, but okay, never mind. Not gonna have a war or anything.
That war is bad. Did you know that? War, it's lay bad. Don't do war, guys.
Funny, more than a few people just bringing up the Phantom Menace. That's exactly where my mind went as well. The trade routes are in dispute, which is not very fun for an epic, legend. Just like, yeah, man, we need to fucking, I don't know, monetary policy, being like a thing that we have for an epic,
I think,
historical fantasy. It's just, I don't know about that, but okay.
Pretty ugly change, I would say.
I think they mentioned in Troy that what happens with Paris and Helen is like the excuse to take Troy because Agamemnon wants Troy anyway, and then Menelaus is like, okay, but I want my wife back. Like that's what I'm actually invested in. And Agamemnon's like, cool, let's go to war, let's do it. We both get what we want, sort of thing. So it's there's something to play into there. But I think that the film doesn't do a good enough job of telling me why it's not Paris and Helen that a fucking patient zero on this whole problem.
Yep.
It totally fits with Platoon, your like Vietnam War movie interpretation, because it's basically like, oh man, that war we fought with the whole Trojan War, like the Trojan horse thing. Oh man, it was all for nothing anyway, man, because war's bad, and like we're going to war for stupid, corrupt reasons, man. Everything sucks.
It is pretty awkward when it's like, dude, the last movie we made was Oppenheimer. That was World War II, my man. Like, like.
Well,
anyway,
are you aware of that people see this as like spiritually connected to Oppenheimer, that the Trojan horse is the nuke?
I mean,
in terms of that it changes like
all of life changes forever because of that invention from Odysseus.
I mean, I guess you could make that as one connection, but I was more so making the point. It's like, well, the nature of war bad. It's like, what are you saying when we're talking about something like World War II, for instance? One of the, clearest cut good versus evil sort of wars of the last, 200 years.
I'm also linking this to the whole, like, he is the one that destroyed the innocence of the world. He's forever ruined the whole Zeus's law, blah, blah, blah.
Pretty obvious,
but then,
I think.
I mean, but
But
the film
Nolan
tries to make the case that he does a public display that, like, rehabilitates Zeus's law. I thought that was what we're meant to conclude from the ending of the film.
Yes, but I think Mahler's right. And I mentioned this earlier that it does feel like he took the last act of Oppenheimer and kind of slapped it onto the Odyssey a bit in terms of like, oh no, look at what we've done. We've set a course of events in motion that's going to undo the world. Though you're right, he does have that bit where he's going to try and redeem Zeus's law and then fuck off because I guess he doesn't really care all that much about Ithaca.
Well, that's because his principal reason for doing that at the end is to restore honor to his fallen comrades, like the ones who he didn't bury, the ones who he kind of used. It's the survivors. It's a reconciliation of survivors' guilt more than even it is a reconciliation of Zeus's law. Because they even have lines as they sail away on the ships to the effect of, actually, no, civilization is going to collapse and then eventually it will come back, which is going to be really funny. Obviously, we'll discuss it more when we get there, but it's like, oh yeah, civilization's collapsing, so I'm going to abandon my son. You can deal with that, and I'm going to fuck off into exile now. Have fun.
It really is a boomer slap movie.
Yeah, it is. And once again,
So-
it doesn't happen in the Odyssey. But there we are.
Just quickly, listening to you guys talking about that, I had completely forgotten that in the story of Troy and presumably the Odyssey, the reason why Troy gets sacked is because they're trying to recover Helen. I'd forgotten that was the explanation, because that, again, is not the explanation that they give in the Odyssey movie.
No.
So given that that's the case, that essentially means, if I understand correctly, that Nolan changed the reasoning behind the war because he wanted to make a point about society deteriorating because men started forsaking their gods and being mean to each other because they wanted to be rich.
Trying to just be fair, like, is like Nolan's saying is like that was the prompt for it, but it wasn't like the actual reason behind the leadership. They want other things, but they used it. But the problem is, to me, of course they used it. What do you mean? Like, you stole his wife. Like, that's why are we pretending like that's something you could go, hey man, that's not nice. Can you give it back, please?
That would be like in Platoon, as in the movie Platoon, not Little Platoon. If they changed the cause of the Vietnam War in order to make whatever point it is that they wanted to make, it's difficult to go down kind of the death of the author route there, because does that make the movie worse as a piece of entertainment or as a story with a point that it's trying to make? No, but it means that it's inventing shit that didn't happen and pretending that it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other thing that's especially, we're gonna save it. We're gonna save it. What Odysseus does that specifically breaks Zeus's law, and whether that's lay bad or not.
Mm-hmm. This flashback is to the bit just before they all leave. There's another piece of important information here, which is that Odysseus explains he can't refuse to go to war, because if he did that, then Agamemnon would take their son, just as he sacrificed his own daughter to the cause, and he explains the power of sacrifices and the cost to the person making it. So that's going to be important.
Is that something from the Odyssey? My heart tells me no.
I think that's difficult, because that's I think the sacrifice of the daughter is, I think. What happens to him, or at least the precise way it happens to him, isn't. But I believe the sacrifice of the daughter, to Agamemnon.
I've heard it's one of the interpretations. What we see happen to him is in one of the stories, like one of the accepted versions.
What we see happens to him is, I think, in Aeschylus, which he writes quite a bit after. And it's from the perspective, or at least it includes a large part of the perspective of Orestes, which is Agamemnon's son, who obviously isn't in this film. So not in the Odyssey, but again, sort of related to it in the Greek legends, I suppose. But I believe, the sacrifice should be. But the sacrifice will be important to understanding the fate of Agamemnon later.
I think what stood out to me about it, because that makes sense actually, the more I think about it, that would be something from, the world of ancient Greece. But because everything else in the movie doesn't feel like ancient Greece, except for the fact that they just chuck dogs off of cliffs, it stood out as a weird thing, like, oh, well, that seems like oddly horrific considering the world as it's being presented to me in the movie,
Yeah, it's distracting. If it was more consistently trying to present essentially the setting as it would have been at the time, then it wouldn't stand out so much. But yeah, when everything feels like very modern and approachable, essentially, and then you just have dogs getting tossed off a cliff, like, oh, geez.
Every time something like that happens, you go, oh, that's probably from the source or from history. It's not from Nolan. Because it doesn't match everything else.
And then Penelope says, well, we could just run away, take the fastest ship and the best crew we have and just head into the west forever, foreshadowing. And Odysseus says no, because then Agamemnon would just return and take all of Ithaca, and that would be bad. So he makes her promise in this scene that she has to remarry if he doesn't return by the time Telemachus comes of age. It's an oddly specific thing that she suggests, so that's how you know it is foreshadowing. It's also something that, that's not what people would think. Kings and queens of that period would not think, hey, we could just run away forever, It generally just doesn't happen.
It's a very American thing to run off into the West.
But then she gives him a brooch or a pin and commands him to wear it. So if anybody else comes back and claims to have seen him, but they can't describe it, then she will know that they are lying. Again, oddly specific, so that's going to be relevant later too.
Yeah.
And then we go back to the present, and she's still having a little chat with Telemachus, and she says if the sea people are real, then Ithaca has no king, and with no king, it can't raise an army. So Telemachus says, I can take the throne. And then she fetches Odysseus' bow and says, well, string it, and he can't. He says, that's not fair. You said only he could string this bow. But she says, well, others were happy to try it. And then she explains, Odysseus, he would line up all of the axes, and then he'd string the bow and shoot through all of the axe heads. Nobody else could ever do that. And Telemachus then is just bitching about the suitors. They're bleeding the household dry, and they'll do it before I can take the throne. And the traveling beggar told me that Menelaus got back a few years ago.
So is what's preventing him from getting the throne an age thing or a training thing?
It is unclear in this film.
I assumed it was age, but that's why I was confused by him being supposedly 18 or so. Because obviously Tom Holland, I don't think he literally looks 14.
Well, yeah, because
if you told me he was 20, then I'd believe you.
It just feels like it's an easy solution for everyone. Like Anne Hathaway could just be like, yeah, he's king now, and there we are.
Yeah.
But to do that,
old enough.
I think he says he's almost of an age, or it said he is almost of an age. He is on the throne. Right. So the way the movie has it, the only way for him to take the throne is sort of getting a little bit older, ambiguously, but principally her marrying off so she leaves the throne again. Neither of these are very well substantiated, I don't think, because him being almost of age is not very definite. How almost of age are we talking? A few months or a few years? Is that the thing that determines it? Or does she have to vacate the throne by marrying, as well as him coming of age? And I don't know enough about how primogeniture and things worked in ancient Greece to know how it's supposed to work, but this movie doesn't give me any information to know how it works in its schema either. So
yeah, it's the movie's job to explain that to the audience. That that's the kind of exposition that you need to include, because otherwise it just doesn't really make sense. The best you can do, and my interpretation when I was watching it, is kind of filling in the blanks. I guess he's not old enough, but I don't know that.
Well, if you've held out for this long, just wait for him to be old enough. No.
If he's especially close, just fucking
gonna run out of wine, maybe.
The other thing is she doesn't seem to like him all that much.
Yeah.
Really. I don't know if
was it just me, or did we get the impression that she was waiting because she's just like, I should be queen. Shut up, everyone else. Let me rule.
By the end, it certainly seems that way.
And I just got the distinct impression, I was like, you need to work with your son there to make sure he lives and you. Instead of this weird, I've got the experience. I've got the knowledge. I've been here for 20 years. I've been playing video games on the throne for 30 years.
Just refresh my memory as well, because this isn't really skipping ahead, I don't think. So if Anne Hathaway were to marry one of the suitors, I believe it is stated that Telemachus would be the king until Anne Hathaway has a baby with this suitor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which means that the marriage itself doesn't solve the problem. And therefore, Telemachus' life would still be in danger because the suitors would want him dead, because then they would become the king without necessitating a baby. Do I have that right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little bit confused.
Yeah. A little bit confusing, because if that's the case, then the marriage is irrelevant. The marriage doesn't make Telemachus safe.
Only insofar as it gets rid of all the other suitors.
Yeah, which is mentioned, I think, at one point.
He says, he says, like, if you marry, I have only one to deal with, as opposed to many. So it's a way of whittling down the opposition,
But
I suppose. But
they've been thinking about their plan for like a decade or something. Like, what exactly we're gonna do? It's like, I don't know. Just keep feeding them for now. We'll think about it.
But yes, so Telemachus is not very happy because obviously they're eating all of his stuff and spending all of his money, and he'll inherit basically an impoverished throne if they carry this on. He wants to go and visit Menelaus, and she tells him not to because she says he'll die. Then he complains, "Oh, you just want to keep me in my place. You want me to, you don't want me to keep the throne. You just want to stay Queen of Ithaca." And she says, "I've had enough being a queen without my king." And he says, "Her king or a king?" And then she says, "You're a child," and leaves. So mother-son strife. Really, really basic mother-son strife.
Yeah.
Nothing massively interesting.
Felt like way too much time was given to Penelope scenes in general. I didn't feel like we gained enough from them compared to other things that I definitely wanted more time with.
Well, I mean, there's not really much dynamism in her storyline. For as much as I think Nolan would be like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, it's super important. It's like, I mean, it's kind of, isn't it just kind of the same thing for the whole movie? I don't want to remarry. Odysseus isn't dead. Like, you're not ready.
Yep.
And then that's kind of it. Like, every single scene is various permutations of that until right at the very end when, the plan happens.
So that night there's another feast, and the suitors are back again, and some of them they're bullying the dog. They're bullying poor Argos under the table, and then Eumenes goes to rescue him, and they bully him as well. And this is just the dialogue again is just, "Oh, Odysseus is coming back. That's his dog. No, he's not coming back. So fuck off." Really, really interesting stuff. But what does happen at the end of this is they do successfully bait Telemachus into trying to strike one of them. And there was a brief hint that one of them might even kill him because, they've been looking for this excuse. He's just violated Zeus's law. But Penelope steps out and stops them at this moment. And so he is spared. And in his anger, he goes and he chats to the old maid, whose name I think is Euryclea, and says, "Put some provisions on a ship. I'm off. Don't tell anyone. Thanks." And so that's it. In the poem, this is like one of the first instances where the gods are supposed to be involved in and not, because it's funny to hear Lupita Nyong'o complain about, the lack of screen time given to women by Homer in the third fucking millennia. But they've cut all of the women out of the film because he doesn't do this. In the poem, I think Athena appears to him and basically gives him the inspiration, tells him he needs to go and see Nestor first and then Menelaus. She's going to be in this for like 15 seconds overall, and a whole bunch of other times.
Shake her head at him and go like, "Ugh, I can't believe you."
Well, she does the painted and dire scowl. That's her role.
Yeah. Yes.
That's all she really does. But like, this was a moment you could have had women in it because actually women dictate all the events of the Odyssey, particularly the goddesses. They are constantly appearing and directing things. This is one such instance. But no, he just decides, "Fuck it, I'm going." And we also now know, because he's going straight to Menelaus, that we're cutting short. Like, the entire adventures of Telemachus have kind of been reduced to, he goes, he has a chat, he comes home. As opposed to, he goes, he speaks to Nestor, he learns stuff. He goes, speaks to Menelaus, he learns more stuff. He goes, and like, he has his own miniature Odyssey, which is supposed to be kind of the point. He thematically parallels what his father was doing in his journey to become a man. Because back in the day, what Odysseus was doing was manly and virtuous, and so it should be emulated. That's not the case anymore. And so Telemachus is just going to go on a brief trip, and then he's going to come home, and it's not really going to mirror too much of what Odysseus himself does, and he's not going to learn very much either. So you can almost skip large parts of Telemachus in this film.
Isn't on what you were saying, by the way, isn't Aphrodite responsible for like the Trojan War?
Significantly, yeah, because like she who does she speak to? Basically, the structure tends to be some divine woman turns up and gives someone either bad advice because they're jealous, or good advice, which is not heeded because the men are stupid. And like virtually all of Greek history proceeds in this way. Like women dictate the entire thing, and then the gods, the male gods, have to sort of mop up with their own stupidity later. I don't remember who Aphrodite speaks to off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure she's the reason that Paris and Helen end up together, which causes everything to happen.
Mm. So she broke Zeus's law.
Well,
so the gods themselves are complicit.
Is Zeus watching all of this? Does he know?
Yeah, so just before Telemachus sets off, obviously Argos is dumped on a dung heap where he's going to remain for the rest of the film, which is just cruel because Eumaeus is there and he likes that dog, so he should probably have, taken him off the dung heap. But never mind, he's just going to be lying there rotting for many months at this point. And Mentor goes and he accompanies Telemachus, so that's the two of them. And he says, where are we going? And Telemachus says, we're off to find my father. I know my father is alive out there. Someone's like, we fucking know. We know you know this. Stop saying it.
Great example. There's many in this film of Nolan just missing character opportunities. Like, who's that guy you just mentioned? It's like, that is Mentor. His mentor, who gets one or two lines of just, hello, I am here. And I mean, I know we're not there yet, but he does eventually just sort of awkwardly die. And you're like, there he goes. And it's like, dude, if you just put in...
mentors are named after, there he goes.
I was just shocked at, like, that guy hung out with Telemachus for the whole movie, and you couldn't even bother to make me care a little bit. Even to the point where I felt kind of sad about the idea that he's been his, like, bodyguard and trainer the whole time, got killed in a really lame poisoning that they just don't prevent by about 5 seconds because they're not fast enough, I guess. And he's just on the floor going, blah. And then it's like, oh.
Is his name actually what mentor, like mentor?
Yeah, we call mentors because of the Odyssey, is my understanding.
Man, you wouldn't think that he mattered much.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, why would Nolan? It's a movie. Give him some character. Give him something. Let him die defending Telemachus. Do something. But he's like, it's a microcosm to me. It's kind of everything. It's so dry and just a waste. Yeah. You're like, okay, bye.
I think he gets a payoff. This bit is slightly hazy in my memory. I think he gets a payoff in the poem, in the final battle against the suitors, because Athena, again, more involved in the story than she is in the film, acts in a weird way, like takes on his form after he dies and helps fight. I believe that's what happens. I could be wrong. But so he could have had more.
I don't know why, considering how much he changed, you wouldn't, instead of just giving him that arbitrary fucking poisoning and he falls over, to keep him alive in that scene, put him into the suitors battle. It would make it more viable, and you can have him die there defending Odysseus. Yeah.
Or defending Telemachus. It's like, it's his first taste of being, what ruling is. You have somehow sometimes to sacrifice man. There are so many ways you could do it. Anything basically is better than he just goes, and goes, and that's it. Because it doesn't fucking accomplish anything.
But it's not even
accomplish anything.
There's no like cunning or wit to it. It is like they walk in the building. It's like, hey, here's some stuff you could eat, and he's like, nom, nom. He goes, blah. What the fuck?
There's a real lack of cunning and wit in the movie in general, considering that's Odysseus's whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we see why he's not got much cunning and wit in this very next scene. The first present tense scene of Odysseus comes next, and we find him, and he is just going to town on those lotus flowers. He really fucking likes them. He's munching them, and he just can't get enough. And anyone who's read the poem will think, wait, the whole point of that scene is that he's the only one who doesn't eat them. So, yeah, that's kind of different a little bit, maybe. But again, it goes back to I genuinely, he's on opioids and he's in therapy for his war trauma. This is a Vietnam movie, and he's in therapy with Calypso. He's on her island, and she's been feeding him these lotus flowers. And even though she tells him to stop because he's eating too many of them, and if you do that, then you get like fentanyl addictions and stuff. But he doesn't want to stop. And she asks him about Troy, and this will become quite quickly apparent as the movie goes on. But she's kind of teasing memories out of him as she slowly withdraws the drugs. So this is our first memory that we get here, and we go back to the immediate aftermath of the battle at Troy. And he's standing on a beach. There's many fallen men sort of buried in the sand. He's holding, I think it's the pendant from Penelope, is it? Or is it the lottery thing from Sinon? I don't recall which he's holding. I think it's the pendant. And he kneels before Agamemnon, and Agamemnon departs without saying a word. He's not going to speak for quite a long time. And Odysseus goes back to his own men and says, it's time, we've been on this beach for 10 fucking years, we're going to go home. And one of his men says, well, we have no provisions. And he says, we can pick them up en route. So they get on their Viking longship and they row away. And this is another moment where Odysseus makes an extremely important decision, which again doesn't happen in the Odyssey. And it's going to dictate virtually everything that happens next. And it's kind of retarded. So they see Agamemnon is going along the established trading routes to the west, where they know they can get provisions. And Odysseus says, well, no, we're going to go south. And someone points to him and says, well, that's where all of the resources are. And he says, yeah, but I'm kind of done following Agamemnon, so we're going to go south. And that is the reason, mechanically speaking, if you don't count the divine machinations.
I always like going
everything
south.
happens next.
There's so many examples of just being slightly thrown at every moment of this movie, because I was like, wait, is that what that feels just weird and arbitrary? Like, is that what actually happened? Is that what's in there? Because I always my memory's spotty of the story, but I thought it was he does everything the normal way. It's just he gets thrown off initially by like unfortunate circumstances, and then like curses happen based on
so there's an argument between Agamemnon and Menelaus, and Menelaus goes to take his men home, and Odysseus goes with him, but storms then knock them off course, and he gets separated. And then the gods get much more significant. I mean, Athena is pissed off at them by this point, but it's not obviously until you get the Cyclops that Poseidon gets involved. But the storms are not very happy with Menelaus, so they get knocked off course for that reason. So he does like the sensible thing. He's going the direct route home with the established force. It's just a force of nature that drives him off course. So I was very confused in this moment, because at this point in the film, you don't realize that they're going to fundamentally change everything about Odysseus' character. You naively suppose that this movie is called The Odyssey, so it will be adapting that. But that's not what they're doing. So you can kind of, I think, read a reason back into this scene, which is that he chooses this not because he genuinely believes it's a better route and they can get resources, but precisely because it is a longer route and actually he doesn't want to go home, and that's the reason he's chosen this. That's the only way I can make it make sense.
We'll be saying that a bunch of times in this.
Yeah. But otherwise, if you don't make that assumption, I just thought he was being retarded. So that's not a great introduction to your character's first major decision as you see it happen. But that's the plan anyway. So they're gonna go south, and things start off pretty well. They seem to catch the right winds. There's a good sort of degree of luck involved. We know that because several of his crew repeatedly say, "You lucky son of a bitch."
Yeah.
They say it like 3 or 4 times.
Get it? Their luck's gonna turn. And then they're going to be very unlucky going forward.
So modern. That lucky son of a bitch. Oh, there he goes again, being all lucky. Oh, jeez, our luck is running out. Just, what are you doing?
And they start finding and plundering lots of villages on their route back. So you already know, we've had the sea people mentioned, you know what the movie's very clever idea is. Oh, it's them. They're the sea people. This old man in a village is left behind. They all ran away because they thought...
the bad guys the whole time.
I know.
And you've both basically quoted the movie, just so you know.
Yep.
Another example of where I was just like, I'm sorry, what was that line?
The old man.
You were the sea people.
He says, we thought you were the sea people. And then the Indian man and the African American man say, no, we're Greeks from Ithaca, which is like, it's funny. It is just funny. You can think it's fine. I don't care. It's just very funny.
The extra insult to injury here is that guy is speaking Greek.
Yeah.
And it's the only spoken Greek in the whole movie.
Did no one do that on purpose? They've got this is the maximum amount of people on like he's got all of his men at this point, and he chose those. Like, why did you do that? Are you trying to be silly? Like, but I guess they would just, you didn't know, it would be like, no, it's just because those two get the most screen time, I think. Out of there's another guy. This is going to come into another issue I have. Out of how many people does he have with him? It felt to me very interchangeable.
At the beginning, I mean, they get whittled down in each encounter, but at the beginning, it seemed like he had about 50.
Yeah, I don't fucking know any of them.
There's a lot, but also like I think it's clear that a lot more than 50 guys get killed during a variety of these sequences. But yeah.
And what a waste to have this enormous set of men that are all going to get taken out basically one by one over the course of many encounters, and I just didn't care about any of them. In fact, some of them I was like, finally, he's gone. Like, and you might be like, well, you care about Odysseus, right? I was like, yeah, insofar as man who is trying to deal with these strange occurrences. That seems to be what Matt Damon's doing. Again, Odysseus we miss out on Odysseus being a bit of a cheeky boy and smart, but also like the flaws of Odysseus that are much more interesting than what they do in this movie.
Yes,
I feel like they would have informed, and I think Matt Damon's capable. I feel like he could have played that version, but no, this was, again, like, I feel like I've seen this character from Matt Damon before in some other movie about something else that I didn't care about.
Well, isn't the protagonist of Tenet just called Protagonist or something like that? He doesn't
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. That's silly.
People who love Tenet will tell you that was a very, very genius decision if you cared about the movie.
Okay.
That's who Matt Damon is playing in this as well.
Protagonist. My goodness, what a challenge. Can we overcome it without losing men? Oh dear, I have lost some men, but I have overcome the challenge. To the next challenge.
Yeah, the movie kind of just slips into that kind of dynamic, and like I think each set piece is, before we get into the specifics, most of them I think are done quite well as isolated like 15-minute set piece things. But the way the film is edited is it's just like this happened and then this happened and then this happened and then this happened, and there's not really any time to breathe or develop anything.
Yeah, I think Gary described it as like a somewhat of an anthology, and I agree in a critical way. Like we're bordering on these sections being disconnected when they should absolutely run together. Like
they could be episodes of a TV show, but you roll credits and you come back next week.
Well,
that's kind of how it feels.
Anthology rather than episodes of a TV show because it's almost non-serialized. It's almost like I'm resetting the memory of this group, but I'm reducing the number with each subsequent challenge. Like, I know that there's references to how they've been through things, but like I got so little character that it may as well just be it's a new mission with new people every time.
It's a 3-hour movie as well, so there's no excuse.
Absolutely no excuse. And this is a problem for Nolan. This is something that we were worried about before this film came out. He is weird, unfortunately, when it comes to character writing. Sometimes he can write genius shit. Well, people will say it's his brother or source material.
But what, his brother who made Westworld?
This is why I was going to, like, we come across this a bunch of times. I'm willing to give credit even if a particular artist presents a pattern. It's like, well, maybe they got it right that time, or maybe there was some of the, like he's done it well more than once. It's not like so I want to give some credit. I think he's capable, but this was the concern, and we got it. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
All his worst tendencies are in this movie.
How many of his best tendencies are in this movie?
None of them. No, I mean, sounds flippant, but I really don't think any of his best tendencies are in this movie.
Well, I'm sorry if you did say this, but do you think it's his worst movie?
No, but it's near the bottom.
What is worse?
I haven't seen The Dark Knight Rises in a long time.
It's gotta be that one.
It is worse than this movie for sure.
Dark Knight Rises is an abomination.
That
one's I think Interstellar's got some pretty massive problems.
What? I think it's still as worse than this movie as well. I think that's
but this is certainly in the bottom half, like unequivocally, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, all right.
Bottom half, I guess that probably makes some sense. I'm just thinking
quite a history because none of us even mentioned Tenet as part of the obviously worse, which I assume it obviously is worse.
I'm not saying that one.
Gave up on it, which I don't do often.
That's a great endorsement.
Yep.
Tenet is such a weird one because it came out during COVID, so I think a lot of people just didn't watch it. And like I remember, I don't know why, but I remember enjoying it. But then since then, I just never thought about it again. But yeah, everyone seems to say, because most people don't, I think, say that Dark Knight Rises is his worst. Most people seem to go for Tenet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I mean, I had fun, but like, I'm sure, if I watched it again, I'd probably hate it, but yeah.
The absence of character thing is an interesting point because so there's a large chunk missing in what's about to happen next because we go to this island, the old man, he says, "Oh, if you keep going west, you won't like what you find." Because, as is famously said in that wonderful movie Supergirl, luck almost by definition runs out. What normally happens, and normally I mean happens in the poem, is that they go, I think, first to Phaeacia, and this is where, because Homer understands that it's important to understand who Odysseus is to actually give us a look into his mind, show how he views the world and his position in it. So he goes in the poem to Nausicaa. He meets, he meets the princess Nausicaa at Phaeacia, and it's where he starts to open up about his story. He hears songs sung of himself, and he breaks down in tears, and he starts telling them about who he is and what he feels about the world. So all of this important character building stuff, and then there's some secondary stuff as well, because I think Princess Nausicaa really, she needs a husband, and he's ideal husband material, and she is ideal girlfriendy wife material too, except that he's so devoted to Penelope that though he's nice and polite and everything that she could want, he can never say yes to that proposal, but he's treated kindly. And it's just that exists to give you a lot of the character stuff that we're kind of talking about is missing in this film, because none of that's going to happen. We're going to go straight to the old Cyclops, to Polyphemus next for his part of the storyline. And I just think I would have sacrificed. I mean, it's weird to say that I would cut Telemachus out of the Odyssey because he's supposed to be really important, but given how little we do with him and how much time he takes up, I probably would have cut him out of the film and gone for Nausicaa instead. I'm
kind of surprised hearing from you that he is part of the original source, because he really did just feel like a side quest. Like he goes off and does his thing. He essentially accomplishes nothing, and yeah, it gets tied into the ending a little bit, but it felt like it was an extra thing that was added.
He goes to like exposition vending machines. That's like his quest.
Yes. And then he wears a silly headband at the end, and we're like, "Cool, you did it.
You did it."
Yeah, I think in the biggest it's him who's the one who learns about how Agamemnon dies, and not Odysseus as well. So he has way more to do in the poem than he has in this. But yes, without a huge amount of character work having been done so far, we're off further west, and Odysseus then tells Calypso that nothing he did could ever stop his men, nothing that he can't stand between his men and home. And she says, "Well, what happened?" And then we go back to another flashback, and they sight some land. And once again, he is called a lucky bastard. And they follow a sheep back to its cave, looking for its flock so they can get some things. They go into the cave, and they think, oh, well, someone clearly lives here, and I'm sure they'll obey Zeus's law, right? But oh dear, it belongs to Polyphemus, the Cyclops, and they get trapped, and they get eaten, one or two at a time. A big hand crawls out of the shadows and grabs one, and very, very casually, I think the monster design is quite good in all of this, without being he said that he was taking inspiration, I think, from Del Toro, and who told him that monsters never consider themselves to be monsters. So the Cyclops is kind of horrifying in this scene precisely because it doesn't, what it does is monstrous, but the way it carries itself isn't, if that makes sense. It's not aware that it's evil.
Yeah. It feels like an animal rather than a giant movie monster.
It's interesting. I heard Ryan saying this, and I think I'm close to the same perspective of when we got about 30 seconds of it, I was like, ooh. And then about a minute and a half, I was like, yeah, no, this is kind of scary. And then like 2.5 minutes, I was like, all right, I'm starting to feel like I fully understand it now. And then by the time I hit like 5 minutes more, I'm like, yeah, he's just a big guy. We got to get around this. Like that initial feeling I almost wanted to keep, and I guess that means I would have wanted less sight of him, less understanding of him.
Yeah, after you.
So the Cyclops sequence, I think, was very effective in some ways and very ineffective in other ways. Like, I don't know if it was editing or if I just missed how this went down, but I was expecting it to be a case of, holy shit, there's a Cyclops, run the hell away. Oh no, we're stuck because he's closed the door, and then they escape in the morning. Like, that seemed to be what they were doing. But then it ended up being like, yeah, okay, we've made it. And then actually, no, we haven't, because only like some of us made it. And it was just, let's just do the escape sequence like 6 more times to get everyone out of the cave. Like, why did we need it to take that long? And the other downside there is that it means that, like you say, we're spending too much time with the creature, which means it's no longer scary. It's more just kind of an aspect of like, well, it's there. A couple of us might. I think
a plain problem rather than dealing with a mythological creature. As
Yeah,
weird as that
yeah.
is, it's like a logistics problem.
Well, that's one of the things that stuck out to me, because as much as I like the creature design and the sound design for the scream for the creature, which comes onto shortly, the thing that really stuck out to me as jarring, and not in a good way, is it grabs someone and bites their head off quite casually, horrifying thing, and then in the next scene they just sit around discussing their plans as though, well, that's just
it's
another day
weird.
in the life of a Greek.
Weird.
And it keeps happening. And then even after they know it speaks their language, they just discuss their plans very loudly in front of it. Because unlike in the poem, there's no attempt to reason with it. They don't try and play any cunning tricks on it. They don't try to escape. Like Odysseus doesn't have any wordplay. This is the famous missing nobody joke, which I guess deserves a bit more of a mention. The basic idea is that Odysseus has been trying his wits against this creature because they understand that it has wits of its own. And he comes up with this plan. He tells it that his name is Nobody. So when he attacks it and it screams out, "Nobody is hurting me," all of the fellow Cyclops, who are not in this film, they don't think anything's wrong, so they ignore it. And then it's later when he's leaving that he has that fit of hubris and says, "My name is Odysseus." So it's quite clever, but it tells you a lot about him as well as being clever in how he gets out. It's his ego that ultimately is his undoing.
Yeah, I
that's all gone.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that undersold. I really knowing that they like Nolan didn't put that in because he's retarded and said you can't translate it when it's instantly translatable in the easiest way possible. It's just like, no wonder this film is so fucking dry. How much more interesting is it that Odysseus, through this struggle of watching his men getting killed one by one, comes up with not only a really clever plan to get them out, but also to trick the creature into being unable to complain and draw in help to stop them. And he's so proud of himself for this. He's like, it was me that did that, by the way. I'm Odysseus, and I fucked you up. Just want you to know that. Like, that's pretty, as he's leaving. It's like, whoa, that's like an element to the character that's kind of interesting. That pride, that hubris, and then the story to choose being like, you shouldn't have fucking said that, which that leads into the Poseidon stuff. I feel like that makes him so much more interesting than what they opt for, which is, we basically, like, you lose men, which is important for this, and he's kind of mad about that, to the point where he's like, I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna fire an extra. I'm gonna put an arrow in you because I don't like you. You're mean for eating some of my guys. And then it's like, you shot me. I'm really mad. Now I'm gonna hurt more of you guys. And then they're like, you get that scene. This is the replacement, right? So instead of all of that, we get I know I'm paraphrasing, and you probably have the quotes, but it struck me as so bad. It was like, why'd you fire that arrow, Odysseus? And he's like, well, because that thing ate a bunch of good soldiers. And they're like, yeah, well, that beast, that guy, that was the son of Poseidon. He's like, what? They're like, yeah, we heard him crying his name, bro. And he's like, no, that thing was just a monster. And they're like, no, I heard it too, bro. That was definitely Poseidon's kid. And now the sea's gonna hate us. The wind is gonna hate us. How are we gonna get home when Poseidon hates us? And then Odysseus is like, we can't go by omens and sacrifices. And they're like, you pray to Athena. I like all of I don't know where to start with this. I hated all of it. I was like, this dialogue's fucking awful. All of this is awful.
Yeah, and you say I had the quotes. That was basically it. I think you did it with a bit more emotion, but otherwise, in terms of words, you were kind of there.
Sure. So my big issue is trying to understand who Odysseus even is in these scenes. Like, for example, before this, we get, it might have been a backstory. I don't even remember. He's showing little kids how to hunt, and he like pulls his bow and lets it go without an arrow in it to alert the prey that he's about to come hunt it now. And they're like, why do you do that? That seems kind of stupid. And he goes, well, you see, I'm an honorable guy, and I like to fight with honor. So I like to let them know I'm coming, and then I hunt them because that's more fair. And then I'm in the back of my mind, I'm like, yeah, wait, I thought he was more of like a trickster guy, if anything. He's very cunning, like the whole Trojan horse thing was his idea. Obviously, that bit with the Cyclops where he does the little wordplay, that's all his idea. He's supposed to be cunning and trickstery, if anything. But okay, apparently Odysseus in this, he's like, no, everything's got to be a fair fight or else. And then we see him go and fight the Cyclops, and he just he's not fighting fair even in the slightest in that. And then when he leaves, they're like, "Hey, man, like that was Poseidon's son." He's like, "Ah, I don't care about that."
Yeah.
Even though, like you said, he talks to Athena directly, but then also he's like kind of an atheist. Question mark? Like I don't like he does not feel like he fits in this world at all.
It felt like a fucking compensatory action from the writer that as they're leaving, they're like, "Wait, we cut the whole nobody thing, and the curse from Poseidon's not going to have a consequence. Like, what are we doing?" It's like, I don't know. He fucking shoots him, and he gets mad about that. And, then you're like, "Well, is that intuitive?" And it's like, "Don't worry, we'll have all the characters explain it in excruciating detail exactly what you just saw."
I think it is stressing as well for chat, anyone who hasn't seen it, just how retarded the decision is. He doesn't shoot it to distract it so they can escape. They have all escaped. They are all out of the cave. He then turns around and shoots it so it chases them and kills more of his men than otherwise would have done. It's not only does it not make any sense for him to be acting in this way generally, but that specific action, like he's supposed to be the one who's like, no, I'll do anything to get my men home. There's a later scene where his passionate want to get all his men home is used against him in a way. Like there is a specific prophecy that his want to get all his men back alive will lead to them all dying. That's supposed to be his thing. So his act in that one specific instance breaks everything else that's supposed to exist about his character, even before you get to the question of his belief or lack thereof in the gods. It's just an extremely dumb decision, and I don't know why they thought that was better.
Yeah. He's very stupid basically throughout the movie, but I still do not understand what he thinks about the gods at all. It seems entirely like thematically incoherent.
Because we got references to him being like, "You guys don't even communicate very well," and Athena's like, "Yeah, we do." He's like, "Hmm."
The second time he says that, it's really stupid because he's told explicitly via a prophecy that this is going to happen. He's like, well, you guys could make it a little more clear for guys like us. Seriously, come on, guys. It's like, dude, they did. They said it explicitly.
Dude,
don't
they
do
did.
This thing.
Actual quote.
Yeah. I mean, might as well be, right?
You'll get other scenes where, like, of a certain witch creature that we encounter later, one of these men says, where does she get her powers from? And he says, your gods. Not the gods, your gods. He does speak to Athena on the regular, though. Like, I think what the film's going for is, like, he has a really, like, and it's kind of, I think the film thinks it's an expression of almost of his trauma. Like, this is the one god he did wrong to, or allowed wrong to come, like, he allowed her to come to harm in Troy. And so he has a particular guilt reason to remain attached to her, even as he thinks the gods have, in a sense, abandoned the rest of the world. But that doesn't make sense in this world because the gods dictate all the actions of everything in this world.
Well, and we don't. So, the film makes it a thing of like we don't even know if he's speaking to Athena, right? Because it could just be a representation of his trauma.
Yeah, but he thinks he is.
Yeah.
But I guess his only god is Zendaya giving him like a scowl every once in a while. Like, I'm so disappointed in you. All the other gods, those are fake and gay.
Which it's I wish there was more of like the gods in the movie. Period.
Yep.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
It's
can't do that though.
The thing is that I can appreciate an attempt to essentially present the mythology of Greece in a more naturalistic way. There's like a particular sequence that I think is like praiseworthy in terms of the way it's presented. That sort of is that approach, but at the same time, man, how cool would it be if like we got to just see more of the gods more plainly doing like cool things? And if the argument is like, well, yeah, but they're like not real though. So like, you know, if they're not real and we're looking at it through the perspective of maybe how the ancient Greeks would have interpreted it in like a realistic world, it's like, I mean, sure.
I mean, the lines seemed really fucking weird to me. We got Scylla.
Yeah.
I know it's it's different, but you know what I mean. It's like it feels like you've reached in. So
and the witch.
Yeah.
Like Polyphemus itself.
Yeah, I feel like you got to get rid of all that stuff too, or else it's just incoherent.
And at that point, you're fucking boring.
Probably the biggest problem that I had with the movie is that it didn't lean harder into the myth stuff, because like they had an opportunity to really go for it being like a fairy tale, a legend that's been like passed down through generations. So like I'm totally fine with the movie having like the silly giant people with plate armor And I'm totally fine with the movie having like a Darth Batman suit, like. But if you're gonna do that, then I also want like Poseidon literally giving me tidal waves. I want like subjectivity and exaggeration from multiple unreliable narrator POVs. And in particular, one opportunity that I think was missed is that Odysseus is baked out of his mind when he's retelling most of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they didn't lean into most of that, which means that whenever you get something that's a little bit out of the ordinary, like the what is it, Charybdis, the vortex, the whirlpool. When you get something like that, it just feels out of place because of how grounded everything else feels like it's trying to be.
If something like a Scylla is allowed because he's recalling it while fucking high, like why not have gods then?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and I mean, is there any... yeah, exactly. If you've got a Cyclops, if you've got giants in a shifting forest, and you've got a giant whirlpool, it's like, I mean, at that point, if you're gonna... And these things generally being the better parts of the movie, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah.
Like, that was sort of my feeling a lot of the time, is when the fantasy stuff started happening, it's like, oh, this is cooler. Oh, back to being lame. All right. Anyway, I just went another 20 minutes for another cool thing to happen, like
Maybe
cool magic stuff.
Maybe we're going down the wrong direction because Athena was Zendaya, so I'm assuming Poseidon would be like Pedro Pascal, Zeus would be Jack Black, that sort of thing. It's like maybe we don't.
Poseidon could be Jason Momoa. Just play Aquaman again.
Yeah, lightning bolt.
Ciao. Oh, sorry, that's Owen Wilson.
Oh yeah, that's what you're saying. Lightning McQueen should be Zeus.
Yeah.
Lightning McQueen.
Well, so I saw this earlier, and I've just Googled it. It appears to be real. Apparently, Nolan originally wanted Robert Downey Jr. to play Poseidon.
Right.
How that would have worked? It maybe voiceover, imaginary hallucinations, and like thing. No idea, but.
So, like, here's the deal, man. I'm going to send a big wave your way. Watch out.
The thing is, like, I don't know, because again, if you want to have it be, I don't see what the problem is with having Poseidon be a big old dude in the ocean, stirring his fucking trident or something to create like a
even a distant figure that looks more like watery mist that you can make out. I would even take that over nothing.
Yeah. But again,
or
I don't know,
clouds.
man. You look at the old timey maps. They would draw big fucking monsters in the ocean because they thought that shit was real. Like they actually exist. And of course, to some extent, they were proven to be kind of correct with stuff like giant squid and everything. But like, there's no reason why having it be like realistic is for some reason incompatible with the reality that like at the time people believed in fantastical shit. Like really crazy spectacle sort of fantastical stuff rather than it all being like bland and lame. But it's Nolan, unfortunately, and this is a style again. I wonder if there's a reason why Oppenheimer is like my second favorite Nolan film. It's like, yeah, your style works best in the in a modern-ish world. Grounded, no crazy stuff, because once the crazy stuff comes in, it's like, dude, I feel like you're holding back on me here, dude.
My favorite Nolan film is thematically about how in reality the world is solid all the way through, but that, you know, we work to find the wonder, we work to feel the illusion, to the escape. It's like, got to be some reason why that one's his best, at least from my perspective. It's like, it's almost like he's doing what he's supposed to do.
And then meanwhile, it's like, yeah, doing an epic fantasy, and it's like, yeah, none of that epic fantasy stuff though. No, not too much of that.
Yeah, like
I don't like that personally.
His best movie being magicians who create illusions because magic isn't real, versus magic is real.
Well, I mean, it's funny because, yeah, like the opening line of the film is in a time of apparent magic. And that sets apparent magic, but I don't know.
Human beings are translated
Could you imagine
into pigs in this movie? That's a thing that happens.
Yep.
Like matter of factly, that happens in the movie. And this giant Cyclops, the giant Cyclops, we mentioned it already. It's like a cool design, but so much of that sequence in particular played out really stupidly. One thing that we haven't mentioned yet is so the giant Cyclops comes into the cave and closes the door behind him. And then they all turn around like, maybe it's behind me now. It's like, no, keep looking in the direction you just saw it. And then it moves around stealthily without making any noise. That was really annoying to me as well. Ugh. Not my favorite of the little sequences. There is one. I'm kind of curious what you guys like favorite one will be, but I suppose we need to wait until we get to them.
Still, though, it had my attention more than anything up to the part of that in the movie because I was like, I wonder how they're going to do more things and how this will develop versus the other stuff where I was like,
yeah.
Well, we are back to an yeah moment of the film. So we've done the cool thing. Now it's time for Telemachus, and he is going to Sparta, and he's going to Sparta to visit who I'm quite sure I've seen always described as golden-haired Menelaus. Not quite so much in this film.
It's the Punisher.
It's the Punisher. Yeah, it is the Punisher, which I like John Bernthal as an actor. I do. Like I feel like he very much keeps getting essentially typecast.
Yeah, he needs to be careful because he'll slip into like being someone I don't want to see if he keeps doing this.
Yeah.
Because I think he's really good as well on those different. Because I've seen it said as like he's playing Shane. I'm like, dude, it's becoming a problem that you can say he's playing like one of 4 different characters at this point and be correct.
Yep, Shane, Frank Castle, the guy that he plays in Fury. You know, like it's just he keeps doing that same. And also, you know, it's worth noting that thing of when you were talking about how the character described as having gold hair. Because I don't feel like the film does a good job of showing the difference between like Ithaca versus Sparta or anything like that.
He was Brendan Gleeson in Troy. He's looking different.
Just a little bit. He's got a bald cap on now.
Mm-hmm.
So
we don't even really see Sparta.
No, that's kind of the thing is I feel like we don't get to actually see the variety of the ancient Greek world and and essentially what that looked like, particularly because in this case because the Odyssey is that's like a millennium before kind of like the Socrates, Plato sort of era of Greek history, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like 12th, 13th century. You know, so, but oh well, never mind. We'll just be in boring interiors. Let me tell you something.
It has a knock-on effect on the way the film's written as well, because it's an important point of contention later in one of these later scenes with Telemachus and Menelaus that Sparta is ready for the Sea People invasion because it has a king, it's powerful, and it's rich, and Ithaca is not. This is important that everybody understands this. But because we don't get to see Sparta, it has just to be told to us matter-of-factly in dialogue. It's like there's nothing in the movie that would tell you that. So you have to have Menelaus tell you that, and it's just not as interesting.
Weirdly enough, well, not even weirdly enough, I guess because Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I kind of liked that game. That was cool. There was a notable difference between Athens and Sparta, as you would kind of expect in terms of the way that they're presented. But yeah, in this case, I don't feel like we're getting that at all. Jumping ahead a little bit because that's later, but because we go to a few different places, but I don't feel that variety or diversity of essentially the ancient Greek societies. Given that it wasn't one unified country.
Well, it just felt like the conversation was, how are we going to be presenting Sparta? And the answer was, no.
It's a room.
Kind of funny how diverse the cast is ethnically, but how the same all the places we go to in the movie are.
Not only how the same, but like they're filmed with a fucking goo that makes everything even more boring than it would have been anyway. Like it's
the interior of the room that they are in when they see fucking John Bernthal. I mean, it's a similar-ish look to the main like chamber that we see in Ithaca and in Odysseus's like little castle. It's the same sort of lighting, the same. It's different kind of, but I don't feel like we get it in big or noteworthy ways. Which again, if this is meant to be an epic, it's like, well, hey, you set expectations on that front, for like what you would want to see. But yeah, oh well.
Again, maybe it's like unfair to draw comparisons to the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films, but there are no maps in this. There are no travel montages. There are surprisingly few like big, wide, epic establishing shots to show you how, again, what Sparta looks like. We just don't have that, and the few that we do are very, very brief. Like I think we have a couple of Ithaca, but that's it from memory.
You know what? It is unfair because Lord of the Rings was way fucking harder to nail, and they still did it.
Yeah. Well, because in this case, you are dealing with, as much as it is fantasy, I mean, it's Greece. Greece exists,
Yeah, and they did film there. Which is why all
And
the
I mean,
extras are Greek and none of the main cast are for some reason.
And I mean, it's a really cool location as well, just because of the fact that you've got the Aegean Sea as sort of, right in the middle and a whole bunch of these islands. And then you can play with that as well, right? Of the nature of them getting lost on their journey because they're sailing through this ocean, all these islands. Who knows what's out there, particularly at this time. But, oh well.
So
God
he
damn it.
introduces himself, and we know that his name is Menelaus because he tells us that.
If I
Yeah.
may,
Basically, his opening line of dialogue is like, "You know who I am. I am Menelaus, son of Atreus, brother of Agamemnon, husband of Helen. Perhaps you've heard of Helen, the face that launched 1,000 ships." Thank you.
this shit, like, there's already been so many examples, but I really want to reassure chat, like, that is accurate. That's like a 1-to-1. There's
the
not even a
dialogue.
breakup. There's no waiting for responses. Fucking Tom Holland doesn't say shit throughout that
And
entire
while
speech.
he's doing this, he is doing the almost Punisher kind of affectations, the sort of
You picked the right day to arrive.
To the left and
Feast of my
right, yeah.
daughter's wedding. You know
Kind
who
of
I
looking
am?
around a little bit, but
Yeah,
not looking at anything
doing the
particular,
fucking
but not looking at
unhinged PTSD bobbing shit. This is what I mean about why he was annoying the shit out of me. I was like, dude, I know this acting. You're not trying. You're not even thinking about the character. And the dialogue.
Not even trying. What the
The
hell?
dialogue
Like,
is script notes. It is, hey guys, I'm about to write a paragraph, I guess, that relates to his dialogue, and my notes are that he is this is the feast of his daughter's wedding, that he's Menelaus, that he's the son of Atreus, that he's the brother of Agamemnon, he's the husband of Helen. How do I get that information out? How do I get it, like, in a reasonable? That's a lot. And they're like, yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And then on the day, they were like, did you write anything for that? It's like, I think so. Whatever. Use whatever's there. And it's like, it's just the notes. It's the fucking bullet points. And then John Bernthal reads them. It's like, this is my dialogue, I think. All right.
And I think he was cast because Nolan has seen him play the kind of characterization he wants out of Menelaus. He wants Menelaus to be visibly dissatisfied with the lot of his life. Like, he, great war hero who has come back, like every other great war hero in this film, has come back to something which was not what he imagined it would be. So he's angry and a bit miserable, and he's not at war, and he's a bit bored, and he's still slightly unhinged because he's seen great trauma. And obviously John Bernthal has played that character elsewhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nolan just said, yeah, just play that, because that's the same person now.
Wait, isn't the Punisher a Vietnam War vet?
Yeah.
he would have been originally, yes. Originally.
But update it now.
That's
Makes a degree of sense.
That is a... Meanwhile, the Korean War just doesn't get brought up much at all, but it's all Vietnam. I guess it makes sense because it lasted for so long. Anyway, yeah, Vietnam War veteran, Melon, whatever his name is, the Punisher.
And he turns Helen's face around and says, well, maybe now just 500, because she has a scar now.
Which
This is again a movie
That
invention.
wasn't very nice of him.
What?
To do that.
No.
He's a
I was
mean
also
guy.
confused because I was like, oh, did that happen? And I was like, no, that didn't happen. Why have they put that in there? Because the reason why I wanted to know if it happened was it felt very unintuitive to me. You go to war because she's the most gorgeous woman in the history of everything. Menelaus, as far as I remember, was gonna kill her, but he couldn't bring himself to because, again, just too beautiful. And then he fucked up her face. He didn't kill her, but he fucked up her face. Like, I was like, does that make sense?
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either. And again, it's so annoying that these things happen where I'm like, I wonder if that was in the source. It's like, no. And you're like, oh, fucking...
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, is this going to be a reliable trend?
Yep.
Yes.
Like, this, I don't know, yeah, feels weird, because at this point, I think I would have to safely conclude, I have not consumed the Odyssey by watching the Odyssey. Like, I just haven't.
I've seen a lot of people saying, a lot of people think it's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, excellent adaptation, but I've seen some people say they think it's a really bad adaptation, but a good movie.
Well, from what you guys are saying, it sounds like the movie is straight up a terrible adaptation, but whether you like it is a separate question, because like plot, character, and theme are all very, very, very different from the sounds of it.
Everything except it gets the basic order of events. If you don't count all of the stuff it cuts out, the basic order of events is kind of as it is, but nothing else is. It can't have an adaptation of the Odyssey in which Odysseus utters the line, "I don't really want to go home." You can't do
Yeah,
that.
I figured that. I thought that was the whole point of the Odyssey was he was trying to get home, but yeah, okay.
Absolute horseshit. But the movie itself's okay. So so he's introduced Helen, and she's got this scar now, and the movie thinks it's probably really clever because it's like, oh, you went to war for this beautiful thing, but nothing escapes the scars of war, isn't this deep? And he says, there were many men left on the battlefields of Troy for that face, and she says it was for your brother's ambition.
This took me out again, by the way, because
Yep.
he's basically just gotten done saying, like, she's my trophy, took her back, scarred her, fucking, like, took a knife to her face, that we got our revenge, we completed the war, saying it in a way that he seems kind of unhinged. And then she's like, she's like talking shit. I was just like, I think you need to be quiet. I think you need to be careful.
What power does she have in this situation? Isn't like the point that she has none, basically, at this point?
Well, it was bad enough, that line, but in this conversation, she'll go on to keep heckling him to the point where he does his Punisher, like, no.
Yeah, like, I don't get, yeah. I mean, why would she, I mean, is it, I thought, but like Nolan seems to, isn't there like a line, sort of her last scene that kind of recognizes, like, yeah, your life's kind of over. Like, you got no power, no nothing.
That's what I thought.
But okay. I mean, if you wanted to present it the other way, you'd have to set the story before. It wouldn't be the Odyssey, and it would be before that, I guess, if that was the intention.
He should have done that.
Yeah. He should have just done that for no reason. He should have just shambled around. He should have waddled like Matt Damon.
Pulls out a shotgun. Like, wait a minute.
But yeah, Menelaus says, all those men on the battlefield, he doesn't miss any of them. Doesn't miss Ajax or Achilles as much as he misses one particular warrior, the smartest of them all, referring, of course, to Odysseus. They weren't actually that close in the poem, but never mind. And we cut back to the beaches, and we go back to Sinon. And Menelaus asks if Telemachus has heard the story of the horse, but from the inside. So this is clever.
Doesn't
this
he
is
say
how
as
you
well,
connect scenes.
Just before they start this, he says we were on that beach. He says we were stuck on that beach for 10 years. And I was like, I already know that, because in the other flashback we had, fucking Matt Damon said, we've been on this beach for 10 fucking years. It's just like...
Yeah, no, I know. The timeline is really clear. It's not even that complicated, lads.
No.
You were there, yeah, the war lasted 10 years, and then it's been 10 years since. Pretty much. Though this might be my... I kind of like this sequence, this whole sequence in the movie, which I guess makes a lot of sense, like just generally from a production standpoint.
All right, we can go through it.
I found it weird that.
Oh no!
Well, we'll go through it.
Right. Well, going through it. So Menelaus sort of narrates part of this, and obviously we see all of it. They're all inside the horse, and he's explaining that, the first couple of tides, men drowned inside the horse. And
pause.
I'm going to jump in already.
Why would you bury it in the...
Yeah,
I'm sorry. All of these veteran sailors don't know that the tide was going to come in and fuck them up. Damn, that was stupid. Secondly, there's plenty of fucking space when they show the inside, and guys are just sitting there drowning.
Yeah, but you have to, there's loads of that space has to be taken up by the IMAX camera, so they can't actually get up there.
I guess so, because obviously there was an intention to make it look claustrophobic, like insanely claustrophobic, to the point that you'd imagine that there would be instances where people would just start screaming because of how
they're pooping and pissing in there.
Was. Yeah,
they got all the bottles or whatever.
But again, that's another instance of it's funny. This sequence reminded me. This part, like them inside of the horse, reminded me a bit of Dunkirk. Do you remember the part? It's like one of the weirdest sequences in Dunkirk, where it's like a whole bunch of them are in a boat, and like it starts getting fired on, and like people are getting hit, and there's no blood, because it's particularly notable in Dunkirk, the absence of blood, and they're like drowning in it as well. It's like similar to that in that it's kind of almost. Yeah, so, mate, this part of the sequence I don't like so much. It's the later part that I kind of like a little bit more. Anyway.
It is a bit strange. Oh, go for it.
I was just going to say, I'm very rusty on the Odyssey, because I think I read it in high school and not since. But I imagine that they didn't just leave it kind of half buried in the sand on the beach. They didn't. Wouldn't they have like?
Well, you always
presented to
imagine
them?
it on wheels, don't you?
Yeah, most
That's always
depictions
what
show
I
it
would
on
like
imagine
wheels.
logs.
is on wheels. Yeah, not that it was
Yeah,
sticking
like
out of.
upright
That feels
on
like
wheel.
Nolan being like, "I'm gonna do it differently." Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna do it differently this time.
And then they just
I
drag
just-
it, and the scene just goes on and on.
I couldn't get over the fact that their plan nearly failed because they put it too close to the fucking edge of the beach and nearly drowned. That's like the most embarrassing shit. For the genius that is Odysseus, tactical genius, it's like, okay.
I just don't understand exactly how that happened, because yeah, obviously if you build the horse and you will get inside it and you wait, then yeah, you're going to end up in that situation. But did the Trojans know that they were there?
Well,
And if they did, because
No.
like essentially what I'm getting at is like, how did they know that they were going to show up at all?
they were just
So
waiting.
there's a couple of different versions in, I think in the Iliad, Sinon either lights a fire or actually breaks in and tells them, but poses as a defector. But anyways, Sinon alerts them to the presence of the horse in either version of that. Here they just happen to be wandering across the beach and they spot it.
That's fucking dumb, because that means that had the Trojans not been there at that point in time, then Odysseus and everyone inside the horse would have drowned.
Or just starved eventually. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
it's
And then they would have smelled the rotting corpses inside. Okay. And then when they open it up, they'd just be like, "Oh, geez, okay." And I mean, it just seems like a bad way of
gift.
doing it as well, because yeah, exactly. But
Give
then it's a
them the
gift that they have to roll in on like logs, and it's like, dude, you guys are making life much harder for yourselves because they're gonna be tipping that shit over, and one of you might fall and go, "Ah!" and then cover up your mouth, and then it's too late.
just
and they'll
feels
set you
like-
on fire.
Trojan horse is one of those things where you're gonna have a lot of the audience on your side as long as you hit some basics. And I was just getting really surprised by how much I was having an issue with each of the elements, because I was already like we've been over a lot of them, but like the end, nothing about the plan seems to make sense to me. And you'd be like, "What? You don't think the Trojan horse would work at all?" It's like, no. This version, why have they made so many of these weird choices that make it now less believable when it's already in a position where, you know, you have to suspend a little bit because any close inspection or rocking around, like say for example, if someone stabbed a sword down through it.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
Yeah, why
tag
did they do
somebody.
that and then stop?
Well,
Yeah.
so
And then there was
no, I don't
one-
mean to jump ahead, but the second I saw him do that, I was like, "You're doing this when it's in the city."
Yeah,
Okay.
you figure you do it before.
And
It's,
you drew blood. You
Oh,
drew
and that's-
No,
blood.
they
fine,
wiped the
'cause-
sword, buddy.
Yeah.
Don't worry, they wiped the sword. They
Remember
show
in
it.
the,
Bullshit.
Because in the raid, that's what they do in the raid redemption. Do you remember with the machete?
Oh
when he's
yeah,
doing it,
brilliant
he
scene.
has to- it's a cool scene. Yeah, it's a better movie. You know
Oh, for
what?
sure, yeah.
Look, all right. This sequence is already
Well, I mean, to add insult to injury, they saw the first plunge and they were all standing. It's like, crouch,
Yeah.
you stupid fucks.
Well, I guess they are lucky that the sword went in a way that they could, because if it went through his neck and he went, there's
Well, so as far as I'm concerned, I don't think they could have wiped the blood off that fast and that efficiently. But even if, like, you'll feel that, like, you stabbed it down once, stabbed it down again, and it got stuck for a second, and you tagged something.
Yeah, exactly. You just be like, that doesn't feel
But
quite
again,
right.
you didn't even need it. Why did you do that? Why did you have him stabbing through it? Why did you have them on the edge of the fucking beach? Why did you have it so they were covered in piss and
because if they're
shit and going, "Oh
stabbing-
god,
if
we're
they're
gonna stop"?
stabbing-
Like, why did you
That's
have all
also
of
a bit of
this?
a problem as well, thematically, right? Because if the whole point is that Zeus's law is something that's sacred and actually adhered to, why would they ever doubt it? Why wouldn't they just accept it for what it is as a gift? Why would they be mistrusting of it if Zeus's law was preserved and Odysseus was the one who threw open the gates on that? If you get
I think that's how it normally is supposed to work, is that they're distrustful of it at first, so they do kind of stab it a bit to see.
Once they
And
get
then
it
some
in the
people even
city.
suggest burning it. No, before they get into the city. And then some of them suggest burning it, but then they're swayed by the argument that it's a gift for Athena, so it belongs to Athena. But this happens mostly before they get into the city, obviously.
This is what I'm saying. Like,
Well, and also, I mean, what has been mentioned is that the whole Zeus's law shit is like just not an element of the original story, right? So, like, that presents a problem to me, because
Also,
if
is it,
the idea is that Odysseus was the one who breached commonly accepted customs, then they should have never distrusted it in the first place in this particular interpretation of the story.
You guys
can't stress that enough. It applies to rules of hospitality, not warfare. It's that you don't poison guests at dinner. It's not you don't try and win fights. It never meant that.
Yeah.
You're telling me this now for the first time.
What do you think of the horse design?
Too ornate.
I thought it looked kind
Would
of
have
cool.
taken them ages to make.
So I don't know if I'm going to
It's
be on my
detailed
own
in
on
the
this, but I was kind of struck by. I was like, man, it looks a little too like perfect almost. The one on the left
that
is
was
in
my
Troy,
criticism.
and I way prefer the one in Troy, even if there's criticisms to be made because it feels like it's
Isn't
made
that-
from pieces of their ships, right?
Yeah.
It feels like a funny element of like, because Troy was not like universally regarded as some great movie when it came out. Like
No.
I distinctly remember that
No, it
not
got a
being
lot
the
of shit.
case.
I never disliked Troy. I never held it as like a great film, but I enjoy watching it. It is a fun movie.
Doing the swings and the stabs, Brad Pitt.
I
swinging
love
it
their
around
fucking
and-
fight.
Oh,
That's
there was
like
a
one
lot
of
of
my
blood
favorite
as well. A lot
favorite
of blood
movie
in
fights.
that movie.
The action is
Especially
pretty
in the
solid.
face, the new Trojan horse is too detailed. Like they really spent all that time like polishing it, and so you know what I mean. It's just I thought it's supposed
No,
to
I
be
think
made
you're
out of
right.
It's supposed to be
I mean-
cast as when they actually do this in the poem. It's supposed to be during a retreat. So like they are retreating from the shores of Troy. They've lost the war. They want to get out quickly before disease gets them and all the rest of it. So part of the design is, yeah, we have limited resources, but also it needs to look like we did it in a rush. Because otherwise, it makes them suspicious. If we've got people frantically whittling ornate horse heads and hooves, that's like, well, they spent ages doing this. Why did they choose to leave after they did this? Clearly, they
No,
weren't
I'm
in that much
convinced.
of a rush.
Yeah, I'm convinced. It's yeah. I think you're right. I think it looks kind of nice, but that's almost the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that they were trying to lean into the idea of it being a gift because it being a gift is very important to the film. Whereas, like, if we're comparing it to the one on the left, honestly, to me, looks more like a piece of siege equipment. But,
Yeah, but isn't it
how
supposed to be
plausible it
burnt?
is a different question.
I thought this was like an offering of like a thing to burn at the temple.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
because
it's
there's a
meant
kind
to
of
be
ticking clock
destroyed.
going. If they don't manage to get out in time, then
Oh,
it will
God.
actually be burned as an offering, is the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whereas this one kind of isn't, because it'd be kind of tough to set that new one on fire. It looks pretty well made. It's kind
like
of
bronze.
smooth.
Oh, and that's because when they talk about setting it on fire, one of the guys starts panicking. Right, he starts going, "Oh, oh!" Like, he
Yeah.
starts freaking out. I enjoy these sounds. All right, but then he
But hey,
calms
it
down.
made for one of the least practical popcorn buckets I think I've ever seen. So it made some kind of
It's not gonna beat Supergirl.
The Supergirl bucket is that is hilarious. Just a popcorn bucket that no longer holds. That's got to stop, guys. You gotta stop buying these things, okay?
Sorry,
Dude,
I
that
just
movie-
looked up the
that movie was
Supergirl
so
popcorn
funny.
bucket.
Anyway, yeah.
Is that meant
Have
to
you
look
ever
like a
seen it
penis?
before?
No.
Oh no, you're
You're looking at
something else.
the
That's,
cup or whatever, right?
The popcorn
Oh,
bucket
yeah, that's
is
what-
the
Lobo.
is the Lobo one. It's on this motorcycle and it barely holds anything because motorcycles are pretty thin.
Oh my god, that's okay.
Yeah. Dude, that movie lost so much. Dude, that movie failed harder than I think anybody could have expected. What a crazy. It's just that movie's dead, and then everybody came up
well-
on defending it.
I will say this about the Odyssey popcorn bucket. It's not very practical for holding popcorn, having now looked at it, but at least it looks kind of nice. Like,
It's- Even though it's got
kinda
a little
meant,
kangaroo
you know-
pouch.
yeah, it does, it does.
For the popcorn,
That's probably the nicest looking popcorn bucket that I've seen out of all of them.
it's a Trojan kangaroo.
Yeah.
I enjoy that as an idea now. That sounds fun. And then they all hop out of the pouch and they launch their attack. Because people don't know what kangaroos are in ancient Greece.
The Trojan kangaroo, god.
So, whilst all the Greeks are inside, Sinon is left outside. Sinon does not know any of this plan, is not party to it in this version of the story. He's
And that's
entirely innocent
relevant.
of the conspiracy.
That's a big element that will be addressed later in the movie.
Yes, it is. So the Trojans ride up, and this time, because obviously we've seen the death from the outside, we hear it from the inside. We hear Sinon make the false promise or the false story that this is a gift for the gods. You see that Odysseus is very sorry that he hears that Sinon has died for what he knows to be a lie, but Sinon didn't. The Trojans once again pull the horse back into the city. This is the bit where someone stabs it from outside after it's in the city and it hits a guy, but they have to keep him really quiet. And then there's someone chanting to burn it, and then a man panics and they have to keep him quiet. They raise the horse up on its legs and they leave it in the middle of a square, mostly unguarded, for the rest of the night. So the horse is in. The plan is afoot.
I have a question. If Sinon didn't know, then that means we're to believe that Odysseus and his guys turned a boat into a horse and climbed inside without Sinon knowing?
was asleep.
Oh, yeah. He was asleep. That's right. Under cover of night.
Is there any benefit at all to not telling
I don't
Sinon
get it.
plan?
Why lie?
The idea is that the lie is more believable. Can't be tortured out of him.
That is the line Odysseus
So
has
that would be
later:
like,
is that dying men tell truths I needed you to believe.
That sounds like coke to me.
Isn't he on board with the general, like, they want to come sack Troy, and Sinon is on board with that, and this is part of the plan to do that? Why would I don't believe that. I think that's really stupid.
Well, and if everybody else was on board with the plan, like almost morally, or they didn't give a shit, why would Sinon be like the one exception to that?
I don't know.
To me, it felt like it was a forced thing to then have the sort of tragedy aspect of you died believing in a lie, and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's really stupid.
Yeah.
It is really. It was a silly decision that Christopher Nolan made as the sole screenwriter on this film, so it's all on him.
So that night, the trap is sprung. Odysseus and Menelaus and all their men, they exit the horse. They take out the guards. The drums really want you to know this is a really tense scene, so they start increasing their pace. The Greeks, they take the gates. They're spotted.
I kind of liked it.
I like the individual. I think the sequence on its own, until Darth Vader enters, I like it. It's quite good.
Until the gates open and Agamemnon.
It's so edgy.
Sorry, opens and then.
I don't know, man. I was just underwhelmed with Troy in general. And maybe I'm being a bit superficial or something, but I'm
more underwhelmed by the because I agree that I was underwhelmed, but it was more so with the later sequence, like this portion of it, this opening bit of them opening the gates. I kind of liked, but it's really the big when it's shown the destruction in full. It's very much like, dude, this is a set. This is a set. I don't feel like I'm in ancient Greece in the city of Troy. This is made of styrofoam.
I agree, but also the walls and the gates and everything, like they're described as impenetrable, and then we look at them and it's like, I doubt
they're not that impressive.
I doubt it. I doubt it took
pretty impenetrable.
To siege the city.
All you need is the ladders from the Battle of Helm's Deep. Just throw them up and you'll be good to go.
That would do it.
It's not that tall.
So just to be clear for any the guys in chat, if you haven't seen the film, this sequence is just like 20 or so guys getting out of the horse, causing a bit of trouble and opening the gate to let the army in. This isn't the actual like battle where they take the city.
We'll
we don't see that until essentially the end of the movie. They kind of cut it in half. But like to what Fringy was saying, I think that not seeing sort of the big scope of the battle or of even the relatively small scale skirmish of what's happening right now, I think that's fine because we're seeing it from a very grounded, like literal boots on the ground perspective of running through the city, sniping guards and opening the gate. I think that's fine, but then they kind of do that again later when we're supposed to believe that this is a city on fire. And because we don't have those big, again, to compare it to Lord of the Rings, those big, wide, full CG, so maybe that's why Nolan didn't want to do it, shots of Troy on fire showing where everything is. Those shots just aren't in this movie.
The probably more apt comparison would be Troy.
Oh, yeah.
Troy is obviously much more impressive on a scale aspect, but because Nolan doesn't want to be using any CG, I guess that's the sacrifice we have to make.
At this point, I think it's a bad thing. I think that's almost unhinged.
Well, so there was
refusal to use CGI at this
there was
point.
a comment earlier in the stream that's like, got to give appreciation for doing basically everything practical. I'm like, no, I don't. I have to give the same appreciation for that as I do for 100% CGI. Like,
unless we want to say that, like, well, you got to not respect Peter Jackson for his use of CGI in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which nobody would say because, like, do you really want to see the version of the Balrog that some fucking guy in a costume? Like,
the argument often goes like, but it's it's so much more difficult to do everything practically, and that makes it more technically worthy. It's like there is no labor theory of value when it comes to art. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
Your tools either will make a good work or they won't. You use the best tools available to you to make the best work of art that you can. If you voluntarily choose to make the job harder for you than it needs to be, or limiting yourself in ways that actively undermine the story you're telling, because they're just not up to the task, then you've made a mistake. You should compromise on that position. If you want to only use practical, you should write your story knowing that you're only going to use practical effects. Then it's fine to criticize or praise the sole use of practicality.
I mean, it's fantasy, so I mean, it's a tough one to deal with no, especially when you and plus there must be CGI in this movie, right? Like there must be.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
there's gotta be.
There is. I think what Nolan is opposed to is full CG shots. He obviously uses CG for, like, for example, the Cyclops, like to do the scale compositing, if that's how they did it. And, to change the sizes of certain things and to presumably hide crew members for the wide shots on the boat. Like, they're going to be using CG, but I think the idea is that, like, basically every frame was captured with an IMAX camera, I think was his objective, which I don't think that that's admirable on its own, because like Platoon said, like something being difficult doesn't make it better. Like, what else is difficult to film? Like any film involving dogs to getting them to do what you want them to do on camera, especially if they're puppies. That doesn't suddenly mean that the live action 102 Dalmatians is amazing.
But
Just
also,
it's difficult.
I hate to be the guy, but like, Marvel movies, they look like shit because you get a bunch of people and you tell them they've got to do immense work in a small amount of time and they can't because it's too hard.
But nobody says that the CGI for Iron Man in Iron Man is shit. Nobody believes that. Nobody thinks it would have been better if he was flying around on some fucking strings. Nobody feels that way.
More and more you see people sharing shots of Iron Man 1, 2, and Avengers of being like, look how fucking good that suit looks.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that occasionally you do see, I don't like these new Avatar. I don't like any of the Avatar movies, to be fair. I don't like these new ones, but the visual effects are way better than most things that come out now.
Obviously, there's practical shots, but I was actually, I'm referring to the flying shots. The CG Iron Man shots look fucking great in those movies.
They sure do when he's flying around, and it's good stuff. But oh well, we don't make good movies. Dude, everything is so lame now. Like it is. I mean, playing Halo Combat Evolved recently just reminded it's like, dude, things used to be cool, and I'm not talking about ruler cool or whatever the fuck. I just mean things used to be like cool. we don't do that anymore. Everything's lame.
I need to rewatch Troy.
I do. I'm just looking. That's why I was pausing. I haven't seen it in so many years. It looks better than I remember.
It's a fun movie.
Sure, like story doesn't change, but it's impressively done.
Sean Bean is Odysseus.
He is, which is funny because he could maybe have played the role as the older Odysseus in this film, but
they have to de-age him for the earlier stuff, and then that's CG. So no,
that's CG. No, bad.
Well, I mean, I'd say that's because something I do just remember the fight sequences. Yeah, the fight sequences in Troy were like really cool.
Very celebrated.
And in this movie, it's very much like, yep, this is the guy who made the Dark Knight trilogy in terms of the fights not being particularly well choreographed or shot.
Well, it does manage to capture the war bad thing as well. It's like this is not a cliche. I mean, it's a bunch of cliches in it, but it's not a cliche. Oh, heroism is amazing thing that you get to see the horrific perspective of the people inside the walls. You see the backstabbing by Agamemnon. You see all the tragedy of war as well as the glory of the fights. It's quite a well-rounded movie. Arguably a more well-rounded movie than this one is in terms of what it's trying to convey.
I think it's easily better than the Odyssey, which a lot of people find funny because like Troy is seen as somewhat slop, like 2000 slop.
Yeah, but 2000 slop is better than 2020 slop.
We're slop connoisseurs, and that's better.
Slop connoisseur, yes.
Yeah. I'd like to say that I think I'm a slop connoisseur. I've watched a lot of slop.
It's like wine tasting, but for slop.
Well, it's I think I saw a tweet recently that was comparing like Transformers or like Michael Bay to Christopher Nolan in terms of like how much Michael Bay got torn to shreds for the way that he adapted Transformers versus how Nolan has adapted the Odyssey, a much more important story. And you are reminded, it's like, yeah, Transformers in 2007, that's a fucking slop movie. But look at how well made it is in a lot of ways. Like, not a great script, not a great story, but like very impressive technically.
Well, like, big action scene in Bad Boys 2 in Miami. It's it's insane when you watch it all. The amount of effort that went into it. You're like, good God, imagine how long it took to do this.
And then it flies over the car.
It's so good. You don't even need to care about the characters to be like, whoa. Like, they're all real cars, explosions everywhere, this huge fucking...
Well, and I mean, there's a fellow that was committed to pyrotechnics as well. You know, obviously he used a lot of CGI for the... I mean, he got worse. He definitely got worse with those Transformers movies, but, you know, there's a guy who probably didn't consider himself an artist and more of a, you know, I don't know, a technician almost, but fuck that guy. Even though he made The Rock, which is a pretty good movie.
Hell yeah.
He made a lot of shit. Don't mistake me. Michael Bay is not a good filmmaker. Do not get it confused.
On a technical level, he's very talented as a director, but he
feels like
makes slop.
That's the thing.
Absolutely, when he feels like The Rock is a fantastic movie, just straight up. And you know, you give him a bad script, he's going to direct it well generally, but then he also makes crap like, what was that Netflix one? The Ryan Reynolds one? That was like unwatchable.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is that after Transformers 1, I think he changed essentially for the worst. That was the end of Michael Bay being like in any way worthwhile.
So, having invaded and successfully opened the gates, you get that sort of release of tension. The drums stop, Vader walks in, all the troops flood through the city, yelling. And then we come back to the present, and Menelaus says, "You know the rest, but why am I telling you? You should hear the bards sing it." Why? Why have that as your transition line?
Nolan,
for fuck's sake.
What are you doing, man?
Worth highlighting as well that Telemachus has not spoken yet. He has just heard all of this.
He's, again, the vending... It's like a little fucking coin machine. He's just pouring it. Like, it baffled me that we didn't even get him acknowledging or saying anything in between all these steps. Menelaus knew exactly. He was just reading the script. He's like, gotta get this over with, and we move on. Even though it's got a great actor, really interesting character, the situation, there's plenty to work with, and you made it lame. Talking about the fucking Trojan horse... And it's like stupid.
One of the most like iconic objects in like all of storytelling. I mean, it's the fucking Odyssey, man. Like this is like it's like the journey to the West for the West. You know, but oh well.
Yeah, so Menelaus says the gods granted them a good and righteous victory, and Helen scoffs at this, but he angrily repeats it because that's how you act. And then he says the gods gave them a righteous victory, but did not bless their voyage home. It took him years to get back. And Helen says, well, some got home and wish they didn't. Tell him what happened to your brother. Tell him about Agamemnon, about his hero's welcome. Tell him how he was welcomed by his queen, by my twin sister, Clytemnestra. They weren't twins, so that's wrong. But also, it's just quite funny.
How do you make the most beautiful woman individually ever a twin? What Nolan? She wouldn't be a twin. Sister, fine, but twin? That means the other one. And it's also confusing, because I think a lot of people came away from this movie thinking Helen of Troy killed Agamemnon.
Yeah, I mean, which
I don't even blame him for that.
So much exposition ends up being so confusing on one of the most important details of this story. Because I wouldn't blame them either, honestly.
I think Shad thought that happened, and it's like, yeah, I know why you thought that, but
also that scene is like, is that scene at this sequence?
No, it's alluded to
later.
We get it later, but it's alluded to now.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why Menelaus is like, no.
He says no. He does not want to hear that story now because it's like it's later. That's when it's in the script, so that's the reason.
I totally buy him getting heckled by her after everything he's done. He fucking spent a decade cutting through like a bazillion Trojans just to get her back. Cuts up her face. And then she's just like angrily shitting on him, and he's like, leave me alone. It's like, yeah, nah, I don't think so.
Just is there anyone to like in this movie?
Nope.
No.
Spider-Man, no. Batman.
So then Telemachus remembers the only thing he has to say in the film. So he says, "Have you heard anything about Odysseus?" And Menelaus says, "Nope." So that was a pointless waste of time. But he says, "Some say he's rich, some say he's poor, some say he's dead, others imprisoned." And Tom Holland looks up as though like that is a more plausible thing than everything else. And it is, because he is imprisoned. And no one has any cause to know that, but he is. So back to Calypso we go. And she asks Odysseus to recount more memories. And he says, "Well, me and my men became more convinced that I had offended Poseidon. We see them struggling against these storms and the winds and waves."
It would be
And then
cool if he didn't say that, though. Like, if that was just implied.
Yeah, but
that everybody's giving him looks.
Again, the post-Cyclops discussion. Hey, we heard him say that he's Poseidon's son. No, he wasn't. No, I heard it too. He definitely was. So now you've pissed off Poseidon, which means the sea and the wind are against us. Why'd you do that, Odysseus? And he's like, "Well, I don't believe in the silly omens shit." Like that's a conversation that happens. It's so condescending.
And then we get to another trailer sequence, and virtually all of this scene is in the trailer. There's only a couple of bits at the beginning and the end that don't make it there. It's the Lystragonians. We've reached the giant plate metal armor people.
Oh. Yeah.
Yay!
This
is very
might
silly.
Be the worst aside.
Oh,
like,
man.
worst little vignette.
Yes,
Nothing.
I think so. I think it probably is. Yeah, of all of the fantasy vignettes, this is probably the weakest one.
It's
The armor
also
looks terrible.
probably the one that could have just been surgically removed from the film and not changed in it. Like all this
Even though it
accomplishes
kills
is that it
most
kills a
men.
bunch of
Yeah.
That's probably the reason why you couldn't remove it.
No, I
I
think you
think
could if you
You
ordered
could.
it.
You definitely could.
Yeah. Platoon, you
armor
wanna
looks
do a
bad.
summarize the thing, and then there's so many things to talk about.
So they go through the woods, and they see what appears to be a man wearing armor standing facing away from them. And then the man turns around, and it turns out it's just an extremely large child, and it's wearing a helmet. And then it laughs at them, and then it screams for no particular reason, and it runs away. And one of them says, "If that's a child, what do the adults look like?" And then we see what the adults look like, because the giants, they just walk out of the woods in full
Wearing
armor,
their
as though they've been
armor.
waiting for this scene to happen. And Odysseus' men make like Brave Sir Robin, and they run away.
There's so many issues. The fact that Nolan, when he was writing this, decided to change it, and he thought he was so clever. He was like, they'll encounter a normal-sized person, but it's not a normal-sized person because it's actually a big person, but a young big person, making them a small person for a big person size, which actually makes them normal-looking compared to normal people. And I'll give them armor, so it just looks like a normal person. And then they'll find out it's a kid. And then it'll be like, oh, this is kind of scary because what if there was an adult version of this creature that's like 2 or 3 times the size? And then that was the giants. And then, oh shit, I got to have one of the characters say this. Otherwise people aren't going to follow.
No one will follow what I'm trying to put down here.
So
Yeah.
like it's a little bit different in the poem. Inevitably, in the poem, they arrive and they meet it's a kind of another princess, or at least the king's daughter, who is quite large, to be fair, but leads them all the way back to the palace, because these giants actually have lives off screen. They don't just stand around in armor waiting for people to arrive. They go back to the palace, and one of the giants, the king, in fact, just picks one of them up and then starts eating him because they're all cannibals. And they have to run away. So there's a bit of trickery sort of that goes into play. The princess sort of lures them there, and the giants have a little bit more of a life. They're still principally just there to be evil and kill a bunch of people, but it makes a little bit more sense. But here it's like they're obviously wearing stilts, and the armor looks terrible, and all it accomplishes is just that loads of people die again.
The first thought I had was, if the kid runs off screaming and they're about to do a whole army of giants are on their way, they're giants, so we're going to see them, right? And it's like, but careful, Sir Nolan has put a hill there, sort of, and also suddenly thick mist. And I was like, what is this cheating shit? And then, of course, all of our dudes have to just stand still in shock, going, whoa. And then it like sort of cuts into one of the giants just hitting one of the dudes, and they go flying. And I was like, how did none of you have
How they get so
self-preservation?
close. Why are you not running immediately?
And the thing is, they're just not that fast looking, the giants, when they move. Because, like Platoon said,
they're
they're
doing
kind
the
of
thing.
fucking
They're doing
limited
their
by the way they
walking
filmed
thing.
this. So all I'm sitting here doing is like, just sprint away. Sprint away.
Right
You'll be fine. Run. Run,
but they're
run.
not. It takes out like most of them.
No, and this
most
is the
of them
thing.
die here.
The armor's been made fun of since the trailers were coming out. Nothing about the sequence beginning is clever or interesting. It's just silly, and then everyone just gets themselves killed. The only thing that I guess is in favor of the scene is the forest moving, in terms of like, oh, that's strange and different, and that's why it's preventing them from being able to escape. Do you see that? Like, there was that one shot with the one guy making like a goofy ass face, being like, "Oh no, I'm trapped."
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, this is probably the clearest example of like the R rating is meaningless, because a whole bunch of them get trapped, like the trees almost form a cage, and then the giant starts stabbing into it, and it's like, you're not showing me anything though, dude.
Yeah.
Like, why are you bragging about this being an R-rated film when it feels like it's shot like a PG-13 film of don't show the swords going into them and don't show any blood?
Yeah, and so the trees moving really caught me off guard, because I was like, wait, what? What? That's interesting. Oh, we're not doing anything with that? Okay.
Nope.
And it's gone. Yeah, and at least with some of the other vignettes, you could argue there's a point to them in terms of like what they're trying to say about Odysseus and his journey, and the consequences of his actions, etc. This one is just, there's no meaning here at all. It's just, oh crap, those are some big guys. Run away. Oh, they got us.
Yeah.
On we go.
I may have misheard, because like, unfortunately the sound mix when lots of action's happening is at its absolute worst. When they get back to the ships, I think he commands them to wait because he's trying to get more of his men on the ships.
Yeah.
Did I miss that? So the only thing you learn, I guess, but you learn this elsewhere anyway. But I think it's supposed to be like, oh no, he's so committed to saving his men that once again he's got way more of them killed. So he's an idiot, but he's really committed. He's committed to the bit.
Yeah.
Because they just start hacking at the ships, and only his ship escapes. So basically, they were like 3 or 4 ships until that point, and then the Lystragonians take the rest of them out. So everyone else is dead now.
Yep. So that would be fine if not for the fact that they had acted like idiots when they first encountered the giants, because that then led to more of them getting killed. If Odysseus had been smart and he'd led his guy, shown himself to be a good leader at that point in time, and then clearly made the poor military decision of, no, we've got to save everyone, and then more people die, then, that would have been a lot better.
Yeah, it would have been. But, I mean, the reality is he should have said, let's go, and then they should have gone.
Let's go.
I'm sorry. It's like, I smiled when that happened in the theater. It's my favorite aspect of this film is Matt Damon
Let's go.
Especially when you love the context in that fucking scene. Anyway.
This vignette just should have been utterly cut out of the movie, and the main argument I would have for that is that, one of the many arguments I'd have for that is that this is just another group of giants, but we just did a giant Cyclops, and that was way more giant, so this feels kind of like a step down also.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like an escalation in terms of all the crazy things we're seeing. It's just, it feels totally superfluous.
Well, it just felt like we were thinning the numbers of his crew.
The thing that would make it less superfluous is if it was emphasized that they were, like, intelligent, basically. But you don't get to see that. They just shamble out of the forest and just start killing them. So, that's not
because they were on their daily full armored hunt through the forests and just having to bump into them.
Which, sorry guys, that armor looks terrible and it's anachronistic. So, get over it. Like, people can point that out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Odysseus' main armor is also stupid. That's theirs is worse, but like all the armor in this sucks. It's not even just that it's anachronistic.
Giants don't exist. It's like, okay, yeah, cool. Okay, so why are you saying this?
Well, to take one example, like Odysseus's helmet, like, oh sure, it's not fitting of the time period, whatever. You can say that we're not going for historical inaccuracy, but like we're not going for historical accuracy, but like why is his neck uncovered?
That's like an important part of the body, I think.
A pretty damn important part of the body, actually. Things like that. Like, even if this is a fantasy world where we're not trying to be the Mycenaean, however the fuck you said, era of Greece, like, surely it needs to make sense as armor still, though, right?
Yeah,
it should. At that point, plot problems rather than historical accuracy. At that point, you're just pointing out, like, this is just not good at protecting you, which is what it's meant to do.
Yeah. And also, I feel like I see people get speared through their full armor several times in this movie. I'm not really sure what the armor does.
No, I think you're right. In that scene where they get trapped in the trees and they just start stabbing, it looks like they're stabbing him in the chest.
Doesn't Sinon get stabbed like through her armor?
Immediately and about 3 times, yes.
Yeah, what's the armor doing then?
I mean,
it's like Stormtrooper armor. It's there for effect.
I will say that's almost like a more normal problem that turns up in a lot of shit where armor doesn't do anything at all, but it is annoying, and it shouldn't be happening.
It might be slightly better at deflecting glancing blows or some blunt force stuff, but it's not gonna hold up very well against anything sharp and heavy. And I think lean on rule of cool more. And these things aren't realistic, fair enough, but they're also really, really, really uncool. So that's just not good.
Like, they have a lot of wiggle room that they could have used again if they had leaned into the subjectivity of the narrator. Like, oh god, I'm baked out of my mind, and we fought these giants that were wearing like period inaccurate steel plate armor, like whatever. You know, they could have done that, and I would have defended this choice had they done that, but they didn't. We also don't get anything about these giants. They're just there. They don't even speak. We don't know anything about them as a culture or as a people or whatever. So they're just there wearing it's like the video game boss has spawned in, or the video game ads have spawned in, you fight them and then leave. There is nothing. All they are is a design choice. So essentially in the movie, you get as much context as you get in the trailer for these guys. And when I saw the trailer, like everyone was kicking off about this for the trailer, and I was like, no, let's just wait for the movie because we don't have the full story. Turns out we do. And now I don't like this. Also, I want to mention as well how we I think glossed over it, but it's extremely silly, the setup for this scene. There is it's like a cliche horror movie where there's a child dressed in full plate armor for some reason, out on their own in the woods, facing away from the protagonists. They show up and the child stands up and screams, and then everyone just marches out of the woods in full plate armor.
Nothing makes sense about it. It's all silly. It's just all silly. No, like this whole is why I advocate it just makes this film categorically better to cut this whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Because the only mechanical purpose that it serves is it kills a bunch of the soldiers. But the film is already pretty vague as to how many they have. And yeah, it means more of them would have been alive for the storm. And yeah, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, lose other ways you could accomplish killing people.
It would have been more impactful if the storm killed those other 2 ships or like sank them, you know, because at least that would be a consequence of what we just saw happen with the Cyclops.
I mean, you could even have the Cyclops take a load more of them out and just chuck rocks. I think they do chuck rocks.
That's true, but I mean, if you have the like curse from Poseidon thing, and then we're not really losing many of them at sea until much later.
No, fair point. Speaking of gods, we get a couple of very, very important things happen on the boat after they leave this island. That you sort of look down, Odysseus looks down beside him, and it's Zendaya is scowling at him. And then we jump away to a couple more places around the ancient world where she's also standing there scowling at him. And then that's kind of it. They sail away. So she's important too. Just reminding you that Athena is in the movie and nominally important, I suppose.
I think it's funny that she's wearing a very similar costume to what she wears in Dune.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all the costumes are pretty uninspired, not just the armor. You know, like a lot of the women in this movie are just kind of wearing what look like burlap sacks, essentially. It doesn't really wow the senses in any meaningful way.
We'll get some excellent ones with Menelaus and Telemachus a little bit later on, but for now, so they sail away and they see what looks to be like a little small settlement on another nearby island, and Odysseus says we need to make for that, but the men say no, we're not going to do that until tomorrow because we've just lost loads of people and we need to rest. So this is to show you that Odysseus is losing his command and his authority over his men, which is going to become briefly important.
Don't really feel like the mission that made that secured is the wacky nonsense giants one. Doesn't feel very satisfying to be like, we don't trust you anymore as a leader. It's like, why? It's like, well, because we encountered that kid who screamed at us, and then all of the cannibal giant parents attacked us in the wacky magic forest. Yeah, like you failed as a leader there. And it's like, oh, I disagree, but okay.
You guys should have run better. You should have run faster. Like me.
You should have known that they'd all be waiting in full plate armor. That's an obvious one. Come on.
So the next day they land, and his men threaten to mutiny. They all go up in one direction. He takes his bow and goes off to hunt and bring them some food back to re-earn their trust and loyalty. And the men, they all walk up towards some stone stairs, and they pass a big lion and a big tiger and a big panther. And then they find the hut at the top, and in the hut there is a raven. It's a bird in a cage. And a woman walks in after them, and then she screams and tries to run away, and they grab her, but they promise not to hurt her. They really, really, really need some food, and she reveals that her name is Circe. So Circe's in the movie now. Odysseus is hunting a deer while all of this is happening, and he pursues it through some fields. He shoots it a few times. It finally collapses, and then we intercut. I'll just do these as separate things because it's easier. He shoots the thing. It lies down. He goes to find it, and he finds that it's now the upturned body of a naked man. He's killed a human. It was a deer. It died. It is now not one of those anymore. It's a person. So he thinks, oh shit, something's badly wrong on this island as well, and he begins making his way up toward the hut, in which Circe makes the men take off their armor and their weapons, and she promises to give them food, which she does. And they start eating, and they eat very, very keenly, and then they eat almost suspiciously keenly, and then they seem to be even a bit horrified about how keen they are to eat, and then they can't stop. And she then begins, slowly and quite horrifically, turning them into pigs. And I think it's one of the more visually effective things in the entire movie, this.
Absolutely.
Probably the best sequence in the film, outright. It's super cool.
I thought it was good shit.
All the sound,
the body horror,
squelching, and all the way that they're slowly getting turned from humans, becoming less human-like, more pig-like, in very gradual and unusual and off-putting. It's like, okay, Nolan, I wish there was more of this in the movie, just in general, this fantasy stuff. But I guess this is the most, pretty much, that there is.
It always feels like concessions. Like, okay, fine, I'll put some fantasy in. You're like, oh, I mean, if you're gonna be so angry about it,
This is a genuinely really effective scene. The way it ends is kind of shockingly. Well, I don't think it speaks very well of Odysseus' character, but until that point, it's a really cool sequence.
It is, although even so when he arrives and he starts having a conversation, obviously she lies about knowing where his men are, and he lies about not keeping a dagger on his person. And they both know that they're lying to each other, so it's a case of there's the tension: is he going to eat the food or is he not going to eat the food? And he spots the ring. One of the rings that he gave one of his fallen comrades is in the bowl of pork stew, so he knows that she is a witch who's been turning people into animals. And then she goes to stab him with his own knife. But he has spotted the raven in the cage, and he grabs it because he makes quite an imaginative leap, which is that the raven is one of her family members, and she keeps it because she still loves them. And this is where I'd say it's kind of lucky. And it also, I think, starts to collapse a little bit because Nolan really, really wants to insert a grounded, realistic motive for a witch turning people into pigs. So this is where the scene, I think, starts to fall apart, because she's basically... her reason in the poem is that she is semi-divine. She is inscrutable. She is she's a weird creature. She is alien. She does what she does because divine things are capricious. She doesn't do it because she has some deep vengeful motive. She does it because this is what she does, and it makes her alien and bizarre and strange. And then the twist is obviously that you discover the inner humanity underneath it. This one decides, though, that she needs the same motive as basically everybody else in the film: vengeance. So she doesn't do this thing. She doesn't turn men into pigs because she is just a crazy witch creature. She turns them into pigs because she says they were always pigs. They've been murdering and raping across the world. They didn't do it just because he told them to, but because they are men and they are soldiers. And she accuses him of sending them into her on her own, knowing that she was there and expecting them to respect her in her own household. And it's like, okay, fine, but then why did you turn your sister into a crow?
Good question.
It was so funny because he even grabbed the crow. He was like, "This family member, someone you love. Is it your mother, sister?" Then she's like, "You got it right." What if it was just like, "Nah, it's just like a dude I turned into a crow that I hated."
Which is probably more likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Much more likely, given her entire motivation she just exposited to you.
So where does this motivation come? She lives alone in a shack on top of a big hill surrounded by big cats. she's not been involved in the war. She's not been raided. She's not encountered any of the blowback that is supposed to be like part of what this represents is the costs of war on everybody around you. So she's just decided to take offense on behalf of a bunch of other people for some soldiers doing stuff she doesn't know they've done.
She got it in the newspaper.
She's just a feminist.
I mean,
Frank, like that's what she is.
The cringeworthy aspect to me, I was like, because isn't it Hermes that warns Odysseus about her originally?
Yeah, warns Odysseus and gives him a special herb that means that when her potions don't work on him.
So, like, not allowed the gods, so by Hermes, and then by that aspect. And so we come in, and, like, it was already too disjointed for me anyway, because if you don't know the context of, like, what Nolan wants to bring, you eventually discover it's like, so these soldiers who are desperate, who've been, like, basically wandering the ocean, starving, desperately ask for help, and then she's like, ugh, men. Like,
yeah.
Well, I'm just sort of, I feel like I'm like, Noah, this is really hard to understand what the fuck her position is here. Like, why are you even bringing this in? And it's like, haha, I turned you all into what you are, which is pigs. It's like, yeah, fuck you for being hungry. That's a uniquely a man thing.
And I think what's more insulting is that he kind of like sympathizes with her.
Yeah.
That's more annoying than she's an old witch, you know, like whatever. She's evil, but like he's like, no, you got a point.
Even though she violated Zeus's law.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty egregiously, I think you could say.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, because doesn't she say that? What was it like? Why did you turn them into pigs? And she says like, well, because they were acting like pigs. They and he says, did they hurt you? And she says, no, but they would have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, so we're doing a bit of Minority Report.
Well, they're men.
It's funny you say that because it's actually the same actress who plays one of the.
It is.
Oh God, I wasn't even thinking of that, but yeah.
It's Agatha is her name, right? I think.
Yeah.
It's that one.
Harkness.
No.
You know, we're gonna have to rewatch that when Vision Quest comes out. It's gonna be amazing. So Odysseus talks her down eventually, and he's like, "Yeah, the men, they weren't going to hurt you. They just really, really, really want to go home. So, can you just, let them?" And she says, "Okay." And she goes to turn them back. While she's turning them back, she whispers, "Back into your disguises." So she hasn't really been convinced.
No.
But she agrees to go along with it anyway. And Odysseus, he commands his men back to their ship. He says, "Take what food you can, but leave the meat." His men, understandably, don't want to leave Circe alive.
Yeah.
And they say she's a witch. And they ask who gave her powers, and this is where Odysseus says, "Your gods."
So, a couple things. One, why I don't think we want to eat any food from her, if we're being completely honest. You idiots. Two, I don't disagree at all that you might want to kill this woman. One, look what she did to us. Two, how many people has she done this to? And does she eat them? And then three is like, how many people is she going to do it to if we don't stop her? Like, we're here now. It's like, you shot that Cyclops out of just hating what he does, which honestly seemed more, quote-unquote, a natural process, as in the Cyclops. I think they make a reference, like, would you even try to talk to ants? Like, the Cyclops doesn't register what's happening in the same way that they do. She does it because she hates she hates men.
Yeah, they go out of their way to show that the Cyclops is not evil. It's just an animal doing its thing, whereas she is evil.
So I was kind of just like, yeah, you probably should deal with her. And then the reply, like, where do you think she gets her powers? Your gods. It's like, what does that have to do with anything, man? But like, take his statement, without considering the gods, like his beliefs on that front. I'm just like, what are you saying? Like, because her powers are drawn, isn't everyone's power drawn from the gods? In a sense, we're all here because...
Isn't his argument that, like, oh, if we kill her, that might make the gods mad even more so we shouldn't, like, this is him, quote unquote, learning the lesson of the Cyclops.
Well, he seemed petulant about it, like borderline.
He certainly did.
So I didn't get the sense. I thought he was just saying, like, fuck you for even suggesting that when I got us out of this mess. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, but you're not even out of it yet. Like, I don't know. The whole thing feels disjointed compared to, by the way, Hermes giving him the help, and then him pulling the knife on her before she like raises her wand or something to do the spell, but he gets her before that. And then her being so impressed by him in terms of skill and outdoing her that she's impressed by being defeated. She's like, holy shit, look at you go. Meanwhile, in this version, it's more of a you understand my ideology. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like,
I just wanted to be heard. Thanks.
Once again, I'm like, I think I prefer the way it was, Nolan. Why have you done this?
But also, I mean, there's more of a sacrifice by Odysseus because I think she agrees that she'll help him leave and help him get home on condition he sleeps with her.
Yeah.
Which he does because it's paradoxically a sign of how loyal he is to his wife that he's prepared to do anything to get back, including sleep with her. And also the ancient Greeks just had a different attitude towards sex and, liked bum stuff more. But, there's more going on there. And then she becomes more of an ally to the extent they leave and revisit her for additional advice later on. So she's recurring and she goes from being a villain to a friend. And there's more direction of travel. Whereas here it's like, war's bad, isn't it? Yes. And that's it. Off they go. Not very convincing. And then, almost as a joke, he says, "Yeah, what about that crow, though? Isn't that your sister?" And she says, "Yeah, we get on better this way." And that's it.
What I mean.
She just leaves.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, just let her continue to like the next group of guys that comes along that she just turns into pigs and gradually eats over time. It's like, yeah, that's chill. Whatever. It's not us.
She's evil.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's bad.
I don't know. You can't show how horrible it was for them where they're like as they're getting turned into pigs and they'll just be like, yeah, whatever, man.
I think
whatever.
I wouldn't blame any one of those soldiers for having such a horrifying experience that they just kill her. They're like, yeah, that's great, Odysseus, slice.
But they can't do that because she needs to point them like an NPC in a video game that you've just completed a quest for to the next location. So he says, oh, we can't get back home without your help. So she says, oh, yeah, you need to go to Hades, meet Tiresias, and he can tell you how to get home. Don't really know how she knows this.
Go to Hades.
The excuse is that the gods sometimes give her insights. So that's how she knows. Yeah, go to hell, and that's
Hades in the Odyssey.
Yes, they do, but they do not meet. They meet Achilles there.
Yeah.
They don't meet Sinon there, though. That's sort of been replaced and reversed.
Nolan was like, hey, Hades is like this. We're going to make it dark and muddy and, like the kind of experience, like, oh, is that going to stand out from the rest of the movie? And it's like, it'll be darker.
It'll be mistier than you're
even though, but again, it feels like we're on Earth.
This is where, maybe I'm being unfair, but I was like, this is Hades? Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't have expected anything better.
I don't think that's unfair. Like, she describes it as like where a river of ice meets a river of fire, and it's just like, oh, it's cold water and rock. That's what that means, apparently. You might
go to Iceland.
Yeah. Why not like actually go into the underworld like that? I'm interested in seeing what that would look like.
Yeah.
Come on, Nolan.
Well, you're asking way too much at that point from him.
CG. You can't film in hell. You got to use CG.
No one's like, can we go to hell? And you're like, I don't think so.
Will an IMAX camera work?
Yeah, the IMAX camera is just too heavy to go to hell, dude.
Cersei does the prompt one amazing line from Odysseus. He says, oh, only you will make it home. Your men don't want you to defy the gods, but the gods say only you make it home. And he says, so I will defy the gods. Cool. Yeah. Then they go to hell.
That's the tagline for the movie, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And in hell they meet... After you.
No, there's nothing for that really, other than, as I understand it, the whole point of the Odyssey is that that's a bad idea.
Yep.
And I guess maybe the film would say, well, we kind of make that point, kind of. It's like, do you? Okay.
Ultimately, he doesn't defy the gods, right?
He's a bit schizophrenic when it comes to the gods.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It is. But they do indeed eventually go to hell. And they meet the Shades here. And they meet three in particular. They meet Tiresias, the blind prophet, Agamemnon, and not Achilles, but Sinon. Sinon speaks first, accuses Odysseus of lying to everyone, and asks if he had to lie to him too. We flash back to the beaches, and Odysseus asking Sinon, why did you have to come? He explains, and Antonius' family offered money to swap their places, and Sinon says, well, if I don't make it back, give them the short straw I drew from that lottery and tell them everything I did, and feel free to add some stuff.
Isn't the dialogue actually as bad as flashback begins, Odysseus walks up to Sinon. Why did you have to volunteer? And Sinon says, don't you remember why I'm here? Let me re-explain it to you.
Pretty much exactly that, yes.
I was losing it, man. I was like, again? Come on, Nolan. Well, so like Matt Damon just spent the whole journey just not asking that question and then forgot? Like, what are we doing? It's just so shitty.
The thing it's replacing is the conversation he has with Achilles, where Achilles is almost king of the dead. He's so lauded, so fated in battle, such a great hero. And Odysseus sort of expects him to be, in a weird way, happy in his death. He died doing exactly what he wanted. And he died with the adoration of all his peoples. And Achilles tells him that he would trade every single thing he did for the chance to be alive in any position whatsoever. Because it's not actually about posthumous glory. What really matters, you only realize after you're dead, is that it's being alive itself. It's not what you did, it's what you do. And that, I think, is better and more interesting. But here, again, I can't help but think it is just because we're doing the draft dodging Vietnam thing. We replace that thematically, symbolically important lesson with just restating the story again of how Sinon came to be here. And Odysseus' guilt at having put them in that position. Just kind of tedious, really, at this point. And Sinon just keeps going as well, because it's not just one. It's like, oh, did you have to lie to me? And then you get a bit of exposition saying, yeah, but you lied to me, though. You didn't tell me about the men and the horse. You didn't trust me with the truth. This is where Odysseus explains dying men tell the truth, and you needed Sinon to believe, because that lie won them the war. And Sinon says, well, what comfort is that to me? Not knowing the truth until the dead told me. Veterans of that campaign, there are many of those in Hades, and explains that his father was the first shade to find him, his father who died in poverty, alone, begging for scraps from people like Antinous, who, obviously was potentially involved in that financial trade that never happened. So it's not empty, it's just...
Yeah.
Kind of is. And Odysseus asks then, if Antinous cheated his father, and Sinon says, well, yes, probably, and like he's cheating your wife and your son. And he says, you should speak to Agamemnon about homecomings. And because we've mentioned that, that's what happens next.
And then Sinon hands Agamemnon the phone. Like, the sort of...
He wants to speak to you now.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Superman wants to speak to you.
But Sinon does also call out something which is, again, so obviously specific that it's going to come up later. It says, when you get home, take a ship, sail it west to unknown lands, and give sacrifice for the fallen, and make amends for all of the people you couldn't bury. And then give the short straw to Antinous and tell him to take back his shame. He fucks off, and then Agamemnon steps up. All the Greeks kneel to him again, and this is where we hear him speak for the first time, and it is the most disappointing thing.
Yeah.
It's just, you wear that armor, and you sound like that.
Isn't it Benny Safdie?
Yes.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
That was a telling, yeah.
He's not, I don't really know why you would cast him in that role. I guess
him as Agamemnon.
He's got the helmet on the whole time, and with the helmet and the Batman suit on, he looks cool, I guess, but his voice is not. So for anyone who's seen Oppenheimer, he plays, I think the character's name is Teller. He's the guy who Emily Blunt doesn't shake his hand at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Him. Well, kind of, but yeah, no, he definitely did.
Yes, I mean he's very good in Oppenheimer, and I'm sure that's why he was cast by Nolan in this. But given the amount of dialogue he has, and given the fact that his physical presence is more important than his ability to necessarily deliver lines, I would think that you would go for someone like, honestly, Dwayne Johnson.
When you already got most of what he's going to be explaining from Menelaus earlier, I know that we need Odysseus to hear it, but you don't have to have Agamemnon tell the story anyway. If you're trying to, you could just dub him. Fuck it.
You could.
With an impressive voice, he sounds like Rota the Hutt. It's just really unimpressive. Like, oh, you're too brilliant to be ensnared as I was. My misfortune was to make it home, where
I live in my
inventions
father's
for
shadow.
killing might live in my guys. I'm not like my father. Do you have any idea how hard it is when you're Jabba the Hutt's son? But all he tells us that's new is, oh yeah, Clytemnestra murdered me in my bath as vengeance for what I did to her daughter. That's it.
Which again, if you're put to sleep by all the exposition overload and you see the visual and you try to piece this thing together in your head, you're like, so Helen of Troy was taken back, married Agamemnon, killed him, and then married, no, divorced, wait, was with Menelaus. No.
And the way it's edited as well, it's just so awkward.
I don't know. Yeah, it was a tad confusing, but whatever.
Yeah.
I think I was struck by how much of an effort the marketing put into being like, this is Agamemnon. You're like, oh, okay, we're making a deal out of him. Cool. I wonder what he's going to do. He's dead. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had that one shot where the gates open. He's like, look at me, I'm real cool.
Check
it out.
It almost feels as though in a normal world, you'd be like, oh, is this one of a trilogy in the movie, the Troy part of these movies? Like, that's where he got to shine, and we're just seeing the aftermath sort of summarized. You're like, no. He's just dead.
He's just dead. And that leaves only Tiresias left. And here is a thing that this movie has to do because it's changed the setup, which doesn't make, I don't think, a huge amount of sense. So in the poem, Odysseus is here on his own, which means when Tiresias gives him the prophecy, it is private to him and his men haven't heard it directly, so they have no reason to believe it. The problem is, in this movie, all of his men came with him, but we still need it to be very important that they don't hear the prophecy. So Tiresias says, yeah, send them away first, I'm not telling. So he does that. Then he says, yeah, they're going to do this thing and they're all going to die. But if they had been there while he said that, they might not have done it in the same way. So, what?
Well,
it's very important that they don't hear that they shouldn't do this thing because it's going to doom them all.
Yeah.
But it's important that they are there in person. They have to be there. Otherwise, Matt Damon would be screaming, let's go to nobody. So that would make much sense.
That's very important. That's in the trailer.
Yeah, I got it up just for this moment. I need to make sure everyone knows.
Give anyone else Pirates of the Caribbean 2 vibes?
Specifically what now?
Oh, I think Friggy knows. The, Jack Sparrow running across the beach.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was.
What do you mean, that's how Jack Sparrow runs throughout all of the movies. He just that's his I'm drunk run, which I remember there's theories, or it could even be fact at this point, that he runs like that on dry land because it steadies him on ships, like because he's wobbly or whatever. Like it accounts for.
That is a thing.
Yeah.
When you spend a long time at sea or on any kind of boat, this is one of the theories for why sailors spend all their time in pubs by the sea when they get on shore leave, is because being drunk reminds them of being sober.
I'm torturing chat by playing this clip over and over again, by the way.
I love it. It's my favorite part of the movie, honestly.
The trailer makes you think, oh my god, what the fuck's happening there? And the answer is, well, some of the shades just start sort of crowding forward a bit, and Odysseus decides we have to run away from them. Yeah. That's it.
Zombies.
It's such a feeble run.
It is. Especially now that we know the context is like, let's get out of here. Let's run away. Because when you look at this, you think that it's him leading, some sort of force into battle.
Yeah.
But now, he is running away from mortal peril, and this is why he's waddling as he screams, "Let's go!" And I mean, the audio balancing is about as bad in the movie as it is in this trailer shot. You can barely hear him.
Yeah.
But you can hear him well enough to get the juiciest portions of this.
Speaking of, it wasn't quite as funny in the final film, but there's one trailer that has basically no dialogue in it. It's all sounds of like the bow trying to be strung, and so like creaking and all that. It's like using that sound to justify cutting around really quickly to a bunch of different stuff, and it's all just like moody and vibes. And then right at the very end, he just goes, "Let's go home," and then that's the end of the trailer. It's the most underwhelming, flat, modern.
That's what I'm saying. I like Matt Damon, but like, I don't know. There was a lot of calls that he was miscast as Odysseus before the film, and I was like, I think he might be able to do it. And then I was like, oh well. And it's not necessarily his fault, like we said. Nolan's clearly inspired everybody to be shit, but like, I still wonder Whether he was just miscast in general.
What's your
Broadly,
favorite Matt
yes.
Damon performance?
Team America.
Yeah. Maybe the Departed is up there. The Martian.
I
I
enjoyed
like
The
The
Departed.
Departed. I like the first Bourne movie for him a lot. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
the
good
Bourne movies,
stuff
he
there.
gets to be
He gets to
He
much more
plays
interesting.
like Boston man in The Departed. That might be why it's my favorite. His accent is so thick.
I like him in the Ocean's 11 movie because he's funny in that.
I find it very interesting that nobody has said Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, that movie's overrated.
Ooh.
It probably is, but I like it a lot. But it probably is
I
overrated.
can't believe you haven't said
guess.
Saving Private Ryan.
No, I mean he is great in that. But I mean that's almost feels like it's almost appropriate in terms of the fact that film is so much oriented around the team trying to get him rather than Ryan himself.
Yeah.
But everybody's great in that movie. That's just like everybody. That movie's so good, man. Best movie ever made, maybe, might be. Oh.
Before he does run away, we do get another one of those lines of dialogue which just is there. I don't know why it's there. It just is. Tiresias says, "Why do you value your men's lives more than those you've already lost?" And Odysseus says, "I can still save them from the gods." And Tiresias says, "But not from themselves."
Bringing it all.
Like, I don't need that. We could have picked that up. You could have just asked the question, why do you value your men's lives more than those you've already lost? Although that's pretty fucking self-evident. You could have just asked that and let it go unanswered because the audience could have understood because we've done such a good job with the character writing so far. Never mind. So
I
they do
like
indeed
Matt
run away.
Damon in the True Grit remake. He's great in that.
I need
Oh,
to
there
see
you go.
that remake.
Oh, it's really good. Anyway, continue.
Back to Calypso. He's still on the island, and he tells her that he has to save the rest of his men, and he asks what happened to them and whether she did something to them. And she says, "Hey, just have some drugs and calm down. And tomorrow, I'll tell you tomorrow when you're ready, and you'll remember your crew and your family." And he says, "I have a wife?" And then back to Ithaca we go. This is how connection works.
It feels noteworthy. We've not talked about Calypso at all because of how profoundly dull she is.
Why? Yeah, yeah. Well, she's also a morph of like two different because she's not even supposed to have the lotus flower shit,
No,
right?
no. She's like the first person who traps him on her island, and then it's Zeus at the behest of Athena gets Hermes. All these gods that make it into these stories, it's remarkable. Athena asks Zeus to get Hermes to convince Calypso to let Odysseus go, and that's kind of where it begins. And the Lotus Eaters comes later, where all his men eat the lotus flowers, but he refuses and has to break the spell on them so he can get them home. So all of that it's kind of a combination, but in combining it has made it something that just doesn't exist. But there's nothing much else to say about her because, like, as I mentioned, she is really dull. She's the therapist character that makes it into fucking everything these days.
Well, and the thing about how nothing is seemingly taken from the previous thing to the next thing. Like, he spent how many years with her?
7, I think it is.
7.
7 or 8 years, yeah.
And you would know nothing of that the moment he leaves her company. It would just never be felt that he was with a woman for 7 years.
No, he has a bit of grey hair.
Yeah, obviously there's that, but it's
That's
just...
it. But I know what you mean. It's like, what is the nature of their relationship if he's been there for that long? And it looks like a very distant one. Even though he keeps saying, like, "Oh, I'm happy here," and obviously they're like, "Well, no, that's not true." But it's more so just like, I don't know. It does not feel like these characters have lived together for 7 years.
And I know that there's like the flowers forgetting elements, but I'm just saying it just feels like he was put on pause and it meant nothing, really.
Yeah.
Even though 7 years accounts for
the insane amount of time.
Basically 75% of his 10-year journey.
It's like 90% of EFAP episodes.
Yeah.
So think about that.
That's a long old time.
Mm-hmm.
So we jump back to Ithaca, and Antinous enters through Penelope's screen. This is like the only... Is there even any information here? He tells her that, you know, she's been unraveling the death shroud like every night. She's cheating, basically, because when she finishes the shroud, then she has to remarry, so he's not finishing the shroud. She keeps unraveling it, and he knows this because she has been betrayed by her maidservant. This is one of the maidservants who in the poem get like a quite brutal end because they're sluts and whores. That's not going to happen. We can't be doing that to women. But Penelope realizes she's been betrayed and just basically sends her away. And then the rest of the conversation is like, oh yeah, your husband isn't coming back. I wanted to go with him, but he wouldn't let me. I think it's like the 4th time we've heard this story, or the 5th. It's really quite tedious, and I wanted something more from this character, because I agree, like, the performance isn't bad, one of the better ones in the movie, but he's given so little to do. He promises he'll not tell the other suitors about the deception. She asks, why do you even want to marry somebody who loves somebody else? And he says, well, it's your loyalty to Odysseus. That's what makes you brilliant. Aren't you tired of waiting, of the uncertainty of doing your duty year after year? It's time to think for yourself. It's what Odysseus would have wanted. And then he promises to take care of all of her needs and call her his queen. He's really secretly after news of Telemachus. He says, where is Telemachus?
Hey, where is that guy?
Yeah.
I just want to talk to him.
Because, and as he also says, oh, he'll be the king. It'll all be fine. Well, until we have a kid of our own. By the way, where is he now? And Penelope says, right, you're obviously lying. But she says, oh, he's gone inland, which is another obvious lie. And then Antinous leaves, snogs the handmaid immediately, and says, oh, no, she's lying. Telemachus has gone to the sea. And this, in turn, there's a lot of overhearing happening in this scene. This, in turn, is overheard by Eumaeus, and he's eavesdropping on them as Antinous goes outside and starts chatting quite openly with the suitors about their plot to assassinate Telemachus on the road. Then the guy who's doing the overhearing gets overseen and brought out to them, but Antinous says, no, it's fine. Just send him away. So they do that. He doesn't kill him. That was a mistake. And I don't really know why he did that. Because it's quite important for later that Eumaeus is not killed, and yet they have every reason to believe in this scene that he's just heard about their plans for high treason, and they know how loyal he is to Penelope. So why would they leave him alive?
Yeah, especially when the world is presented as like so dangerous that people can kind of just get killed and there won't be any justice. It's like, yeah, you could just do it and you wouldn't get caught, seemingly.
I mean, they nearly kill him later, but they don't kill him, and that means they're all going to die. So the plan is that they know Telemachus will be coming back via the temple at Pylos, so they will send some people there to pose as priests and murder him when he stops by. That is their plan. Zeus's law is broken, etc. So we go back to Telemachus. This might rival the giants in their metal armor for the worst costuming in the entire movie, because it's the scene with Menelaus and Telemachus walking through shooting bows at birds, and I don't know how you would even describe what they're wearing. It just looks really, really shit. Like so modern shit.
Like a CW Robin Hood kind of thing.
Yes.
I got it for you. I'm just posting it now.
It's like, it's one of those costumes that seems to get like good. I bet they swap it with the people who did The Witcher, and also the people who do Rings of Power, and also the people who did Willow. It's one of those things that just gets traded between sets. Why would they put this in their film?
Yeah,
I don't even know what it's supposed to be.
Like a king or something.
He is the king of Sparta, no less. So one of the most most important kings in the entire world. And yet here they are wearing the equivalent of ancient Greek tracksuits.
Yeah.
Just not good.
It just looks, terrible.
It's really embarrassing. It's very low their station to be wearing this crap. Everything about it just feels like we're trying to make fun of them. Why would you do this?
No clue. But the other thing the scene was criticized for, and some other scenes as well, is the style of archery they draw to their chest. As I understand it, that's actually mostly fine. There were some bows in ancient Greece that required your typical cheek draw and lock, but most Greek bows were kind of harrying weapons, so they did just draw to the chest. It looks shit. It's not very stylish for a movie, and I don't think they should have been accurate on that point, given they haven't been accurate on anything else. But it's not actually inaccurate when they do this. It just looks kind of crap.
So I'm not, I'm not an archer here, but like, if they're using bows that they don't need to pull as far back as like a cheek draw, wouldn't that mean they're like not as high tension?
Yeah, they generally weren't as effective. Like some specific war bows were composite and had really high draw weights and could be used for sniping and things like that. But a lot of hunting bows and bows that were just used generally on the battlefield to kind of piss off the enemy would be lightweight, low draw weight, and very, very quick to fire. So they didn't fire in like master volleys either. These people would be like running around individually, shooting individual arrows at people like in the leg to try and slow them down a bit as opposed to kill them.
I didn't mean to
So
mention.
my big problem with the bows in this movie is Odysseus's like super special bow that absolutely no one can string sort of implies that it's such high tension that only super strong man can do it. And then when we see him use it, it's just like pew pew pew, like it requires no
His
draw
form with
weight
that bow
really
is
at all.
embarrassing.
It's really bad, but they've built it up like it's going to be the most like high tension, compound bow imaginable or whatever.
But there's also I guess a nitpick. It just bugs me. They do refer to firing the bow in this film.
Oh, I missed that. Do they?
Yeah, when they asked, I meant to mention it earlier, but I was just too busy being mad about other things. The Cyclops. They say, "Why did you fire your bow at the Cyclops?" I was like, "It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine."
Is it fine?
Well, no, it's not. But Nolan's excuse, I think his excuse was something like, "We want the language to be emotionally appealing, not intellectually appealing." That's a thing that he said.
Well, it's not intellectually appealing, that's for sure.
Nope. I haven't quite found the emotional appeal
well,
yet
actually,
either. I'm
it's
sure
got-
it's coming.
Got a better opening than Oppenheimer, so think about that.
Does it really? I thought it was doing just okay.
I've heard that said. I haven't checked.
It's had the third highest opening domestically for an R-rated film. The other two were Deadpool 2 and Deadpool and Wolverine, which made twice as much, close to it. Good job, guys. I hate that movie, Deadpool and Wolverine. Holy shit.
It really
worse than this movie.
This movie's success, it's going to have a very strong opening weekend, obviously, because of all the advertising and the fact that everyone likes Nolan and he still has a ton of goodwill and clout and all that stuff. But it'll really depend on the legs that the movie has.
Yeah.
Well, especially Spider-Man is out in 2 weeks, and that's going to be the biggest movie of the year so far, for sure. I mean, it's probably going to do well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it made a lot of money.
Why are we watching the Odyssey? Spider-Man's coming out.
I mean, that's true. That's going to come
classic.
out, and that looks like it's going to have like a $500 million opening weekend or something crazy. So, yeah, I mean, it would be funny if it made more money than Avengers. I'd say that's not impossible as well, which is amazing.
But of this movie, their chat's kind of basically redundant as well. They just talk about the sea people, and again, it's like, oh, there's no king in Ithaca, so how can we stop them? And the Menelaus says, oh, it's not about a father you've never known. You have to lead, son. And then that's it. So Telemachus now has completed his entire, or pretty much his entire arc of the film. What a terrific character.
All the exposition has been received. He's good to go.
Yep. A guy tells him, no, you just need to lead now. And so he says, right, okay, that's me. I've grown.
Whoa.
I'm ready to be king. Yeah. Anyway, we go back to Odysseus.
Very quickly, I was going to say it earlier, but I wanted to wait until we got to the end of the Telemachus subplot. His entire plot is going to Sparta, visiting John Bernthal, being told, no, I haven't seen your dad, and then he goes home.
No, he learns who his dad was, okay? Through the stories, okay? Loser.
He does hear stories about his dad, which sets expectations for when they meet, but I mean, it felt like it was about 40 minutes out of this movie.
Yeah.
Was Tom Holland doing something that we don't necessarily need to see him doing.
Yeah. Well, it's just a waste of time. Fucking Telemachus, one of the most important characters in the poem, but never mind. So we go back to Odysseus. He's fishing some wood out of the sea.
I'm going to stop you real quick. Okay, so what Telemachus learns about his dad is his exploits at Troy, but then eventually we will learn that Odysseus is ashamed of his exploits at Troy. Does Telemachus ever learn that?
Off screen, we can assume?
Yeah.
Not in the movie, though, right?
Because Telemachus is basically what he learns here is a bit more specifics about his his great deeds and everything, and that's why he's like even more motivated or whatever to like reunite with his dad. Because I learned like who he really was and how great he was. But Odysseus isn't proud of that.
Yeah, you're saying there's a big old there's a big old, this doesn't fit well as a jigsaw that the son and the father are working together on completely polar opposite views of who Odysseus is and what he values.
Yeah, you would think that would come up.
You would. But no, because he's just going to fuck off at the end of the movie, so, you know.
Yeah,
He has a line.
honestly, it'd be like, they sorted that out after the movie, don't worry about it.
Well, he just left, having told him nothing. There is a line, basically, about, oh, yeah, the age is going to collapse, but a new one will happen eventually, so it'll all work itself out in the end. It's not compelling. But I agree, that would have been an interesting conversation to have seen. But there's no inspiration to draw on, because in the poem, Odysseus is not ashamed of his actions, so there's no strife there anyway. So, where are we now? We do go back to Odysseus, and he's fishing some wood out of the sea. And he says, you know, he doesn't need to remember anything else because he's happy here with Calypso. I don't know why they wrote this line. And she says, if you're happy, why are you gathering the bones of your old ship to make a raft? Good question.
It's just something I do.
It's the drugs. The drugs are doing stuff to his brain.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
And she commands that he should remember his crew. So then we go off to the sort of the rapid, quick succession of things that we are obliged to throw into a story nominally called the Odyssey. So we do the sirens first.
Sirens, fucking to Whirlpool to Scylla, and this was very much a moment where I was like, man, you're just getting through it, aren't you, Nolan?
Yeah. It's surprisingly how little there is to say about any of them, but so the sirens, all his men put wax in their ears, he ties himself to the mast so he can hear the song. There's only one very, very important line, really, in the entire sequence, but he ties himself to the mast so he can hear their song because no one's ever heard it before, and says, don't ever let me off this mast, no matter how many times I ask. One of his men during the expedition takes his earwax out and runs off, but that's, fuck it, we've seen it before. At the end of it, he's asked what the song was. And he says, it's all the things you want it to be, but then all the things you'd never wish for. The delicious itch you go to scratch but can't reach, so it becomes unbearable. It tells you what you most want is basically what you're most scared of, what you already had and lost. He says, it's the song of all the promises I failed to keep, and it told me I don't really want to go home, which is fucking insane.
Yes.
It's like, I guess also, you want to do a modern war story, but that's not what this is and shouldn't be.
Yeah, they weren't losers about it. Also, this would be a great opportunity to show some naked ladies in your R-rated movie.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity. I would have enjoyed that a little bit. It would have been like, oh, right, a movie.
I remember being alive.
I don't know if I missed something in this, but I found this sequence pretty funny because they get up to where the sirens are, and then Odysseus is like, okay, everyone put wax in your ears, but not me. I'm going to strap myself to the boat and leave my ears uncovered for some reason. I might die. I might lose my mind. I don't really know what's going to happen, but I want to not plug my ears.
Once again, I feel this is now a scene that's not working properly because he's failed other scenes for the character of Odysseus. If we had a man who is cunning, who is a bit cheeky, who loves outsmarting and outwitting and discovering as much as he can about the world, about how things work to be the best general, commander person, then I like the idea that he thinks, I want to be the first guy to be able to hear the siren song and survive it, and I know how I can do that, and it's going to give me access to information that basically no other man will have because they'll die. Like, that feels like a super risky, interesting move that someone like an Odysseus would do. The character we've had in this story up to this point, I think it's bizarre that he does this.
Yes, and in particular because the way it's depicted is he gets like strapped to the mast. And then it's just for like 5 minutes.
It comes out of nowhere.
It's kind of funny.
It's like, hey, hey fellas, I know we're on the way home, but strap me to the mast, and I'm gonna listen to the siren song. You're like, why? It's like, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So don't untie me. You're like, why? You're like, yeah. I mean, it's in the story. So okay,
it's in the book. It's fine.
Again, that's what I feel about these sequences. Like, Nolan is almost it's like he's aware of the Odyssey, and he's like, I think I could tell it better. And then it's like, yeah, but you're gonna have to have these sequences. And he's like, yeah, I'll do them. Whatever. I'll fucking do them. Fuck you.
It's funny because from what I remember in the poem, he wants to do it because it's like another sign. It's partly it's like, you know, curiosity and stuff, which is not established in his character in this one, but it's also that he wants to be able to boast of it as like a heroic thing. No one has ever done this before. You can't, as I think they mentioned, you can't have a character who hates the deeds of heroism and everything he's done and everything he is. Want to do something because it makes him a hero. I don't know why they've chosen to do this.
Isn't there a tragedy aspect too, that any time someone hears a siren song and they're not killed, that'll lead to the death of the sirens? Isn't that a thing?
I think that sounds familiar. I don't remember that bit well enough.
On theme for the tragedy aspects of like this like unwanted, not necessarily intended violence and death that comes from his hubris, his interest in becoming more powerful, more intelligent, and being the better person. This is what I mean. Like, the character that they're adapting is so much more interesting than this fucking plank of wood. It's like, okay, cool. And you don't even know why he's doing anything anymore. It's just like, well, we're on our way home. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. And some more stuff does happen, because it's now on to Charybdis. And he tells his men to head for it, the big old whirlpool. And he says if you just, swing around, swing through it, you'll shoot out the other side. That's his exact words. You will shoot out the other side of this giant whirlpool. And his men, though, they say, no, that's insane, which it is. So they go for the pass instead, where Scylla is waiting for them, which is, I would say, the least impressive of the monsters, just visually.
I was curious about Scylla, and then the scene ended, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. It's very brief. You barely see anything.
It's just tentacles. Giant tentacle monster.
Yeah, but they looked kind of like rocks.
They were very strange. This is what I mean about like his approach to this. I was like, okay, all right, we're doing a very different version of Scylla. What have you got for me? Like, this is an image, chat. If you can see there, that's one of Scylla's head tentacles grabbing the guy. Before I'm able to sort of properly comprehend the way that they've contextualized this creature, it fucks off, and that's it.
Yeah, it's about 30 seconds of this, and then it's over.
Because it was Tiresias' prophecy that they could take one way, and his the desire to save everybody will get them all killed, or they can take the other way, in which case Scylla will take 6 of them. Scylla does indeed take 6 of them, and then Scylla is never seen or heard from again.
It is so begrudgingly committed to that, like I said, it ended before I'd realized it had, and we're straight into exposition, shitty dialogue again of, hey, did you know that was going to happen? And he's like, yes, but you wouldn't have done it if I had told you what was going to happen. And then the guy's like, oh, those men that died would have been alive. He's like, no, that more would have died if we had gone the only other direction. You have no right. I have every right and responsibility. Charybdis would have killed everybody. All right, then.
Yeah. Just yeah.
It's so bland. Like, yes, okay, that's that. And the crazy thing about it is the guy he's fucking yelling at, he's like the most character person that's not Odysseus in this team, and I have no idea who that guy is other than Heckler. He just says, like, I think you're wrong about this, Odysseus, until he dies.
Yep. I didn't even bother writing his name down, because I started off doing it, and then by the end I was like, there's no point.
He's just a guy.
Yeah. He's just a guy. He's the face of the crew. That's what he stands to represent. And the crew are not interesting, so there's no interest in him. So yeah, I mean, they make for another island, and Odysseus tells them, well, no, you can't land there, because that's the sun god's island, and it's where he raises his cattle. And then he eventually tells them the prophecy about the cattle, which he wouldn't have had to do if Tiresias had just allowed them to be. Anyway, he makes them promise to only cook their own provisions, and that's what they do. They make that promise, and they sort of seem a bit half-hearted, but we go back to Calypso, and she says, did your men keep your promise? And he says, yeah, they did for a long time, which means no, they didn't keep their promise. He says, the wind never changed. It was impossible to leave. Their provisions ran out, and one night he wakes up and he finds that his men have killed and they've cooked one of the sun god's cattle. Oh dear.
They're hiding in a little hole.
I find this really awkward. Basically, you're gonna die if you eat the cattle. Very well, we will not eat the cattle. And then one day they do, and it's like, so you've eaten the cattle, you fucker. And it's like, yeah, we decided that we would rather eat the cattle and basically see what happens with the drowning instead of just dying from starvation.
Mm-hmm.
It's very like, okay. Like, what do you do with that?
guess
I don't really.
And this is basically the end for these guys.
Yeah, that's it. But like, I don't even. It doesn't. I don't get anything out of that. When you tell me it's like, those fools, they ate the cattle, and like, well, they basically just said like they were dying, so either they die or they die later, and they chose die later.
There's a line later on where I think it's Calypso says to Odysseus, "You are a man who needs to control your fate, but you can't control this." And I kind of wonder whether these are supposed to be related. So he's been trying for so long to basically take on the role of the gods, make sure all the men get home, dictate all their decisions. And he's been told repeatedly that this won't work because he can't save them from themselves. And that's what this is supposed to represent, is that he's done everything right and they're still taking the wrong decision because they have choice and agency in how they choose to die, maybe. But that's if I'm being charitable. I don't know how much of that really exists in the film and how much of that's just me looking for meaning.
But whereas, as we've gone over with Cyclops, the witch, and even the choice between Charybdis and Scylla, there's so many different things to draw out of it about his character and the sirens. But with this one, I'm just sort of like, am I supposed to think that those men failed? I don't know. They were really, really, really hungry, and they were like, yeah, but if we eat it, we'll drown. It's like, but we're dying. I don't know. It just, there's just not much being drawn out there in the film at all for anything meaningful, because he's just like mad at them, and then they're like, yeah, but we were dying anyway. And then there's no conversation about that. It's just like, oh, well, let's go. And then they die.
The wind changes, so they say, oh, I guess we better go now.
Yeah.
Yep. Not before... After you.
I thought it was a little weird that, well, we're about to get to it, but the way they go out doesn't seem to reflect the fact that they pissed off the sun god.
No, there's a line about that. And just before we get to that bit, there's another very important Athena scene, which we can't skip because these are all really important. So he tells his men that he wanted them to live, and he just walks off, and then Athena starts walking beside him, scowling, and he once again says, "The gods don't speak in ways men understand." Except that they absolutely did in this case. And she asks, like, who doesn't understand pain and suffering and death? Which isn't the question I would be asking. It's like, who doesn't understand when Tiresias says, if you eat the cattle, you'll die? He used fucking English. That's even clearer than pain and suffering and death. But she asks, who doesn't understand that? She asks, do you see chance or consequence when you see your men die? He says, consequence of my failure, I led them here. So I think the movie is trying to do this whole that he's been trying to almost supplant the gods and vouchsafe his men against their own better nature, but has to learn that what happens and he's not in control of it. It's just there's not, as I think Mulder said, there's not a huge amount you can do with that once you've got it. It's just fine, I guess.
Well,
I would feel sad if I knew who the crew were, maybe, because I'd see them condemned to their fate, but I don't know who they are.
Yes, but like Cersei turning them into pigs, if they had died from that experience, and it was because they didn't want him leading them anymore, where he would have saved them, and that happened because of his failure in leadership prior, which we didn't get. You see what I mean with like the blocks of, I can see how all this came crashing down. In this situation, it is, do not eat no matter how hungry you get because you'll drown. And then they're like, yeah, well, we got too damn hungry, man. Like, I guess we're going to have to drown.
That is something that the film just doesn't do particularly well, if at all, is it doesn't have any kind of like emotional impact. Like, just imagine if the film had been better written, one, but also if we had not wasted so much time with Tom Holland and Anne Hathaway, we could have actually got to know the members of Odysseus's crew. And then it would have mattered when they start dying. As it is in the film, one of them is a character, and none of us know that character's name.
Is he even a character, though? He just heckles him.
Sure, but he's more of a character than the others, is kind of what I'm saying. He has more personality than literally none. Literally every other guy in his crew other than this guy is an extra. They're not a character.
Like, what is his name? What does he care about? What are his flaws? Like, don't know.
Nope. And they are the most fundamental things. But yeah, oh well. So yeah, this is one of the men catches up and says, "Do you have no pity? You know, we'd rather drown than starve." But then the wind changes, as has been mentioned, and Odyssey says, "Now's our chance," even though he must surely be the one who knows that that isn't true. This is where I think when Cap was saying it's like there's not a huge amount of representation for them having pissed off Zeus. The only representation really is a line and some lightning, but lightning happens in storms anyway. Anyway, the line that they give is, "The calm lasted long enough to lure us out onto Poseidon's ocean under Zeus's sky."
Yeah.
Then you're supposed to read that the waves, they're all Poseidon, and the lightning that happens later, that's Zeus being pissed off at them too. But that's kind of it. There's no other real representation of the fact.
Wait, Zeus isn't the sun god, though, right?
No.
No, Apollo is the
Apollo.
sun god, but again, this is all in the poem because the gods are characters. In this one, you just have to sort of infer that by eating the sun god's cattle, that pissed off Apollo, who went to Zeus.
And went to yeah, and it was like, "Hey,
I
dude,
don't
can
know.
you sort this out for me?"
I just thought maybe the sun god would kill them or something instead of just more of the
By
Yeah,
making
same.
it a
he would
very
make
hot
it
day.
funny. Exactly, and then
I don't know.
and they'd be like, "No
Something.
air conditioning, damn." Yeah, no, we don't do any cool stuff with the gods in this movie.
None at all. But the big storm hits and the ship gets wrecked, and you hear some of the men. I think it's mainly the one whose name we don't remember, but he begs Poseidon for forgiveness. They don't receive that, obviously. Only Odysseus survives. He's washed ashore on Calypso's island, and he's all alone. And then, at her encouragement, he eats the lotus flowers for the first time, and she heals him. And she kind of explains why she did all she did over these last 7 years. She gives him the flower to eat as awakening. She did it to ensure that the pain was of his body, not his mind. And she saw that he liked it so much and ate it so willingly that she just kept giving him the drugs. And then she fell in love with him.
We have had many Calypso scenes at this point. I know they're not going to be they're not like immensely long, but to have had this many and to have basically nothing from her, and then they finally have their big revelatory conversation, and it's basically, "Hey, you forgot a lot of stuff because of, like, the lotus flowers." It's like, wow, that's crazy. So, like, what happened? Well, you know what happened. All your men died, and you washed up here. Which, again, we're already like, yeah, I saw all that. I know. He's like, wait, I washed up on your island? And it's like, yeah, and I cared for you until you became better. And he's like, oh my god, you lied to me, and you've been feeding me the lotus flowers. He's like, whoa, bro, you wanted it, and you're like loopy, and I knew it wouldn't be forever, but, you know, you had to heal. He's like, but for how long? She's like, yeah, for ages, for like years. And he's like, wow, I'm gonna go. And she's like, yeah, okay. It takes fucking ages, and it's no information that I need.
Yep. It's also delivered. There's one quite funny line in it as well when she's explaining how, like, yeah, I fixed your body, couldn't bring myself to fix your mind, but your heart always wanted to be somewhere else, and I knew your mind was bound to follow eventually. The lotus clouds the mind, but it doesn't change who you were. And then she says, you weren't ready to go home for whatever reason. And it's like, yeah, that sums it all up, really. For whatever reason, you just weren't ready. But now he is, so that's good.
The other thing is that the movie seems to like sympathize with her the same way it sympathized with Cersei. It's like, no, you kind of held him here and kept him drugged
and isn't that
7 years?
She's like not a heroic character in the original story, right?
She's lonely.
No, she's
trapped in there.
lonely.
She wants company and falls in love with him.
But like, what does that even mean? She's not like a human, right?
No.
Calypso, is she a god?
You know what I mean? Like, I thought she
be like
was.
I don't know if demigod is the right word for it, but she's not a full god. I don't think.
She's not like just a human being person. She's not like she's not like Odysseus, basically. Which means that at that point, I don't know. I don't even know what that means, really. You know, like for non-human characters,
she's a nymph
in this story to have feelings of like loneliness or stuff. I can only assume that the role that she has in the original story is more well defined and coherent.
But she's way less important in a way. She keeps. This is the first island they leave, basically, and the story is hers. She keeps them trapped there. They don't want to be, and the gods intercede and convince her to let them go. That's it. It's like she's not that important in the overall story, so she doesn't have to have. And the idea of a lot of them, like the minor Greek deities, and even some of the major ones as well, is precisely the fact they have human emotions, but they don't have human limitations. Is this thing that makes them kind of alien. So they do get lonely, but their loneliness translates into acts that humans could never do and would never contemplate. It's like Zeus gets horny, turns himself into a swan, and fucks a woman called Leda. It's like, that's fucking weird. But the horniness, everybody understands. So that's kind of, it's supposed to be so similar that it's strange. And it's all these personified gods.
She's just a woman, right? Essentially.
Well,
she's
apparently, for all intents and purposes, yes. I don't think we're ever told that she's not.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that she was supposed to be anything else watching this, and I just assumed she was a normal human woman. But basically, she like keeps him in a state of like drugs, delirium, and amnesia for 7 years, and then it's like, you know what? But then I realized that now you're actually ready to go, and so I was totally right to do that because you just needed time, and the movie doesn't seem to disagree with her, and I found that a little troubling.
Yeah,
that's because I mean, like the whole idea of eating the lotus, right? That's like, as with many things from this story, you can see how they sort of permeate down into other aspects of literature. I don't know, man. Nolan, you feeling confident enough to just be fucking around like this? I don't know. It's just like, why would you're like weirdly confident messing around with such an important foundational story? Like, there's a lot of presumed confidence there,
a lot of
and your ability to handle that.
Out of curiosity, with how far we've come with discussing this, has anyone's mind changed on how they feel about this movie?
Yeah. I mean, I said I was never going to watch it again, and now I'm really never going to watch it again.
I think I walked out of it thinking it was like maybe like a 4 out of 10, but I think it's worse than that now.
I mean, like I said, I thought it was going to be meh to bad, and I was kind of like, oh shit, it was worse than that. Like, I was surprised a little.
I am rewatching this movie next weekend because I'm going with a group of friends. I had to watch it on my own last night. So, I was at sort of a 6 or a 7, purely based on how much I enjoyed the movie. Having now properly thought about it, I know we're not at the end yet. That's going down to at least a 5.
Or at most.
So
it's souring a lot very quickly.
At most a 5. Yeah. And I'm purely talking about like my own opinion of the film rather than how good certain parts of it are, because there's a lot of things in here that I like less than I did when I first saw it, and this is largely as a result of knowing what was changed in order to facilitate the different theme. Like it essentially isn't the Odyssey. It's wearing like an Odyssey skin suit.
Yeah.
I think I'm very similar to you, actually, Random, of like, because I think I said I kind of like the movie, but there was sort of this lingering thought of like, well, how much of what I liked was just stuff that was in the original story, and how much has that been compromised by the changes that I know have been made? And then as you go through it, it's like, ooh, damn, okay, ooh, I don't think I can really endorse the film, like with a lot of these changes that have been made. It just seems like it has to be a botched way of receiving the story.
Yeah. Well, I was interested to see whether my opinion would change just on the basis of the conversation. Maybe I was like too concerned with like noting down what happened, and just that I was missing something of some thematic significance. But the longer like we've been having the conversation, and the more everyone else has been talking, and the more I've been able to sort of think back over it, it's like, really just not only is there not a huge amount here, but I think the most egregious thing is the fact that this isn't the Odyssey, and it's it tells almost the deliberate opposite message. And we haven't actually quite reached the end yet, where even worse things happen. So in my opinion, it's definitely I was like, it's okay. Now I'm thinking it's more like that's really not. But
well, as per usual, the familiarity with the source gives you access to a skeleton key for how he's changed some things, but he's left a lot the same, and the stuff that was left the same now doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah.
And so now it's like when you say, "Oh, that thing's dumb," it's like, "What happened in the original?" It's like, no. It's there would have been a reason why it happened in the original that's been removed foolishly here.
Yeah, but well, anyway, so Calypso just agrees to help him leave now. She gives him back the little pin, the pendant that Penelope gave him, And he goes on his raft and goes down to the sea. And
he has to accept his fate here, seemingly, which is meant to, I guess, be tying it back to like, no, don't defy the gods. You gotta, not be so arrogant or something. Even though, like, he's gonna then continue to do some pretty crazy shit from this point. There's a lot of movie left. A lot.
I was on that front. When you wrap up the sort of past, present, and everything is now present because we got everything, and you're leaving Calypso. I was like, okay, we head into the third act, and like how it's like we got like a fucking hour. It's like,
I know. I looked at my phone in the theater and I was like, holy shit.
Jesus. Is it not remarkable? It's like we've gone through a major set of the events of the Odyssey's story, and you gave so little time to so much of them, and now we get to the suitors as the main sort of event. I get that, but this much time? What are we going to spend it on? It's like we got a lot of talking scenes to do.
It's kind of interesting because it's similar to Oppenheimer, that when you get to 2 hours, you're like, there's an hour of movie left, but like, I think that's the best hour of that movie. I think the last hour is what makes the first 2 hours worthwhile. It is very weird because do we need to have the conversation? No, we don't need to.
No, we don't need to. We can talk about it another time. But the final 30 to 40 minutes of Oppenheimer, I think, are the worst part.
Oh my god, that is like the polar opposite of me.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, is he gonna lose his security clearance? Oh my god, I don't care.
Oh,
well, hey, anyway, we gotta
fight, Fringy. I'll back you up. Fight.
But Florence Pugh was naked in that room for some reason, Cap. That was in the third act, right?
Was that the third act? I thought that was. It might have been actually, yeah. No, but we're talking about the Odyssey today.
If we must,
we can argue about that another time.
So he's lying on the raft. He has to accept it, and Calypso basically just says, "Yeah, just give yourself to the storm because Zeus won't let Poseidon kill you. It's a leap of faith," she says. Again, could have been third. Never mind. He remembers watching a statue of Athena get beheaded, and then he washes up on a stony shore and next to her, and she's scowling again. And he asks where he is, and she says, "You don't remember your home." And so he's back now. That's good.
He's just at this point. He's like, "Listen, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm kind of just. I just want to go home." This has been kind of crazy, man.
So there's the suitors' assassins. They're still on their way to the temple, and they travel via Eumeneus's hut for supplies, and they sort of implied beat him up, but they also don't kill him. So it's the second time bloodthirsty evil people who don't obey Zeus's law just do for reasons of plot. And Telemachus leaves Sparta, and Helen approaches him as he leaves, and she leans in, she says, "Tell your mother I'm sorry for Troy and everything that's happened in my name," because she was totally innocent. She had no agency. In my name. I didn't choose this.
Man. No. Nolan, what are you doing? Helen of Troy made her choice.
Taking agency away from women. I thought that's what sexists do. But also it's just what women do to themselves, apparently, when they don't like the consequences.
It's like they want us to think that Paris, like, kidnapped her, and then they waged war to get her back, and that she couldn't do anything about any of this.
Yeah. Load of crap. Kind of, I think that was the last line in the entire movie that made me really stop and go, what the fuck are you talking about, Chris? Everything else after this is just kind of still not great, but it's not that. Like, how do you so badly misunderstand and then carry water for arguably one of the villains of the Iliad? And again, considering all of the weight placed on Zeus's law, probably the original sin of the entire production. The reason the Bronze Age is collapsing is here denying all responsibility for that fact. But oh well. So he leaves, and Odysseus is now dressed as a beggar because he's learned the lesson from Agamemnon, and he approaches Eumeneus' house and finds that he's burning the bodies of his old watchdogs, and he looks a bit beaten up. And he says, Zeus's law has been smashed to pieces, a kingdom without a king since my master died. Odysseus is not telling anybody who he is, and won't do for some time, but he promises that Odysseus is still alive, and this news causes Eumeneus to kind of have a bit of a fit. He collapses and he says, not again, no more, no more. and they have to put him to his bed. But he's able then to divulge that Telemachus is in grave danger because he eavesdropped on the plan. And wasn't killed even though they knew that's what he was doing. So he warns Odysseus that Telemachus is going to be ambushed on his way back from Sparta at the Temple of Pylos. So Odysseus, who is claiming at this point to be just a man who served with Odysseus, says, well, the real Odysseus, he's returning soon, but I'll go off and save Telemachus from these assassins, which is what he does. This entire sequence is just, I think, well, it's in the original, but...
It's so unfortunate. You can describe so much of the next few events with just no analysis to be had, in the sense of, it's just like, then this happens, character goes to here, kills that guy, and then goes to here, and then talks about this, and then goes to here. It's just like,
Yeah. Telemachus arrives at the temple, Mentor gets killed with poison, he's about to be killed, Odysseus shows up, kills the assassins, doesn't tell Telemachus who he is yet. They escape together by setting the temple on fire. That's fine. That's not a violation of any godly law. They're not going to be pissed off about that. They sneak out, and then
real quick. There's that. There's the fact that they probably shouldn't have burned down the temple, but also it didn't look like the kind of thing that would burn very easily. It looked like it was made of stone.
Well, have you seen The Acolyte?
No, I haven't.
That's a reference I've not heard in a long time.
Yes,
I do
but it checks out though.
Also, it would have been nice if Telemachus actually did anything in this scene. You know, he'll get to finally
He's just
prove himself worthwhile. He's mostly worthless throughout most of the movie, but finally at the very end, he'll finally get to kill someone, which is cool. But in this scene, I don't know, he kind of sucks. And I was like, oh, that's disappointing. We spent so much screen time on him, and he doesn't do anything.
Well, given the position he's going to be elevated to at the end, he kind of needs to be able to demonstrate that he's learned how to fight by this point. He needs to be. He needs to take on the lesson Menelaus taught him. Be a leader, son. He needs to actually do that. He can't still be underneath Odysseus, not in a Greek way. He can't just be that and then go on to become the king, because he's evidently not ready.
I was curious about this because Super Chat just came in about it, because this Helios is the sun god in God of War, which is all Greek, but it is Apollo in Troy, and I think they reference Apollo in this, and it's just like, I think it is just in contention that they both get mixed in and they both get referred to that way. I don't have enough expertise in it, but it is interesting how that happens.
I think different city-states sometimes ascribe different gods to different things. So Apollo, I'm pretty sure in the Odyssey, Apollo is the sun god. And there will be others that associate him with other things. It's kind of like how Zeus emerges as various different things until he sort of coalesces into the figure we now sort of associate with this one continuous idea of Zeus, but it was the combination of a whole bunch of different local mythologies and things like that. Which is really interesting, but way more interesting than this, which is why we're talking about this.
So, I am happy to tangent just for a sec. It's who's the real sun god? Apollo is the god of music, the arts, knowledge, flocks, healing, and sunlight. Apollo's symbols are the lyra, laurel wreath, swan, and bow and arrow. Apollo is one of 12 Olympian gods. Apollo is identified with Helios. Helios is the personification of the sun. He rides his horse-drawn chariot daily from east to west. Helios' symbols are the chariot, horse, and aureole. Aureole, that's probably a word I'm fucking butchering. Helios is a titan. Helios declined in popularity over time and was conflated with Apollo. Interesting.
That would be why.
Which one do you think is the cooler name?
Helios sounds cooler to me.
Helios is cool.
I'm not sure. I think Apollo sounds awesome as well. I'm not sure which one I'd pick. I like them both.
Cool. They're both pretty hip. I see why they were popular.
The reason I would pick Apollo is that my university's essay submission online system was called Helios. So I associate it with pain and suffering, and I can't possibly condone it.
I associate Helios with Deus Ex.
Which one would you pick, Fringy? Which is the cooler name?
I would go for Apollo. Between Apollo and Helios, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Apollo is a really cool name. I'd be yeah, no, Apollo's cool. Helios is cool. I think a lot of Greek names are cool though. Like pretty much all of them I think are like super cool and interesting. I think
About Mentor. Is that a good name?
Like well, no, the thing is, and it's funny because there's a reason why, but you know, when I inevitably get a doggo, I'm probably calling him Homer. not for the Odyssey necessarily, but that is a, you know, look, it's a Greek name.
You didn't pick Argos, the actual dog?
Yeah.
No, well, or I guess you could pick Cerberus, but that would be like, oh no, he's a bit of a mean doggo.
It's such a good name, though. Such a good name.
Yeah.
Homer or Cerberus.
Oh,
Cerberus is an
Cerberus.
awesome name. But I mean, heaps of these names: Cerberus, Tartarus, Hades. Like this,
I love Hades.
Greek mythology is cool as shit. I feel like I should know more about it, given how much I feel that I like it. You know,
it's the one good thing that's coming out of the movie is that I reread large bits of the Odyssey and realized how much of it I'd forgotten, and then there's enough in it to make me think, no, I need to do a bit of more of a deep dive into this stuff again. It's weird that I remember more about like Westeros and Middle Earth than I do about the Odyssey.
If I may, the conversation that takes place right after they burn the temple is one of the worst and just one of many of the types of conversations that happen in this film that I guess we just have to believe this is how Nolan writes dialogue. He doesn't know how else to do it. So this is Telemachus backing and forthing with Odysseus without knowing who he is. So he's like, tell me who you are. He says he's Sinan and that he fights or fought for his dad being Odysseus. He's like, you knew my father? Like, yep, taking orders from him for a long time. He's alive? He is alive, yes. Where is he? He's close by. My mother won't believe this. You're not going to tell her anything other than it's time to remarry. Wow, how could like the, you know, that's crazy. Do you doubt her decisions? You know, does Odysseus doubt that she would, you know, remain faithful or whatever? And he's like, no, it's more to do with how she's got to be proven who Odysseus is because it's been so long. It's like the reverse. Like, oh, okay. So gather all the suitors at the palace. Yep, that won't be hard. Do you have any gifts from Menelaus? Yep. So you need to go back as a prince. You know, you need to call a banquet, and all the suitors will be there, and I'll be there. What are you going to do? I'm going to be a beggar. All right. How many suitors are there? It's like a lot, and we don't really have any men. We've only really got Odysseus, and then also you being Telemachus, and it's just so fucking bland, man. and again, it's like you have to move them from the temple is on fire scene to setting up the final scene. So they're just pieces of information we need to know, and maybe there's like 8 individual pieces, and they just one by one they talk to each other like the writing team discussing what information the audience needs.
He's just reading it directly off the whiteboard.
There's no flavor.
Because the only writer on the movie, I kind of picture Christopher Nolan with little action figures in a room, like, and then he says, "I'm gonna go here and do this." And I says, what?
It is so. I don't want to use the word mathematical. It's just there's nothing dynamic about it. Clinical is probably, yeah.
I mean, but the context, Telemachus has just learned that the father he spent his entire life wishing to meet for the first time and idolizing is not only alive, but really nearby. And he's just finally met the first person ever who, besides Menelaus, the first person since then who is actually knew him and served with him and fought for him. And it's like, if I were him, I wouldn't be saying, oh, how many men does he have? I'd be like, no, fucking, my dad's coming back. Like, this is the time when he should be almost as you could even make it a scene about him having to overcome childish things. He could be exuberant and really excited and have to be told off for this by Odysseus in disguise for being too much like a boy and not enough like a man. He needs him to be a man now. And like at least you give him that moment, that last moment of that youthful exuberance before it's taken away.
and do tests, right? Instead of him being like, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? What are we going to do? How are we going to do it? Okay, good. Thumbs up, I'll do it. More of a, what do you think we should do? How are we going to be able to, solve this thing, and see what Telemachus says and try to poke holes in like his failure as a person who can contrive a plan or lead, and just start to, and then, infuse a couple of pieces with questions that are a bit more personal and unnecessary for the actual pragmatism of the fight, but obviously a dad trying to learn about his son. Just anything that makes me go, huh, instead of the, who are you? This guy. Who are you to my dad? Worked for him. My dad's alive? Yep. My God, my mom's gonna find that crazy. Yep. So anyway, we're killing the suitors. Yep. I don't know.
Yeah.
There are films that he has made that have amazing dialogue in them. This has happened. It's a thing. I
guess you
swear to
just have to
God.
assume he didn't write the dialogue.
Yeah.
And also, he's just lost it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. You've all seen Prestige, right?
I'm actually not sure if
Yeah.
I have.
Okay.
It's
I was
really
going to
good.
talk about a scene
That's
in
a
it, but I don't
really
want to
good-
spoil it.
You can spoil.
No.
It's like my favorite movie of all time.
Oh, okay. You can't spoil. Fair
So I would
enough.
prefer you see it.
Don't ask him to spoil that movie. You can't do that.
Mean.
Fine. Well, that means we just have to talk about the Odyssey, though. So you brought this on yourself.
Quick shout out to Following, underrated movie. His first movie. If you haven't seen it, it's worth it. It's a good movie.
Quick shout out to Christopher Nolan's Spirit. Died years ago.
At some point.
So Odysseus returns to Menelaus. He's recovered now, and he brings him to the palace. The beggar and the swineherd or the cattle herd, whatever he is. And Telemachus goes for a little chat with Penelope. And he says, everyone in Sparta, they're talking about this coming catastrophe, an age of darkness brought on by the people from the sea violating Zeus's law. To which he says, so the stories are true. Civilization is collapsing. Yep.
I mean,
I think...
what do you say at this point?
I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that one. It's like, they didn't think this. None of the Greeks at that time thought this. It's, and even if they did, they wouldn't put it that way. Because the whole point of these stories is it's supposed to be, creating the sense of this pan-Hellenic identity, as creating a shared cultural identity for the Greeks. But at the time, they weren't all very happy with Agamemnon because he forced them all to work together, and they were much more concerned with just staying in their own cities and protecting those. They weren't necessarily that Greek yet. They were, individually Mycenaean and Spartan and everything else. And then nobody fucking outside of Reddit talks about my civilization is collapsing. It's just nobody does that.
True.
But he tells her that Menelaus and him, they came up with a plan. She needs to marry. That will get most of the suitors to leave. And Telemachus can then take the throne, and he can raise an army to defend Ithaca from the sea people. That's the idea. And she doesn't like the plan very much. She'd rather just lock the doors in and set a fire and burn all of the suitors, or burn the bastards, to use her own word. Remarrying won't fix things, she says. That world is gone. In this one, they're not giving up power to you or Odysseus. And he warns her that killing them would just see her be exiled, and without them, the throne would be lost. And then she has her big, you go girl feminist rant. She says, because only a man can sit on it, empty throne. I've been sitting on it for 20 years. My knowledge, my years of experience, that's nothing compared to the bristles on your chin.
This very much felt like, dude, this is Nolan reaching into this story and just, I don't know. Man. This is you are destroying the immersion right now, my man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stood out like crazy. And her performance too. It's rare that we're at this point, but I'm almost like, can you draw it back? And you're going this is
No, I know. For a Nolan film, saying, "Hey, can you chill out a little bit? Actually, can you dial it back?"
She sits in
Seems
major
crazy.
contrast with everyone else, where she's just like blah 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 right next to the camera. You're
Going
like,
for that Academy
whoa.
Award, which she will probably get a nomination for this movie. I have no doubt about that.
Of course.
This film
And
will
it's
get
also-
a whole bunch of nominations.
This whole thing about how, like, why can't I be queen? It's like, this didn't seem like your character at all for the rest of the movie. I don't know where this is coming
That's what I'm
from.
saying, man. There's a whole other thing to solve here. Like, has she been kind of like trying to downplay her son to prevent him from getting the throne because she wants it? Is that what we were
what
sort
it
of
feels
building
like.
there?
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, but we don't deal with that. It's just like, anyway, moving on. Why did you put that in there, Chris? That was weird, man.
Remind me of Rhaenys in House of the Dragon. Men will never permit a woman to sit on the Iron Throne.
Oh my
Proceeds to
God.
trample billions of mothers to death under her dragon. Not billions, that's a slight exaggeration. But just kind of proving the point, though. Maybe you shouldn't have been able to be queen if that's how you treat the small folk. It is contradictory, and the contradiction is kind of laid bare in this scene anyway, because then Telemachus says, well, do you want peace or vengeance? And then she says, I want Odysseus. I was like, well, earlier, and by earlier I mean the last line of dialogue you spoke, you sounded like you wanted the throne.
Yep.
So, what are we leaning on here? What do we want? What are we going for? And then at the beginning of the
Transitioning
movie,
from
she's
what
like,
you
oh,
said.
maybe we should just run away beyond the sunset together. So actually, there's like
Yeah,
three
forget
different
that's
versions of this
thing.
character.
Which is so funny when every single scene is, I'm sad, I want Odysseus and he's not here, I will not remarry. And yet at the same time, she's actually kind of weirdly contradictory. How'd you do that, Nolan?
So, that night, the rapper is back. He does his thing again. Suitors arrive. Odysseus is there. He's still disguised as this beggar. And he pauses when he sees Argos on the dung heap in front of the door, though. This is the only part of the movie I felt anything for at all, predictable as it was. He bends down, he strokes the dog, which the tail wags that one last time, and then poor old Argos, he dies. But to be fair, that scene moves me. I've seen just still pictures of that scene, and it moves me. So I think it's just like a cheat code. It was never not going to do that.
Yeah,
It's
Well,
just-
that is from the story, isn't it? That is from
It is,
the
but it's
Odyssey.
also, as I mentioned, it's like this is the only bit in the Odyssey, because the Odyssey doesn't do any of the lead-up stuff. So this is the first and the last time you see the dog, which I think works better because it's more like immediate that
I
this
think
is
that
what
might
home
work
is
better,
now.
yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, one of the coolest parts of the movie is not even like his idea. So many such cases while watching this movie.
Many such cases. So Telemachus notices this, and Odysseus tells him he should bury the dog up on the cliff. And Telemachus says, "Where you met, you're Odysseus. You're my father."
Yeah, yeah.
It's not very powerful, that
Nope.
moment.
No,
Considering...
which is weird because this is
It ought to
this
be,
is like
right?
everything
Yes,
for this
it should be
character, for Telemachus,
huge.
This is it.
The entire point of his subplot, and he's now back. He's finally met the man that he's heard so much about, and he's like, hey, it's you.
And this is what I mean. He shows so much more range in Spider-Man movies than he's doing here.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I think this might actually be the worst Tom Holland performance I've seen.
Like it's
can't
the
think of a
same
worse
formula
one.
for near enough everybody in this
Uncharted?
movie. They are all playing on like a screen test sort of lame mode. I just don't really get it. Nobody's really trying.
Feels like
Except
a
for
first
Robert
draft
Pattinson.
of almost every performance feels like a first draft, if you can imagine such a thing. It's like, take one. It's like, all right, we got it. No need to hone it. No need to improve it at all. We got it. Moving on.
Which didn't Tom Holland say he thought that Nolan didn't like his performance, but what he realized was just that they were moving on because they got the take and they only get the 3 minute at a time. So he didn't realize how IMAX works. Like basically that might have played into that, as in do the performance, to get it done, don't go crazy with it, done, moving on, next one.
Yeah, you can tell he's not really a stickler for performance, especially with this movie. Everyone feels pretty mediocre. Not good.
I'm going to rant about it. And I'm not going to rant about it again. But if your fucking camera can't let you do like actual acting performances, then get a different camera. I don't care. It's an IMAX camera. I don't care. Make a better movie. Make a good film, please.
I'm just reading that principal photography was only 91 days. That feels fucking short for a movie like this.
I remember saying at the time,
Yep.
go back to the old streams, I was saying, like, I feel like this film's going to come across rushed if you do it this quickly.
91 days! Holy shit, for this movie?
For the Odyssey.
Okay, that feels short as shit.
Yeah, well.
Right.
It's never a good time, because I remember reading that about Gladiator 2 when that came out.
Ugh.
And the actors in interviews were saying, oh, Ridley Scott's so impressive. Like, we were supposed to be there for 6 months, and we got out in like 3 weeks.
Oh boy.
He just knows how to set things up.
Yeah,
apparently.
but he just knows. He just knows.
Yeah, in response to this extremely anticlimactic realization, Odysseus just says, "I am just a beggar. You are the beautiful, worthy son of Odysseus, of whom when you finally meet, he would be so proud." There's a bit more feeling in that line, but it's still not very much. And Telemachus says, "Welcome home, stranger," and he just turns around and fucks off. So now everybody's in the room for the big, actually not, because it's going to happen later, but you know, the big pre-meeting before the actual meeting that matters.
I can see why you'd feel that. I'm not sure this was the wisest choice, because the tension builds, you get the revelation. I actually like the conversation he has as the beggar with Batman, but then it like raises to a point, and then we have to settle for about 10 minutes doing, I'm not going to say meaningless stuff. It just doesn't feel quite right, because then you have to rebuild again to the actual 10, and then explosion for the third act, suitors, big battle. I just felt like structurally this wasn't the wisest choice, because this the whole film is built up to confronting the suitors, and he does, and it's like perfect, right? Like revealing how much of a coward Batman is, and then getting him to reveal this. He even attacks a beggar, which is the breach of the thing. He's like, oh god, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, hang on, do conversations first, and then we can do that.
Yeah, maybe even just, I think the sole reason it's structured this way is for one conversation. They couldn't think of any other way to have the conversation between Odysseus and Penelope before.
Yeah.
And so in order to cram that in, they basically have two final acts kind of going on at the same time, which is I was expecting it to end long before it did, but it's nearly at the end. So he does go around the room begging, and because he says, as he says earlier to Telemachus, that the best, well, it's a slightly weird way of putting it, the best view you have of a man is from beneath or from below.
There's supposed to be an insightful thing about when someone puts themselves above you, you see who they truly are.
No,
It's
stop,
not supposed
you're making
to be
it worse.
a sex thing.
It's not a sex thing. Shut up.
But no, that's funny.
It's very serious.
It's absolutely
Very
the most
dramatic
Greek
movie.
thing about the entire film. It's quite impressive. So that's his reasoning for he's going around as a beggar.
When it wins for like best adapted screenplay or something, which would be egregious, but when it does, I hope they play that clip.
Yeah.
I like that you're saying when, because you're resigned to the reality that it probably will.
Oh yeah, this is gonna
With
win
these
a ton of
reviews?
awards. Oh yeah,
Mhm.
not a question as far as I'm concerned.
He goes around and he approaches Antonius and his mate, whose name I also don't remember, and he begs for food, and they don't give him any. They're being dicks, they're being assholes, and Odysseus, he's got a little bit of pride in him for some reason, and he says, "You can't even be generous with food that isn't even yours." But he says, "I have something for you, Antonius," which Antonius finds funny. And he hands him the short straw, the lot, Sinon's lot that he made him give back to him. And Antonius recognizes it, but like sort of pretends that he doesn't. But then he hits Odysseus and is called out for disobeying Zeus's law, which he mocks and says, "Is the beggar a god?" And Odysseus says, "I'm a veteran of the Trojan War, father of a murdered son, husband of a murdered wife." And I shall have my vengeance, etc. No, he says his name is Sinon. I use it to honor the bravest young man I ever met. And then one of the other suitors, besides Antonius, recognizes the name, and says, wasn't that like your gardener or something, or your stable boy?" And Antonius kind of snaps and attacks Odysseus, and then Telemachus orders him to stop, and he gets escorted out. And so that's where this is not the end of the movie. We're still going on. So we de-scale the tension. We go down for another quiet conversation between Penelope and the man she does not yet know is Odysseus. And he sits beside her at the screen, and she greets him as traveler, and she asks the old maid to wash his feet because she's extending the hospitality of Odysseus' house to him. And she asks him if he knows Odysseus. And he tells her, yes, I was at Troy. And he says, the songs from the bards make me cry for what was lost, the lives, the years, everything. And Penelope says, how did you know Odysseus? Did you know him by something he wore? And Odysseus, he goes to describe the pin, but then the old maid notices that there's a boar wound on his ankle that she patched up many, many years ago. And there's a scar, and she recognizes it. And he very silently swears her not to tell Penelope or reveal anything just yet because, the scene's really important, so we can't be doing that. So she agrees, and she goes to fetch more water. And but she now knows. She's not going to tell anybody else. She's not going to tell anybody at all. And then Odysseus describes the pin. He says Odysseus never took it off, and Penelope cries when she hears this, and she asks how he made it home when Odysseus could not. And he says, no, I'm not home yet. A homecoming is not an easy thing, not easy for Odysseus. And she says the Odysseus she knew would have found his way home to her no matter what. And he says, well, what if Odysseus lost his way? What if, one night in a strange city, he saw things that made him believe that the home he knew couldn't possibly be there anymore? What if, when he opened the gates of Troy, he saw 10 years of rage pour into the city in one night? And we see images of all of this as he describes it for us, the burning and killing and pillaging and raping, etc. And we see Athena scowling. It's great. And he says that he left a gift, like an offering of peace, and they took it into their home. And in that act, we violated all that is sacred between people. And he takes Athena's hand, and she scowls slightly less. So there's already quite a major change to what the entire point of the story is supposed to be. But we do continue. And we got back to the statue of Athena, and then it gets intercut with her almost being crucified, and the statue is beheaded, and the implication is that she's also beheaded. So not only did they violate the sacred bonds of trust between people and Zeus's law, but they also uniquely offended Athena by doing this. So there's a lot of things sort of working in parallel, but not necessarily in the same direction. Odysseus says that to burn the walls of Troy was to burn the world entire, including his law. What if he knew, as he walked through the fires of anarchy and pain, that in the days of sweaty celebrations to follow, what if he knew exactly what he'd done? And Penelope says what all of you had done. Odysseus says one man's idea to break Zeus's law forever. We lived in a world of palaces and trade, blind to its beauty until we broke it. Penelope says, you are the people from the sea? And he says, yes, the breaking of Zeus's law. That's exactly how she puts it, too, and it sounds as silly in person. And he says, yes, the breaking of Zeus's law is spreading like the plague. Our age of bronze is collapsing. And maybe he couldn't bear to see the ruins of what he'd done anywhere, least of all his home. But he says Odysseus is alive, and he'll be here when you need him most. So, there's some, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not entirely sure where to begin with it. This is the ultimate subversion of the story.
This is not in the original.
Not only is it not in the original, it is the precise opposite of what the original is about.
Ah, okay.
So, like, more than casting choices and more than, I don't know if I can, Elliot Page or whatever else you want to cite as subversive, this is ultimately subversive, because in the bid to make it modern, he's just told a modern war story of the type everybody's familiar with, because we've all seen Oliver Stone movies. And then it's like, okay, so now you've turned the embodiment of heroism and the person who is most keen, like the person synonymous, whose name is synonymous with going home, and the person whose loyalty never dies and who goes through all of these adventures, suffering all these temptations, never ever giving up faith on his home and the people he'll find there. And you've turned him into someone who was traumatized by the most heroic thing he'd ever done, and so traumatized by it that he didn't really want to go home to the people that he loved. So that's kind of the ultimate inversion of the story.
I'm not mistaken in that Odysseus is meant to be perceived as a heroic figure in the original story.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Like the heroic figure.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'd say, changing it to the point that he's, like, guilt-ridden about his failure personally, that is a...
Well, we've gone over
daring
to
choice?
Doesn't even make sense. It's like, you've ruined everything by doing the Trojan horse as a gift, and you violated blah, blah, and it's like, The fucking Trojans stole the wife of the king of Sparta while they were accepted, like, hospitality and stuff. It's like, I think they've already violated. And if you wanted to say, like, yeah, but that's not the same kind of thing. Like, they did, that's like a minor thing. And it's just like, if we're talking consequences here, they should expect war for that. I don't know why you wouldn't. So then why aren't they the ones to blame for all of this? Why is it Odysseus that caused this wacky scenario by doing what was actually incredibly clever originally, to the point where the Trojan horse is like iconic for a sneaky way to destroy someone?
Also, wait, doesn't that mean if this is like the way that's to be interpreted, then that means that they're kind of putting the deaths of all of his crew like on him as like almost a deliberate act of sabotage?
Or at least that's what he perceives it as being. He takes on all the moral blame for every death in that. Well, even though the Trojan horse probably saved... We're doing the nuke discussion again. It probably saved more lives than it cost, because it meant that his own side suffered way fewer casualties than if they'd had to continue the siege.
The failure of the adaptation to bind better these pieces, you could have done the ripple effect of the lack of the Zeus's fucking lore through each of these scenarios, but a lot of them are strange. Like, did the Cyclops break the law first, or did they, by him eating them or them being in his house without permission? Or
even though they didn't know that it was his house, so like,
well, there's
how the
so
fuck
much
would that be? Yeah.
misconception and confusion. It's like, I don't know how that imprints on the thematic value of this story. I don't know.
Zeus's law, they went to the island with the giants, and then they fucking killed them.
And then
no
the witch attacks them because she assumed they would break Zeus's law first,
And
but
then
like,
what?
there's no reason to think that.
Brainwashes Odysseus so that he has to stay with her for 7 years. That feels like a violation of Zeus. Yeah, like, what the fuck? Every single thing that he encounters in the story is a violation of Zeus's law.
But
that's like never talked
if
about
Nolan
ever.
was to say, it's like, exactly, it's all coming crashing down, isn't it? It should be like, what?
He played a trick on the people that they were explicitly at war with, and that means he caused the entire breakdown of the world.
Including among gods and like monsters?
Apparently.
He got their victory in as fast and clean a way as possible where no one else could.
Dude, I feel like that shot in the trailer with Odysseus looking at the tower collapsing right now. That's how I feel at this point with this movie.
I mean,
holy
to say
shit,
nothing.
This is a really bad adaptation, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd go further than bad adaptation.
If bad implies it's accidental.
No,
this is
deliberate. It's like kind of a bad movie.
It's bad on its own merit as well, but it is an insultingly bad, egregiously bad adaptation. To say nothing of the fact that there's no way anyone from this time period, especially like a warrior like Odysseus, would see them sacking a city and killing all the women and children and go like, oh man, this is like really heckin' bad, you guys. This is ancient Greece. This is not how they thought about anything.
This must mean the Bronze Age is ending.
I mean, that's just silly. It's like you said, that's the kind of thing people say on Reddit. People don't describe their civilization as collapsing while it's happening, especially when it takes what? Didn't it take like 3 centuries? The collapse of the of like that era of like ancient Greece.
Well, there's
like,
some indicator of that, right? So the actual terms Golden Age, Silver Age, Iron Age, Bronze Age, Heroic Age, they are created by Hesiod, who was probably writing about 300 years after Homer, I think. So the Greeks of the time Homer was writing didn't have these terms. Homer didn't have these terms. Hesiod comes along, and he basically says, like, the Golden Age is the age of gods and plenty and undyingness and brilliance. The Silver Age is like the age ushered in by Zeus, which is kind of childish and impetuous and a bit tumultuous. The Bronze Age is the one where everyone falls to strife and violence. It's a horrible thing that everyone wanted to end. Then you get the Heroic Age, in which Odysseus lives, and it's heroic because of people like Odysseus. Then you get the Iron Age, in which Hesiod lives, and Hesiod thought his age was shit, so he didn't like it very much. But the Heroic Age is the age depicted in this movie, but this movie has decided that it's the Bronze Age, and that the Bronze Age was a thing they were all proud of living in, which they wouldn't have been, because they didn't have the term, and it denotes a bad thing. So if anything, the Bronze Age ending is supposed to be good. Generally speaking,
Nolan could have avoided these problems by like not making these changes.
Yeah. Yep.
Should have been a little bit more humble when approaching one of the foundational stories of of the West.
Yeah, he's treating it essentially with hostility. like not just arrogant, but like he is actively hostile towards the actual message of the original story.
Kind of makes you wonder why you choose to
crazy.
adapt it.
Yep.
Well, he did it so that people like what the guy who likes everything from Marvel is like, oh, bro, this is like based on like ancient mythology or something. That's crazy. That is a hilarious like tweet. I don't know if it was a tweet or a video, but just going, wow. Did you guys know that the Odyssey is like 3,000 years old? This is coming from someone who hasn't even read it. You know, I admit I don't know enough.
Not only
about
can
it.
he vote, but he's like one of the main people that they use for promoting everything.
Well, I mean, because that shit works, I guess. It must somehow.
I think you're in the weird position where the Marvel Thor movies are probably more accurate to their source material than this is. So, if anything, watching the MCU is good education.
Well, did at least Wolverine has claws thing?
Mm-hmm.
You guys looking forward to the Wolverine game?
Ooh, boy. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh,
yeah, that was a great trailer that they just released there. That was really good.
So, we plow on. We're near the end, I promise. I think. In theory, yeah.
There's still like 25 minutes left.
Yes, but nothing happens. It's just a big fight for the most part. So, you know, that should be fairly quick. Yes, so now having accepted the blame for the collapse of civilization itself, Odysseus says that he'll be there when Penelope needs him most. And she says, I've been living in his ruins long enough, and so she opens her screen and she demands the suitors be brought back at dawn. They literally just left, but we're bringing them back. And she says at the end, one of them will be happy. The doors have to be locked. There will be no weapons. She will marry whoever wins the challenge that she sets. And so everyone gathers together. And the only slight problem is that because we now have decided that the Zeus's rule just means whatever the fuck we want it to mean, Odysseus has to tell Telemachus that he's not allowed to kill any of the suitors, because if you kill the suitors, you'll be exiled. So he can't take part in the fight. So it has to just be Odysseus against like 100 other men, and Telemachus can't help. That's the rule. I wonder if we'll stick to it. The household sort of gathers its stuff together. The weapons are all locked in an upper room upstairs. The challenge is prepared. The axes are lined up, and it's Odysseus's bow. That's the thing. To prove you're worthy of taking Odysseus's wife, you have to be able to do what Odysseus did. String the bow, shoot the arrow through the axe heads. And all the suitors arrive, and Penelope explains this, all of this to her. And they all step up, and they start trying and failing, and they can't even string the bow. It's just too tough. It's too strong. It's not been oiled for ages, and they just fail until it comes to Antinous, who doesn't even try. He just says, you've proven the point. The challenge is impossible. But having accepted that Odysseus isn't coming back, he must choose the best of those of us who are in the room. And then from the back of the room, the beggar speaks up, the beggar Odysseus, and he says, well, I'll have a go. I have the right to do it. He steps up. He looks like he's about to fail as well. Then he shifts his position. He manages to string the bow, and in one go, he shoots the arrow through all of the axe heads. So he has now proven himself. And Antinous sees what all of this means. He realizes what it entails, and so he tries to escape, but he's stopped because the doors are locked and everyone's crowding around. And one of the other suitors stands up and says, hey, you're basically Odysseus, right? And then he shoots him in the neck, so he's dead. And the fight starts.
Am I the only one that feels the character they have built in this movie? I don't know that this scene works with him.
Yeah.
Like
no,
the
I
Odysseus from the original story, I buy this completely. Fuck him up, bro. This Odysseus, I'm like, wouldn't he just be like, hey, everybody.
You're initiating a fight by doing this. The chaos that ensues is an inevitable consequence. But why would he want that?
I would go as far as it just seems out of character at this point for him to do this.
It totally does. I agree. This is one of those things that he knows he needs to have from the original for it to be an adaptation, but it is not in keeping with the character as described at this point. He would view killing them all as like further evidence of everything collapsing.
Yeah, Mr. Grief, guilt-ridden, blah, blah, blah. This is his chance to show all of these guys are trying to subvert his kingdom, all they're trying to take his position, and instead of killing them all, which is what he would have done, now he's learned so much on his grief and trauma-ridden journey. No, they need mercy. They need a leader. They need a strong hand to know where they've gone wrong. But no, he kills them all. It's like, oh.
Not these guys. They got no chance. No redemption for you.
And it's weird too because he killed, the whole like warn animals when you're hunting them because that's more honorable. That dude is like, wait, you're Odysseus, and gets shot through the throat. He didn't know if that guy would have been like, Odysseus, oh my god, I kneel to you, you're my lord, blah blah blah. He had no idea because several of them do that.
Yeah, throughout the fight.
That's what I'm saying. He just shoots that guy before he can finish his sentence.
Which in isolation I liked, but then as soon as you think about it, you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This isn't very honorable for this version of Odysseus.
But it's fine because he has a plan. He can just sail west.
Right.
That makes everything better.
But this again, it's another great example of like you've fucked with so much stuff now that when you keep something that was there the whole time, it just doesn't even feel right.
Yep. But the fight begins, and it's a little bit silly, I'm sorry to say, because he's kind of just armed with a bow, and there's probably more than 100 people.
I'm afraid that I told Frank this the day I saw it, but I was like, I think Matt Damon's just too old for this. No offense to him, but he's doing an old man waddle in several moments of this sequence. I feel bad for him. I don't buy it at all, basically. He's surrounded by people, and they're just not attacking him, and then his drawing the bow looks kind of pathetic, and he'll just awkwardly wibble-wobble to turn around. Do you remember that part with they have like a table behind him or something, and he just awkwardly walks backward into it because he knows that's his stage direction?
That's right. They sneak attack him with a table, which is
pretty bad.
Funny.
The whole thing is pretty bad. I didn't buy most of any of it, especially when he's on the ground surrounded by them, and he just doesn't get hurt, and then he suddenly starts doing Neo shit.
Yeah, I actually did write that down somewhere. It's like the Matrix Revolutions. No, yeah, that's the one, right? It's the second
Reloaded.
one. He's Reloaded. That's the one.
Yeah.
Just covered in Agent Smiths.
It's just
all want to bang his wife.
I don't know what else to say. This is the main thing I think about when I say like the choreography is like the worst of the Nolan trilogy for Batman. No,
it's
it's
a very
working.
satisfying climactic fight.
And
especially with fucking what's his name, Robert Pattinson, standing off in the corner,
just chewing the fucking
yelling,
scenery.
Get the swords!
Get the sword! Get the shield! Get the spear! What the fuck was that? I guess
get it. He's a coward.
Yeah, like I got it.
No, you don't get it. We're gonna keep telling you until you get it.
You could have solved some of the problems as well, because like in the poem, it's after the feast, so it's where we all thought this was probably going to happen, is where it actually happened. So a lot of the suitors are kind of drunk by this point, like really drunk by this point. So their clumsy, shitty choreography and their inability to take out like a single man, although he's backed up more clearly by Telemachus and Jimenez in the poem because they're allowed to do that. But you could have it's just a more natural way to do it. Have them be really drunk, and you can kind of explain a lot of how they're shit at fighting. But they're all sober, and it's early in the morning, and they still are shit at fighting, and they obligingly wait one at a time. He takes a few hits. He does get down that one time. One guy goes upstairs to get some weapons, and then Jimenez locks him in, and then he just hammers his way through the floor and starts dropping spears down through the ceiling. And so Odysseus gets hit by a couple of those.
With Telemachus, he gets speared like 17 times in a row because that dude just doesn't finish him off. It's really annoying.
He's really desperate to get the swords and the shields and the spears.
When he should know, if I just finish him off, don't look into that phrasing, then
and I could do that with impunity.
Yeah.
I could just get all of the swords and the shields and the spears and throw them down there.
And it's the also, one time Telemachus has a chance in the whole fucking story to do something, and he's just not very good at it.
But he does get to use that one move that we've seen him use in the entire film. He uses that move. He shows his belly and then he flips around and cuts his throat.
That reminds me of in Aquaman when fucking Willem Dafoe shows Jason Momoa this one move where he spins the trident around and then Aquaman spins the trident around.
Yeah,
and he's like,
true,
he's doing it.
He's doing it.
It's good when you have something in common with Aquaman.
That's how you know it'll make $1 billion.
That's right.
Yes, Telemachus has his shitty one-on-one and should be dead, but isn't dead. And so he throws a sword down just as Odysseus finally gets sort of not quite cornered. They just sort of surround him in a ring, and by convenience's rule, it happens to be right underneath the hole in the ceiling. So then Telemachus drops the sword down, and then Odysseus starts killing everybody else again. He does this fairly easy job of it. He kills them all, overpowers them, until it's basically just Antinous left. Then he approaches him, and then he gets him on the ground, and so again, like a kind of a repeated beat though again, because we've already had the beat with the lottery straw, and we're now doing that again. So what is he says? Yeah, he says, "Tell my men in Hades that I will head west to honor them."
No, he says, when you get to Hades, tell him Odie sent you.
Pretty much.
Stabs him.
Yeah.
And then he puts Sinon's lot in Antinous' mouth and says, "Tell Sinon I gave you back your shame," and then he kills him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And then he breaks into narration, which is always a good sign, especially in this film. And he says, "We broke the fragile bonds between men, and for centuries of darkness to follow, the stories of Troy would only be sung." We're in the heroic age. Never mind. We cut between, and then he's walking to with Penelope. The movie kind of tries to play like a little fast and loose game. It thinks it's being cute because it cuts between Telemachus and Penelope walking toward a ship, and then back to Odysseus, who kind of approaches her in the aftermath of the fight and lies down. And she's like, "No, you can't die. You can't die." And he says, "I just had to see my home one last time." And she says, "You can't die." And think, "Oh shit, they're actually going to kill Odysseus? Because that would be shit." And then it turns out no, because he says, "Yeah, because we're going into exile tomorrow." And so that's what they're doing on the ship. They go to the ship. He's already there. And they board the ship, and they go together into the west to honor his men. And they chase that escaping son they were talking about. Their actual son, who isn't escaping, is going to be left to deal with the collapsing Bronze Age, but that's fine. And then there's some sort of pseudo-profound guff, is what I'd describe it as, is the last words that are spoken in the film. He says something like, "The songs keep the memory of those of us who can write them." And Penelope says, "Civilization will rise again." And he says, "A new dawn will break over this darkened world, and our mistakes will once again be forgotten." We flash back to the Trojan horse that's burning. The end. Rap song. Great.
So concludes 2 hours and 40 minutes of movie.
2 hours and 50, isn't it?
Well, excluding, because at that point you got the credits, which I assume are 10 minutes long. Because I was out of it relatively promptly.
Yeah, you know what? Fair.
Like,
yeah, weird auto-tune warbling kind of drove you out of the theater.
Well, and also just again reminded of the font choice that I just feel is very inappropriate. Not that there's necessarily clearly defined rules on what kind of font choice you can have depending on the genre, but yeah, I mean, Century Gothic equivalent for ancient fantasy epic. I don't know. But yeah. No, my opinion's lowered for sure of this movie after talking about it, which doesn't even surprise me at all.
Yeah. It didn't feel like one that would hold up to much scrutiny. And it'll be interesting to see if my opinion gets changed when I see it a second time next week.
Well, the Lord of the Rings came up earlier, and it's kind of, the inversion is as if Frodo Baggins, sitting in the Shire, turns to Sam very sincerely and says, when we destroyed the One Ring, we broke the fragile bonds of human friendship. And actually, I think the hobbits are to blame for the collapse of the entire of Middle-earth. And I don't want to go back to the Shire. I don't want to remember the strawberries and the grass and the little rivers. I think I just want to, chew drugs and die. It's kind of that level of inversion, I think. It's funny, but it's like, actually, no, that is kind of what this story is.
I think everything that people talked about in the meta discussion leading up to the movie, the more like obvious sort of signifiers of the subversive elements, those weren't the worst things about the movie, but they were in fact very obvious tells of what the rest of the movie was going to be like. And everyone who is suspicious of the movie for those reasons is basically right.
It's like the movie's much worse than people who think it's bad realize. In a weird way.
Yeah, perhaps. But again, this is a situation where the conversation has been essentially ruined by politics. Like nobody's being, it's not. there's not much analyzing that's happening that's free of that for and also just almost a recognition of.
Well, we've got the fundamental
it's
issue
just
too of
lame.
if there are two factions, there's no like understanding happening. It's all like
No,
fuck you, I hate you.
A lot of this discussion so far has just been about what the movie looks like based on the marketing, right? And so like it
Yeah.
did just come out. We'll kind of see how the discourse develops here as more people actually watch the movie and see what's in it instead of just reacting to what looks like to be in it. But
we'll see, right? I mean, we
Yeah.
got a recent example of what happens when a movie actually does manage to connect with people. They talk about it in very specific ways. That's what happened with Obsession. People would talk about specific scenes or expressions. They'll like actually hone in on specific points of praise. Whereas in the case of the Odyssey, are we going to see, wow, that was really epic, Nolan's the best, and basically nothing but that for the next week and a half until Spider-Man comes out and everybody gets bored and moves on? Or are we going to see people offer very specific praise for certain sequences or performances?
I think partly a lot of the people who like it will just sort of praise it for being like, oh, it was great. Oh, it was pure cinema, man. But they'll also be very defensive about having liked it. Like, not very sure of their own opinions. And when people criticize it, they're going to react very defensively.
Oh, yeah, no, that's actually good. That's what happened with Supergirl. Every single tweet I saw praising it was, what were you guys talking about? That was really good, or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Wow, the critics were crazy. That was actually really good. Man, I don't know what you guys were talking about. That was really good. No, you just hate women. It was really good. It's like, it's crazy that you can't just say, oh, I thought it was pretty good without that extra part. It says something for sure about like how they, I almost like how confident they are about, again, a very frustrating aspect of the way that movies are talked about now, which is that everybody almost realizes that you've got a very short window to essentially set the story for that thing forever. You got to figure that out in the first month because it's very rare that you can have any individual come along
and one of the
a year, 2 years,
biggest,
or 3 years later and actually change people's opinions like widely and change the perception of a movie. That doesn't happen.
Two of the biggest determining factors of the story
month.
are the box office numbers and the Rotten Tomatoes numbers.
Yes, those are two very important factors. They're more important than the online conversation. That's in many, many ways. Like, they're more important than what most people have to say about it, which is very interesting. That's why they were so mad with Supergirl, because they knew what was up. If it's gonna fucking fail and the reviews are bad, you can't salvage that. But again, this isn't the way that you should be thinking about movies. It's like, how do I personally, somebody who's not even fucking invested in any of these, like projects or companies or anything, how do I essentially set the story forever for this movie? It's a terrible way to talk about movies. It's so bad. It's bad for the soul, I think.
If you haven't seen it, I can't really recommend it at all, really, unless you just really want to be part of the discourse.
If you haven't seen it, I don't think you should ever see it.
I mean, unless you really just want to get in on the arguments about it, I don't think it's worth it.
Just watch something good.
Yeah,
just go watch something good.
It's not worth seeing for a whole host of reasons, but I think it's especially bad. Insulting adaptation of what is one of the greatest stories in our civilization's history, and I think it deserves to get a lot of hate for that, frankly. And it doesn't even stand up on its own merits. There's that too.
No.
Yeah.
But I think the damage it does to the Odyssey and what it will do to the public's perception of the Odyssey for at least a generation, that's really bad. Don't like it. Thanks, Nolan.
No, that's probably a thing that's worth pointing out. As much as people might say, well, you shouldn't approach stuff this way, but like media absolutely influences what people think of like history. It does, of course, it does. It's a reason why the conversation about historical accuracy is a different conversation than the one about an adaptation of something that's purely fictional. Is because of the fact that these things can essentially influence the consensus or the sort of opinion on the history. And it's like, at that point, maybe there's more of a conversation to be had about how much you should be paying attention to that. It's hard to figure out the clear rules for that because there are plenty of things that people like that are obviously, plainly, brazenly, historically inaccurate. In the case of this movie, it's been weird because it's almost like a defense of like, well, no, maybe it is historically accurate, but even if it isn't, who fucking cares? Shut the fuck up. Which is a very strange sort of a paradigm.
I'm just
And
watching
it's 3
Troy.
hours long, guys. It's 3 hours. Like that's not a short amount of time to sit in the theater watching this. You know, you can watch 2 really good movies in 3 hours. You can watch 2 Pixar movies in 3 hours. Toy Story 1 and 2. Do it.
Watch Troy.
You have time to spare, honestly.
You'll have more fun with Troy.
Yep, I'm just watching it now.
Nobody's calling this movie great. It's a hell of a lot better, and there's loads of great action in it.
I think the Odyssey is the kind of movie that's gonna have like absolutely glowing critic reviews for a while. It's gonna win a bunch of awards come Oscars season, and then basically it's gonna fade away. That's what I think is going to happen. People are going to kind of stop talking about it. It won't have the sort of cultural longevity that it ought to, considering all the awards and critical reviews it's getting. I really think like once it wins Best Picture or comes close, people will just kind of stop talking about it, frankly.
I think they'll stop talking about it when Spider-Man comes out. I think I'd almost move the timeline earlier. Spider-Man is more culturally relevant in terms of, I think, the conversation that it's going to
there's a chance.
Spawn.
I think at the very least it'll come back up again around awards season.
Oh, sure. Agreed. Yes. I should probably... Yes, that's true, because of the fact that it will be brought up again for the award season. But
you're not
Spider-Man
wrong,
is only...
Spider-Man will be Spider-Man.
Yeah. Everybody will be talking about how John Watts fucking sucks, which is very annoying to see, but whatever.
Well,
wow, John Watts, what a loser. You suck. I saw a tweet where a guy said he sucked, and then he's like, oh, but actually Homecoming's like my favorite Spider-Man movie. It's like, dude, what is going on, guys? Like, why would you say fuck
it is worth
you,
remembering,
John
though, this is the
Watts,
cycle for all...
He made a great movie.
All Spider-Man movies, when they're in the marketing form, they're the greatest Spider-Man movie ever made. And then once they come out...
And then eventually it'll be like, no, actually, yeah, never mind. You know what? Destin, whatever name is, you know what? You failed us. You're fallen. And then it'll be whatever new person they get to make him. I mean, as you can see, my mind has already moved on to Spider-Man. I'm much more interested in Spider-Man. I'm much more interested in that film and the conversation.
No, I mean, the Odyssey as a movie is just, it's a corpse on the floor now. We're done. We're gonna walk away.
It took 7 hours, but we did it. I think it did actually take about that.
Just under 6, but yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not bad, honestly, for a 3-hour movie.
No, well,
but, I mean,
I actually think that tells you just how much there isn't in it.
Yep.
Yes, agreed.
There's a lot of drawn-out scenes that can be summed up pretty concisely. Like, I think, like the last hour of the film, Platoon got through in about 15 minutes, if that.
Yeah.
Sure, it doesn't feel like 15 minutes when you watched it, though.
Nope.
And I'm just distracted watching action.
Look at him go.
This is your reward, chat. You get to watch a bit of this.
You're watching Troy.
Oh, look at that blood.
Yeah, well, this is the director's cut. You get a lot more violence in this version.
That's fun.
I've actually never seen the director's cut of Troy.
I think it's better. There's just one. They make a soundtrack change to the Hector Achilles fight that is just categorically worse, but it's okay. All right, we'll survive. Long movie too, 3 hours and 16 minutes. The director's cut.
Yeah,
that is long.
But the theatrical version's pretty long too. I remember that being the case. That at the time it was like, oh, yeah, because movies didn't used to be as long back then. You know, it used to be that you could say 90 minutes was about how long a movie was. Now it's very much pushed up to 2 hours.
It's an interesting arc because if you go back way further than that,
movies
were a lot longer. It's an interesting little thing happened there.
And then they chilled out, and then they were like, "No, we got to ramp it up again. We got to waste your time."
I still haven't seen Gone with the Wind because it's so goddamn long. It's 3 hours and 58 minutes long.
Length is a genuine. It can get in the way of wanting to watch a movie for sure. You know, 90 minutes is so easy to commit to.
So funny, by the way, the casting differences, like Brian Cox as Agamemnon, because it's just like he might not have the appropriate form or maybe different aspects, but it's just like, yeah, but he's a great fucking actor, so that's kind of the...
And he has a lot of screen presence as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like him as Agamemnon a lot. But it's not a shock. He doesn't disappoint me in basically anything.
I don't think Nolan is especially good at getting the best out of his actors, and I don't know that he ever really has been. I think a lot of times the best performances in some of his best movies are just, it's all the actors. You know what I mean? He doesn't seem interested in that as much as other things.
Yeah,
No,
like
I
they
think
literally are human beings that say the words on the page. That is what they do.
Mhm. Which is interesting when so many actors want to work with him and are willing to take pay cuts to work with him.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Also, yes,
But I
I
guess it's
don't know if it's controversial to say, but like Sean Bean is the better choice for Odysseus. But Sean Bean is also, I think, a better actor than Matt Damon. What does everyone else think?
Yeah, probably.
I think so.
Yeah.
Probably, but I'm
Definitely
heavily
this
basing
role.
that on. I've definitely seen more Matt Damon, so
I
I'm
have
kind of
to.
heavily basing this on Boromir.
Sean
And
Bean
then
never
next,
disappoints me either. He's usually awesome in everything. Usually.
Well, but then there's some things that he's done that are like
He's in
not
a lot
as
of bad shit,
interesting.
but he's usually
Yeah.
good in it. He takes shit
Which is
seriously.
a good thing to have, yeah, compared to, I guess, not giving a shit. Man, look at all the extras.
I know.
It's
Scale's bigger. It's a lot
I mean,
bigger.
it was a very expensive movie, wasn't it? First Troy.
This is the epic fight
First Troy,
where
not First Troy. It's like the seventh one, probably. But
175 to 185 million. So throw
okay.
in
So adjusted
inflation,
for
and it's
inflation, yeah.
like
still
300.
probably a little less.
That's a hell of a lot.
everyone stopped to watch
Yeah, but I mean,
Hector
you know,
fight
if the money
Achilles,
gets
but
spent,
Yeah, man, I gotta see. If I wasn't really tired and hadn't been up for 18 hours, I would just be watching this movie now once we're done. I
Yeah.
haven't seen it in so long, and I would like to watch it. I remember it being quite fun. So, like, I totally forgot that Sean Bean was even in it.
loads of star-studded
okay.
cast in this.
Sorry, inflation's higher than I thought. That is more than the Odyssey.
yeah, no, the inflation. Yeah, when you factor in the last like 5 or 6 years, yeah, it starts to get a little bit like, ooh,
yeah,
damn.
310 million. Well, you see it, that's for sure.
That's the thing, is that you don't see the budget a lot of the time with a lot of these newer movies. It's like, how the fuck did it cost that much fucking money? Whereas with this one, it's like, yeah, this is about the maximum that you could be getting out of, you know, like for movie making at the time.
Eric Bana's really good in it as well.
Yeah, I wish he does do a lot of stuff. He does. But it's just he was around there for a bit in the 2000s and a lot of these big ones, and then
Oh yeah, we
he started
do.
doing some more stuff.
There is a EFAP movies for Troy. Chat, if you want to watch that after this, you know, you could enjoy that. I think it's still available, assuming it get taken down by some horrible bot, because that's what eventually happens to all EFAP movies you see. Yeah, it's still
on a long
around.
enough timeline.
I think that's the director's cut we watch on that as well. Yes, I suppose wonderfully that wraps us up on that film. Capital O Opinions, what are you up to? Where can people find you, sir?
Thanks for asking. You can find us on YouTube. Usually we stream on Sundays. Tomorrow we're not going to be streaming about the Odyssey. We're going to be streaming about the Aristocats. Remember that
Hey,
Disney movie, The Aristocats? We're going to talk about that tomorrow. That'll be a lot more fun than talking about the Odyssey, I hope. So,
Are you gonna be talking about how Edgar did nothing wrong?
You know, I haven't seen the movie in a very long time, so I don't remember who Edgar is, but I will by tomorrow.
Yep, good. He did nothing wrong. Yeah.
I'll open the stream tomorrow with the answer to that question. And that's what I'm up to, besides other big projects that you'll hear plenty more about in the future.
Neato. What about you, Mr. Random?
Thank you. Yeah, I've recently put out a video on the Shire section of Fellowship of the Ring. So it's about half an hour-ish of film. The video is 4 hours long, so there's quite a lot of juiciness in there, if anyone wants to watch it. Apart from that, I'm currently working on a video, slightly more negative video, this next one. It's on Has Been Hotel Season 2, which is terrible, kind of as expected, based on Season 1. So yeah, that'll probably be out in the next month, maybe, I would imagine. And then I need to find something to do before we've, of course, got Rings of Power coming in November, which I'm sure we're all looking forward to.
Man, that's one of those things where I'm like, do you mind? And they're like, what? I was like, we're busy. Like, we got stuff to do. Can you just wait? And then they're like, no. You're like, okay, fine. But yeah, no, that sounds exciting. Nothing but exciting shit.
Yeah.
Well, Platoon, Fringy, how about you guys?
If you want to find out why Toy Story 5 is like watching someone put a hand up a corpse's anus and use it as a sock puppet, that video is on my second channel. It was going to be a main channel video like a month ago, but YouTube just refused to let it pass copyright, and I was too stubborn to appeal it. So I got around it by having a constantly moving little animated version of myself in the corner of the screen, and that fixed it, because YouTube sucks balls. But yeah, beyond that, Supergirl video should be premiering tomorrow, and I set myself a challenge of, can I produce within 20 minutes a shitty indie song that could be used in a future James Gunn female-led superhero movie?
Oh, wow.
So that's in there at some point, if I don't lose my confidence and cut it out before I hit publish.
No,
So,
leave it in.
So that's in there too. That should be tomorrow. I haven't checked to see if it's still copyright free, but I think it is. And then after that, the Odyssey is still pissing me off a bit. So a shorter video, I hope, on that will follow at some point this week.
Good luck with keeping it short.
Yeah.
Never seems to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's mentioned last week, my new video, finally. Halo is an Awful Show, part 1 of 3 is coming out this week. So that's Thursday, Australia, in the morning. But for most of you, it'll be on Wednesday, after EFAP time, about 2 hours. So if I'm not mistaken, 6 a.m. here, 9 p.m. Britain, 3 p.m. US East Coast, basically. That's coming out, and I'm also playing the Halo games, because there's the Halo Campaign Evolved remake coming out. By the way, did you hear the news that apparently there is nothing coming from 343 for a while after this game because of how much they've messed up with all of these projects that they're working on. So yeah, you know, that feels particularly funny accompanying this. But anyway, that new video is coming out. It's about 2 hours long, and then also EFAP TV for Halo Season 2, which we watched when it came out. That is also coming out starting this week.
There you go. Beautiful. Awesome. Wonderful. Yeah, and just Halo things are going to be happening on streams generally. I've done my first half of the Halo campaign. I'll do the other half tomorrow. Well, my tomorrow now, because we're in Sunday technically, so still a day. And then soon after begins Campaign Evolved. Woohoo! Everyone's very excited. Wow. And yeah, you know, other than that, you guys know what's coming. We can't be talking about anything because Spider-Man is coming out. Isn't that just the most wonderful thing you've ever heard in so long? I know I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
That web sling is coming back.
New day.
And I'm sure that movie is going to be good, even though it's probably impossible because of the fact that it looks like it's a crazy big scope and lots of variables. And we know how good Marvel is at handling multiple variables in their movies. Pretty badly, is the point.
Also, it should be said, like we're near just above a month away from the EFAP anniversary, so there's a 24-hour stream coming. You have to do some preparing for that one, boys. I'm sure we can pull it off. And yeah, hopefully some fun things, you know, other than that. But other than that, work is happening for everybody, I'm sure.
Sure is.
Thank you so much to all of yous for keeping us company and for the guests here. I'm so glad we got to talk about the Odyssey. What a great movie, in theory. And well, with that, I guess I'll say goodbye, everybody. Have a good night.
Goodbye.
See you later, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.